everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto, Path to Godhood. Chapter 551 to 606, 551, The Strongest Spear. Strictly speaking, the strongest recovery abilities in the ninja world belong to those at the 6 paths level. Setting those exceptions aside, in a normal state, the most absurd regenerative power came from Hashirama Senju and Tsunade Senju when she activated the strength of 100 seal. The third Raikage was not known for regeneration. Instead, he relied on something far more extreme, lightning release chakra mode. That defense system made him the strongest shield of Kumogakure. Because of that, even Hayashi's full-power Sage Mode strike was impressive, but still not enough to end things in a single decisive blow. For someone like the third Raikage, it was not even enough to break through his defense. However, even if the strike could not decide the battle, its force still sent the Raikage's massive body flying through the air in several heavy arcs. When his feet finally touched the ground, he skidded backward for 7 or 8 meters, carving deep furrows into the Gobi Desert soil. When the dust settled, Hayashi stood exactly where the Raikage had originally landed. The positions had completely reversed. The third Raikage slowly straightened up. After that exchange, his movements became far more cautious. He now understood Hayashi's speed and strength more clearly. After the second Hokage died, the third Raikage had always believed he was the fastest shinobi in the world. In his mind, only his son had any chance of surpassing him. But after facing Konoha's lightning flash today, he realized that belief was nothing more than arrogance. The third Raikage studied Hayashi properly for the first time. Blue lightning flowed across Hayashi's body like a living current. A strange horn-like formation protruded from his forehead, and dark markings lined his face. The most dangerous part, however, were his eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The third Raikage deliberately avoided looking into them. Genjutsu from those eyes was not something to underestimate. So this is Konoha's lightning flash, Uchiha Hayashi. The Raikage stood tall, arms hanging loosely at his sides. He understood something important now. In his previous state, he could not win. Then the atmosphere shifted. 7 or 8 thick strands of black lightning erupted around his body like living serpents. Black lightning. A unique form of lightning release mastered only by him. This technique was different from normal lightning chakra. Its destructive power was several times greater. More importantly, when combined with lightning release chakra mode, it further boosted his already monstrous speed. The third Raikage could still accelerate again. But this technique consumed enormous chakra. Even he could not maintain it for long. Still, against someone like Hayashi, there was no room for hesitation. Speed had to be overwhelming from the start. He glanced around the battlefield, silently memorizing the position of every flying thunder god kunai embedded in the ground. Space-time ninjutsu was dangerous but not invincible. In a confined battlefield, prediction could still create openings. If he could read the movement, he could land a hit. Hayashi frowned slightly when he saw the black lightning. So he can use black lightning as well. He had not remembered the Edo Tensei version of the third Raikage using this form. At that moment, Hayashi's clothes fluttered violently. The ground behind him suddenly split open as a 10-meter fissure stretched outward. The third Raikage had moved. Lightning release concentrated into his leg, forming a brutal downward kick. Lightning straight. Hayashi slid backward like rolling thunder across flat ground. But the Raikage did not fall behind. In fact, his speed matched Hayashi perfectly. One advancing, one retreating, both moving side by side at terrifying speed. This was the first time Hayashi had encountered someone who could fully keep up with his Sage Mode speed. While running in parallel, the third Raikage suddenly reached out. He aimed for Hayashi's neck, attempting to seize him for a lariat. Hayashi reacted instantly. Lightning chakra surged around his arm, as he raised it to block the grab. The two forces collided briefly, then separated immediately, maintaining a 1-meter gap while continuing forward at full speed. The Raikage planted his foot and twisted his body, stopping first. In that same instant, Hayashi disappeared. Flying Thunder God technique. He reappeared 100 meters away. The third Raikage did not hesitate. He inhaled deeply, an invisible chakra rippled outward from his body. The ground beneath him shook violently before cracking into a spiderweb pattern. Then he jumped. His massive body shot into the air as he closed the distance instantly. One arm raised high. One finger extended. Hell stab. Finger piercing. The ultimate spear. A piercing roar tore through the air as his fingertip split the atmosphere, detonating bursts of compressed air along its path. Hayashi did not dodge. Instead, he moved forward. Sage Art, Rasengan. Blue chakra condensed violently in his palm. He intended to do exactly what the legend described. Break the strongest spear with the strongest shield. The distance collapsed in an instant. Even before contact, Hayashi could feel sharp pain across his skin from the pressure alone. 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters. The moment the fingertip closed in, Hayashi's body erupted with green energy. 8 gates, third gate, gate of life, open. His speed doubled instantly. He dropped his shoulder, lowered his center of gravity, and thrust forward. The Rasengan slammed into the Raikage's arm joint just as the hell stab descended. For a split second, Hayashi redirected the force, attempting to push the attack into the Raikage's chest. But the third Raikage had already read it. His left hand snapped into position against his chest, fingers locked together. Lightning release, horizontal shock defense. The redirected force hit the Raikage's defense instead. Boom. The Rasengan exploded outward, but it failed to break through. The third Raikage did not move. Hayashi's eyes narrowed. So even this is not enough. He immediately kicked off the ground, attempting to retreat mid-air. But the Raikage was already moving. Both arms swung forward. Lariat. A crushing double-arm collision aimed to trap him completely. Hayashi twisted his body mid-air. Flying Thunder God activated instantly. He vanished at the last possible moment, reappearing far away on the battlefield. He landed lightly, eyes still fixed on the Raikage. His expression tightened slightly. It actually failed. This is not normal. Even in the original records, the Raikage had once been struck and still been affected by Rasengan impact. But this version was different. Then Hayashi understood. That version of the third Raikage had been operating on pure instinct, already pushed beyond reason. But the man in front of him now was different. This was a Kage who had survived 3 great wars. A man who fought with full awareness, full experience, and 0 openings. Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_zef. Chapter 552, Hayashi vs. Third Raikage. 955 words. The third Raikage stood in place, his brow slightly furrowed. Between the strongest spear and the strongest shield, one would eventually overcome the other. He had never once assumed that others would fail to notice a flaw in his technique. But to him, this was not truly a weakness. It was the same principle as Sasuke's Chidori being stopped by Itachi grabbing his wrist. If Itachi had redirected that hand toward Sasuke's heart instead of the wall, the outcome would have been completely different. In front of a true powerhouse, any movement could become a fatal opening. But in the entire ninja world, how many people could actually turn the third Raikage's strongest spear into a weakness? Let alone someone fast enough to alter momentum in that instant and change the direction of his arm mid-attack. So far, only Konoha's lightning flash had come close to his attention. Fortunately, after his clash with the Eight Tails, where he had been injured by accident, he had become far more cautious. Otherwise, this battle might have already ended. The third Raikage rolled his neck. A series of sharp cracking sounds echoed through his body like popping beans. He slammed a foot down. Black lightning erupted from his body like a storm. Since close combat would not work, long range was the only option. Lightning release, multiple Black Panthers. Boom. As his palms pressed downward, the black lightning condensed into panther-shaped beasts that shot forward. Each one carried overwhelming destructive power, its energy unstable yet razor-sharp, like a blade capable of splitting mountains. In an instant, one of the lightning panthers appeared above Hayashi, crashing down with a roar that shook the air. Hayashi did not dodge. He did not even use the Flying Thunder God technique. Instead, he stepped forward and threw a punch. Natural energy gathered around his fist, forming an invisible force. Sage Art, Snake Style, Super Strength. The Black Panther shattered on impact. The third Raikage's expression tightened. This guy, does he always fight like this? That was his strongest lightning release technique. Another panther followed immediately, even larger than the last, rolling forward like a storm compressed into a beast. Thunder rumbled across the sky as black lightning twisted together, forming the illusion of a roaring monster. It did not strike directly. Instead, it landed ahead of Hayashi and curved sharply, changing direction mid-air before lunging at him from the side. The speed was overwhelming, like an entire army charging at once. Hayashi formed hand seals. His fingers pressed together as lightning gathered at his fingertips. Sage Art, Lightning Blade. A sharp arc of electricity formed. He slashed once. The black lightning was cut apart instantly. The storm split into two streams that passed harmlessly on both sides of him before fading into nothing. The third Raikage narrowed his eyes. For the first time, he felt something unusual. Not fear but recognition. Rumors said the first Hokage carried an overwhelming presence that made all others seem small. Now, facing Hayashi's stance against his lightning release, he felt something similar. Unshaken. Unbroken. A third wave of lightning gathered, thicker and heavier than before. Hayashi finally moved differently. A red flash streaked across his body. Blue chakra erupted outward, forming a massive armored figure that stood like a guardian. The blue construct intercepted the lightning head-on. Boom. The ground collapsed instantly, forming a crater more than 10 meters deep. Black lightning scattered like shattered glass across the terrain. When the light faded, Hayashi stood at the center of the crater unscathed. The third Raikage exhaled slowly. Then he turned. He left without hesitation. His speed advantage was useless. His taijutsu could not land. His long-range attacks were broken head-on. There was no point continuing. He did not intend to become a target that just absorbed damage. It would be better to bring Inoki. But the moment he turned, Hayashi moved. A shadow clone appeared beside him. 6 flying Thunder God kunai were thrown at once. The clone accelerated forward, forcing pressure and restricting movement. Hayashi raised his hand. A high-pitched vibration filled the air as a spinning wind-shaped blade formed in his palm. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant he vanished. Reappearing near one of the kunai, he struck immediately. Sage Art, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. The spinning wind blade slammed directly into the third Raikage's back. A sharp buzzing sound erupted. The technique expanded instantly, dragging him forward through the air before erupting into a massive wind domain over 10 meters wide. Within it, countless microscopic wind blades tore through everything at a cellular level. The surrounding terrain was shredded, earth and debris spiraling into the storm. In the original timeline, even the Edo Tensei Third Raikage had shown cracks under Naruto's Raisin Shuriken in Nine Tails chakra mode. That technique did not simply damage the body, it destroyed it on a cellular level. Hayashi teleported away, landing at a distance. He watched the storm fade. When it finally cleared, the third Raikage stood there. Unmoved. Uninjured. The lightning release armor reformed around his body, crackling back into existence. Hayashi clicked his tongue. Still intact. The third Raikage chakra surged again, reinforcing his defense. He stood like an unbreakable wall. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. So this was the real difference. Edo Tensei bodies were not the same as living ones. And even the sacrifice quality changed everything. A weaker vessel meant a weaker Raikage. But this one was alive. Whole. Perfect. Meaning the durability was on an entirely different level. Hayashi exhaled lightly. Of course it's not that simple. He had underestimated him again based on the future record. Empirical knowledge could be misleading. Especially in this world. Chapter 553, 553, The Fall of the Third Raikage. 1138 words. Is the third Raikage strong? Of course he is. In such a short exchange, Hayashi had already experienced firsthand the overwhelming power of a man who once fought the Eight Tails in close combat without flinching. But that did not matter. Hayashi was here to kill. Whether it was the Raikage or the Tsuchikage, both were marked for death today. With his current abilities, there were multiple ways to take down the third Raikage. For example, the Raisin Shuriken from earlier. Even though it had not inflicted direct, lasting damage, it had completely shattered the lightning release armor around the Raikage's body in that instant. Reforming that level of lightning release armor required an enormous amount of chakra. However, the third Raikage's chakra reserves were absurdly vast. Even a prolonged battle of attrition would likely require multiple Raisin Shuriken strikes just to wear him down. But that approach was inefficient. With the Raikage's speed, the moment he sensed a drawn-out fight, he would immediately retreat. Genjutsu was another option, but the Raikage was too fast, and opportunities to cast it were rare. As for Koto Amatsukami, it had not fully stabilized yet. The most direct method should have been the Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu ability, but even that had limitations. There was also a technique that could absorb ninjutsu and convert it into energy before reflecting it back by distorting spatial timing. However, that ability only worked on chakra-based techniques, not pure taijutsu. Against the third Raikage's defensive power, the only technique that guaranteed a one-hit kill was the Hell Stab, one-finger spear. But that itself was a ninjutsu taijutsu hybrid. Even if Hayashi absorbed it, part of the physical force would still bypass the absorption. He could combine techniques, use genjutsu, and even layer Susanoo as defense, but using Mangekyo abilities repeatedly here was unnecessary. Because there was a simpler way to kill the third Raikage. Much simpler. If this were a secluded battlefield, it might take effort. But here, on this chaotic warfront filled with armies, killing him was actually easy. I don't really want to say this, but I'll remind you anyway. You know nothing about my terror. Hayashi's words sounded like empty provocation. But the third Raikage immediately heightened his guard. The intelligence reports only described what Hayashi had already shown. There was always the possibility he had developed something new in recent months. At that moment, the distance between them was about 20 meters. Hayashi formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A clone identical to his original body appeared beside him. Shadow clones again. Still relying on Raisin Shuriken, the third Raikage thought, narrowing his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned and moved away, choosing to regroup with Inoki. Together they could deal with any trick this opponent attempted. Hayashi did not stop him. Instead, he matched his movement. One step faster, his shadow clone activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished ahead. On another part of the battlefield, Mabi had just cut down a Konoha Jonin. His blade was still dripping blood when he heard a sharp tearing sound in the distance. He turned his head. Two massive bursts of chakra were moving at extreme speed across the battlefield, colliding and clashing as they advanced. Without a doubt, it was Konoha's yellow flash and the third raikage. Mabi's body tensed with excitement. So this was the level Hayashi was fighting at. With the third raikage holding him down, there was no way Hayashi could afford to focus elsewhere. Mabi gripped his blade with both hands. Chakra surged violently into the edge, forming a sharp radiant glow. This was a technique he had learned from samurai in the Land of Iron. And now, he would use it to test Konoha's lightning flash. The two approaching figures were already close. His blade erupted with light, forming a massive crescent-like slash that tore through the air. It shot forward like a wave of lightning. But Hayashi, sensing the attack without even turning his head, curled his lips slightly in disdain. In the next instant, his body dipped downward and shifted forward in a blur. The lightning slash collided with the third raikage instead and shattered instantly. Not every crescent-shaped strike deserved a name. Hayashi flicked his hand casually and sent something flying back toward the attacker's direction without even looking. Anyone who tried to interfere needed to be prepared for consequences. He did not slow down. In the next breath, chakra exploded beneath his feet, and he vanished again, chasing the third raikage westward in a flash. Mabi stood frozen. His body staggered slightly before going still. A Chidori spear, condensed from sage chakra, had pierced through his chest and pinned him into the ground. It was buried so deeply that the tail end of the spear could not even be seen. Elsewhere, Inoki floated above the battlefield with arms behind his back. Below him, a massive stone golem rampaged, crushing shinobi like toys. He glanced down at Orochimaru and Tsukumo and let out a faint chuckle. This war in the end is... Before he could finish, something changed. His expression stiffened. A streak of lightning tore through the battlefield. The third raikage was being carried forward at terrifying speed. Someone pressed behind him, forcing his body to crash through everything in their path. They slammed directly into the stone golem. The colossal construct shattered instantly, disintegrating like fragile stone. Inoki's eyes widened slightly. Why were those two here? Before he could react further, a sharp chirping sound echoed from below. Chidori. He looked down. Hayashi was already beneath him, lightning gathered in his hand as he bent his knees and leapt upward. Inoki scoffed. Brash brat. He did not hesitate. The trajectory was too clean, too direct. Dust release formed instantly in his palm. Die. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A cylindrical barrier of destruction shot forward. At that moment, Hayashi's shadow clone smirked faintly. Flying Thunder God, mutually instantaneous revolving technique. In the shattered remains of the stone golem, Hayashi's real body appeared. White light erupted violently. It surged across the third raikage's body in front of him, consuming space itself in overlapping flashes. Hayashi spoke softly. Die. A tearing sound echoed through the air. The third raikage's body split apart under the distortion of space, breaking down piece by piece until nothing remained but dispersing fragments. Only half of his body remained for an instant. With his last strength, the third raikage raised his left hand and pointed toward the direction of Kumogakure. Then his arm dropped. His body collapsed. The third raikage died on the spot. Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_zef. Chapter 554, Raikage's Fall. 1037 words. Inoki's voice cracked with rage as he struggled to process what he had just witnessed. His curses came out sharp but hollow, lacking real weight behind them. Anyone watching closely might have mistaken his tone for something almost pitiful, as if the third Tsuchikage had lost more than just composure in that moment. His body felt heavy, his back aching as disbelief settled into his bones. The third Reikage had actually died. Just like that. It felt unreal, almost like a distortion of reality itself. Genjutsu, he muttered under his breath, clinging to the thought like a lifeline. He had cursed the third Reikage's stubbornness more than once in the past. He had even thought about scenarios where the moon might fall. But not like this. Not today. And certainly not in this way. The third Reikage had been invited by him, brought into this alliance to pressure Konoha together. Now that Saemon had fallen, and worse, the cause was dust release. How was he supposed to explain this to the Hidden Cloud village? The Lightning Country's shinobi were not known for patience or understanding. They would not listen to explanations. Even if they did, it would not change what had happened. The fact remained that dust release had taken the Reikage's life. Nothing could erase that. Suspicion would be inevitable. They would think that Tsuchikage had betrayed them, or worse, coordinated with Konoha's lightning flash to eliminate their leader. Shock gave way to unease, and unease quickly turned into frustration. For the first time, Inoki felt something unfamiliar creeping in. Regret. He had once believed war could be controlled through careful calculation. If things went wrong, he would adjust. If alliances failed, he would shift strategy. But everything had been spiraling. First came the fall of the Hidden Mist stability, then the collapse of the Land of Water's resistance. Sunagakure followed, surrendering before the situation could stabilize. Even powerful forces like Rashi had been captured, and elite Iwagakure forces were forced into retreat. Every move forward had been met with an even harsher response. And now the third Reikage lay dead. The war was no longer following any predictable pattern. But regret did not last long in Inoki's heart. It was replaced by anger. Sharp, burning anger. This was not the first time he had been pushed to the edge. Not the first time Konoha had disrupted his expectations. And yet, every time he thought he had prepared enough, something worse followed. He clenched his teeth. The Uchiha name surfaced in his mind like an old wound reopening. A past humiliation he had never truly forgotten. Even now, at the height of his power as Tsuchikage, that bitterness remained. Why are those cursed eyes still around, he thought darkly. His gaze shifted, and in that moment, he locked eyes with Hayashi. Hayashi calmly sealed the third Reikage's body into a scroll, as if it were nothing more than routine. No hesitation at all. Once done, he began walking forward. That simple movement shattered whatever composure Inoki had left. He immediately rose into the air. Distance was safety. At least, that was what he told himself. He could not afford another dust release incident on this battlefield. If that boy released it again, countless Iwagakure shinobi would be wiped out in an instant. He imagined Katsuchi fighting below, only for everything to vanish in a flash of white light. The thought alone made his chest tighten. The Reikage could be considered a loss. But more losses like that would break the entire war effort. Fortunately, Hayashi did not chase upward. He simply stood there for a moment, as if weighing the situation. Unable to fly, he had no immediate way to deal with Inoki hovering above. Instead, he vanished. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Hayashi reappeared elsewhere on the battlefield. A marked kunai lay embedded in an enemy shinobi's skull nearby, evidence of his sudden arrival. The battlefield paused for a split second. Confusion rippled through both sides. Konoha shinobi exchanged looks, unsure of what had happened. Iwagakure ninjas hesitated, their instincts unable to keep up. Then realization struck. If Hayashi was here, then the third Reikage was no longer on the battlefield. Morale shifted instantly. Konoha's forces surged with renewed confidence, while Iwagakure's lines began to break under pressure. Hayashi moved forward without hesitation, stepping directly into the chaos. 3 elite Iwagakure jonin immediately converged on him. One carried a long blade, his expression already resigned to death. Another surged forward with lightning release concentrated in his fists. The third moved low and fast, his posture tight, hands hidden in preparation for a sudden strike. They attacked from different angles, coordinated and precise. The sword user was the first to fall. A hidden technique struck him midair, binding him instantly and crushing his momentum. The lightning release user pushed forward anyway, even as his chest began to cave under unseen pressure. Blood leaked through his armor, but he refused to stop. He still tried to strike. Still tried to reach Hayashi. But each step became heavier than the last. His attack weakened, turning from a lethal blow into something almost meaningless. In the end, his fist only barely lifted before his body gave out completely. He collapsed before ever making contact. The third shinobi moved differently. He spun through dust and confusion, releasing concealed weapons from hidden angles. His movements were sharp, desperate, refined through countless battles. But it did not matter. Hayashi caught him effortlessly, lifting him by the head as if weight meant nothing. The shinobi did not struggle. Instead, he smiled faintly, as if satisfied to have reached this moment at all. Then he triggered his final hidden weapon. A poison strike, purchased at great cost, meant to guarantee death upon contact. But before it could land, Hayashi tilted his head slightly. The attack missed completely. The shinobi froze in disbelief. That was the last thing he ever understood. His head was crushed instantly, turning into lifeless ruin. The last remaining attacker tried to retreat, but a sudden strike pierced through his chest before he could escape. He collapsed without another word, his body falling lifelessly into the dirt. Chapter 555, 555, Fall of Iwagakure's Frontline. 1,286 words. A nearby Konoha Jonin smacked the back of the head of a Chunin standing beside him. The Chunin jolted and broke into a cold sweat. The Jonin barked with anger, "Takagi, you brat, are you a spy sent by Iwagakure? It is one thing to get overwhelmed by that enemy shinobi earlier, but how did you almost injure our commander? Your Tachi was only a few steps away. Do you still want to become a Jonin?" Takagi's face tightened as if he was about to cry. He did not dare to speak a single word. The Jonin captain was about to continue scolding him, but his words stopped when his eyes landed on the scar on Takagi's face. The boy had been struck in the cheek by an Iwagakure kunai a month ago. He had barely avoided death, but the blade still tore through a large portion of his flesh. Ever since then, his comrades often joked that he had already become ugly, and it would only be harder for him to find a girlfriend now. At that moment, another shinobi nearby suddenly shouted, "Captain, look." Not only him, several Konoha shinobi nearby widened their eyes at the same time. In the distance of the battlefield, a figure calmly bent down, picked up a kunai, and pulled a tachi from a fallen body. It looked like he intended to continue the battle without hesitation. Hayashi turned slightly and gave a thumbs up. His teeth flashed with an almost exaggerated sparkle, as if they had been polished to perfection. The surrounding shinobi froze for a second, then a wave of frustration and admiration passed through them. Takagi, without realizing it, had just witnessed something he would be bragging about for the rest of his life. Among all Konoha shinobi present, who did not recognize the hero who had shaken the entire shinobi world? The Jonin captain chuckled and gave Takagi another light slap on the head. "Does it still hurt?" Takagi grinned, accidentally pulling on his wound. He winced but still managed to laugh through the pain. "It hurts my ass," he said through clenched teeth, still smiling brightly. On the battlefield, Hayashi adjusted his grip on the tachi and moved forward again. The weapon was nothing special, just an ordinary blade. After repeated clashes with kunai, cracks had already begun to form along its edge. That alone was enough to show how many Iwagakure shinobi he had cut down in such a short time. He thought casually that after the war, he might return this tachi to that Chunin, if the boy survived. Without any elite shinobi capable of stopping him, Hayashi's presence felt like a massive boulder dropped into a flowing river, forcing chaos and waves in every direction. Yet his movement was not random. He was advancing steadily toward Kushina. At that moment, Kushina was engaged in combat with Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Adamantine sealing chains. Kushina's expression was serious. From behind her, 9 golden chains erupted outward, formed from pure chakra. They interwove in midair, creating a net that shot toward Han. What is this? Han muttered in shock. His momentum could not be stopped. He crashed directly into the chains, instantly stretching them to their limit. His forward movement slowed sharply. One of his arms pushed through the gaps in the net, stopping only a hand's width away from Kushina's face, yet he could not advance even a single step further. Kushina panted lightly, focusing her chakra as she tightened the chains around him. Han struggled with all his strength, but the bindings refused to loosen. These chains, they are a sealing technique, very strong, the Five Tails said coldly within his mind space. Tailed beasts naturally feared such chakra constructs. The chains around Han suddenly tightened again, wrapping around his neck as if trying to crush him entirely. Ugh, Han grunted, his expression changing. Give me chakra if you do not want to die, he shouted urgently. The Five Tails snorted in disdain. Dark red chakra burst from Han's body, forming a dense layer around him. It rapidly thickened into a full cloak of tailed beast chakra. In moments, the chakra compressed into a complete shroud, covering his entire body. Horn-like protrusions grew from his head, and 3 tails extended behind him, turning him into a humanoid beast of condensed chakra. The transformation snapped the adamantine sealing chains apart. Freed, Han immediately fell into a violent rampage. 5 mountain jump. His body erupted with steam as he slammed forward with terrifying force, crashing into Kushina. A heavy impact sent her flying backward. But midair, Kushina's eyes sharpened. A faint red aura began to rise from her body, forming a visible energy that contrasted sharply with her pale skin. In terms of tailed beast control, Han was clearly inferior to her. There was a noticeable gap in their mastery. The Nine Tails, however, was deliberately restraining its chakra output, allowing Kushina to gain real combat experience. Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, was still an experienced powerhouse, close to Kage level. Even so, under the Nine Tails' interference, he could not truly harm Kushina. As Kushina landed, the leaking chakra around her body intensified, wrapping around her like a protective current. The number of chains increased. Swish, swish. 9 adamantine sealing chains extended once again, slicing through the air like living extensions of her will. The same trick will not work twice, Han growled. Another tail burst from his body. Now with 4 tails, his control over himself had completely faded. The Five Tails had taken full control. He kicked off the ground with explosive speed, dodging the first chain, and veering sharply to the side. The golden chains twisted and pursued him like hunting limbs, forming a tightening net above. Han slammed his chakra tails into the ground, using the rebound force to launch himself upward, escaping the encirclement. Then, like a meteor, he descended directly toward Kushina. At that moment, 2 additional chakra tails formed behind Kushina. The Nine Tails was preparing to guide her further, but suddenly fell silent. A young figure appeared instantly in front of her. Hayashi stood with his back to Kushina. A blue skeletal structure erupted around him, blocking the incoming attack. The Nine Tails within Kushina seemed briefly amused. The skeleton expanded further, evolving into a full armored form. Karasa Tengu armor formed over the construct, now reinforced by chakra. The Nine Tails clicked its tongue, and withdrew its chakra entirely. Majestic attire, Susanoo. It had lost control of the situation. Hayashi looked slightly awkward. The Nine Tails inside Kushina glared at the sealed beast, while the Five Tails hesitated, sensing danger. The blue giant lifted its arm, grabbing the opponent midair. Chakra chains reappeared from Kushina's body, restraining Han once more. Susanoo drew a massive blade and brought it down in a clean arc. 4 tails were severed instantly. High above the battlefield, Anoki hovered in silence. The Iwagakure forces were thinning rapidly. There was no longer any possibility of turning the tide. For a brief moment, he thought back to the stone passed down from the second Suchikage, a symbol of responsibility he had once accepted. It felt light in his hand back then. Now it felt unbearably heavy. He had not fulfilled the expectations of those who came before him. The realization settled in like dust. The gamble was lost. In the 39th year of Konoha, war erupted between Konoha and Iwagakure in the land of Earth. Iwagakure was defeated. The third Suchikage, Anoki, declared surrender. Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_zef. Chapter 556 returns to Kumogakure. 1097 words. Iwagakure had been defeated, and the third Suchikage formally announced their surrender, sending shockwaves across the entire shinobi world. This surrender marked the end of the 3-year war between Konoha and Iwagakure, and it signaled that the Third Great Ninja War had entered its final phase. Now, only the Land of Lightning remained. 4 nations had stood against one, and with 3 already surrendering, many began to wonder whether Kumogakure would eventually yield under the pressure. But before the situation could fully settle, another piece of shocking news spread across the world and captured everyone's attention. The third Raikage had died on the battlefield in the land of Earth. At first, many people thought they had misheard, confusing Suchikage with Raikage. After repeated confirmations, however, the truth became undeniable. The third Raikage was dead. There was, however, disagreement about how he died. Iwagakure claimed he fell to Konoha's lightning flash, while Konoha insisted he was killed by dust release. In reality, both statements held some truth. Because of this, rumors quickly spread. Some claimed that the third Suchikage had invited the Raikage to fight Konoha together, only to secretly cooperate with Konoha's lightning flash and eliminate him. Others speculated that Iwagakure had already planned to surrender, and had reached an agreement with the third Hokage, using the war as a trap to lure the Raikage. This theory, filled with suspicion and intrigue, spread rapidly throughout the shinobi world. Soon, it became a dominant topic of discussion, rivaling the earlier invasion of Kirigakure and the fall of the so-called demigod. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure. Dodai stood quietly in the morning hall, staring at a photograph of the third Raikage. With the Raikage's death, a heavy grief settled over the village. Fear began to spread among the people. The war was still ongoing, and without their leader, uncertainty loomed over Kumogakure's future. Despite their strong military and previous advantage against Konoha, the atmosphere had shifted. A sense of instability crept in. Footsteps echoed through the hall. Dodai turned as a tall figure appeared at the entrance. It was the son of the third Raikage, the man destined to become the fourth Raikage. Dodai said nothing as slammed the door open in anger. He simply narrowed his eyes, watching in silence. 3 days had passed since the third Raikage's death. A major battle had also taken place in the land of hot springs, which delayed the news reaching A. Only after the battle concluded was he informed and called back. It was clear he had rushed back without rest. His clothes were stained with blood, worn and torn from battle. Stepped inside slowly, his breathing heavy, his lips dry. He had suffered injuries from fighting Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya, wounds far more serious than they appeared. Yet he ignored them completely. "Where is the body?" he asked. "In Konoha's hands," Dodai replied quietly. A inhaled deeply and placed his hand over the photograph, as if speaking to his father. "The night before he left for the land of Earth, the old man wrote me a letter. He said that if he died in battle, I should become the fourth Raikage, take care of B, and protect the village." His voice tightened. He also said that if the situation changed, I should retreat immediately. Not surrender, not negotiate, just stall Konoha. A paused, his throat tightening. When I read it, I even mocked him. I asked how someone like him could possibly die. His voice broke slightly. If I had defeated Konoha sooner, he wouldn't have died. I had always been a man of few words, both as a child and as a commander. But today, he spoke more than ever before. He turned sharply. Who killed my father? Konoha's lightning flash, Dodai answered. Did the third Tsuchikage interfere? Dodai hesitated briefly. Yes. According to intelligence, half of Lord Raikage's body was erased by dust release. However. There is no however. A's voice turned rough. I know what you're implying. Even if dust release dealt the final blow, it was Konoha's lightning flash that led to his death. That is enough. His fist clenched tightly. Neither Inoki nor Uchiha Hayashi will escape this. He pulled out the letter, crushing it in his palm until it turned to powder and scattered to the floor. I received your letter, but there are things in it I cannot follow. Dodai opened his mouth as if to speak, then stopped. In the end, he remained silent. The room fell quiet. One man faced the photograph. Another stood with his back turned. Time passed. Half an hour later, a young man wearing sunglasses entered. It was B. He looked even worse than A, covered in blood and exhaustion. He glanced at the photograph and fell silent for a moment. Where is Big Brother? Here, or somewhere else, he asked in his usual rhythmic tone, though his voice lacked its usual energy. Dodai sighed. He broke through the wall and went outside. Follow the path and you'll find him. B nodded. I'll go. He walked through several rooms until he reached the balcony. There he saw us standing alone, facing the distance. With the sunlight behind him, A's body trembled slightly, though he made no sound. Pull yourself together, Big Brother, B said. From today, you are the fourth Raikage. I know. A's voice cracked. We're still at war. As Raikage, I have to protect this village and this country. That was his will. He took a breath, steadying himself. B. From today onward, you will train in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. Focus on mastering the tailed beast bomb. You will not fight on the front lines anymore. What about our lariat? B asked. You won't use it again, A said firmly. If enemies attack the village, you stay inside and strike from a distance with the tailed beast bomb. His voice hardened. I forbid you from leaving the village again. A stared into the distance, silent for a long time. B stood beside him, equally quiet. Autumn had arrived in Kumogakure, bringing unease with it. But worse days were still ahead. When frost settles, the weak fall first. And in war, many more shinobi would die. Suddenly, A turned his head. Tears streamed down his face. B. I didn't want him to die. I wanted him to see the village again, even once more would have been enough. B said nothing. Instead, he stood on his toes and patted A on the shoulder. The moment felt both awkward and deeply tragic. Chapter 557, 557, Frontline Withdrawal. 1,254 words. After the war in the Land of Earth settled down, Konoha immediately convened an emergency meeting. The meeting included all major clan heads, several jonin from the village, and the two elders, Koharu Yudatane and Hamura Mitokado. It could be said that almost all of Konoha's remaining elite jonin strength was gathered in one place. The atmosphere made it clear that an important decision was about to be announced. Once everyone was seated, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, got straight to the point. I intend to withdraw our shinobi forces from the Land of Earth, and then gradually send 2,000 shinobi from the village back to the battlefield. After the conclusion of the Land of Earth operations, Konoha's overall strategy was not to immediately launch a full-scale offensive against Kumogakure to force their withdrawal. In fact, the situation was the opposite. Hiruzen Sarutobi was concerned that a direct attack at this stage would provoke a desperate counterreaction from the enemy. If Konoha pressed forward aggressively, Kumogakure would likely abandon all restraint, pull back their defenses to the land of lightning, and fight with the resolve of burning all bridges behind them. In that scenario, the war would become even more costly, and Konoha would be forced into unnecessary casualties. For now, a prolonged war actually favored the land of fire more. As long as Konoha maintained its current strength, victory in the long run was still achievable. Because of this, instead of pursuing a large-scale offensive, Konoha chose to rotate its forces. The 6,000 shinobi stationed in the land of Earth would be withdrawn back to the village for rest and reorganization. From this point onward, Konoha's focus would shift away from large-scale warfare and return to mission-based operations. A steady flow of missions would maintain the village's economy and preserve its advantage over other nations. Hiruzen Sarutobi cleared his throat before continuing. Additionally, I plan to have the three commanders Hayashi, Orochimaru, and Tsukumo return to the village along with the troops. Tsunade and Shinosuke will head to the land of hot springs. A wave of confusion spread through the room. Ordinary shinobi being recalled made sense, but reassigning frontline commanders was unexpected. The land of hot springs was not short on manpower. What it lacked was high-level combat strength. If those three were not going there, then why were they being pulled back? Especially Hayashi. He was the one who had defeated the third Raikage. Seeing the confusion among the gathered shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to explain. I have considered this decision from multiple angles. These three have been continuously active since the beginning of the Third Great Ninja War. Orochimaru is still acceptable, but Hayashi and Tsukumo have fought across four battlefronts without rest. They need time to recover. His gaze became more serious. Especially Hayashi. He killed the third Raikage. Given Kumogakure's current state, if he appears again on the battlefield, he will immediately become their primary target. They will swarm him without hesitation. For now, caution is the better choice. Victory can still be achieved without unnecessary risk. He paused briefly before continuing. Furthermore, the pressure on the front lines will decrease significantly. This is not only because of the death of the third Raikage, but also because Kumogakure has just officially declared war on Iwagakure. The room immediately erupted in discussion. This was unexpected news. Hiruzen raised his hand slightly to restore order. Yes. The son of the third Raikage has taken the position of fourth Raikage. His first action after ascending was to declare war on the land of Earth. This means Kumogakure is now fighting on two fronts. They will not be able to concentrate their full strength against Konoha. That explanation eased the tension in the room, and most of the shinobi gradually accepted the decision. There is one more matter, Hiruzen said, pulling out a list. Because of Kumogakure's declaration of war, the third Tsuchikage has expressed a desire to conclude a surrender agreement quickly, particularly regarding the exchange of tailed beasts. I have decided to send Homura to the land of Earth to lead the negotiation team. This is the list of selected shinobi. After the meeting ended, the gathered shinobi quickly dispersed. Kohara Utatane gave Homura Mitokado a long, meaningful glance before leaving. Homura noticed it but did not think much of it. Once the room emptied, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Homura Mitokado remained by the window. A long silence passed before Hiruzen finally spoke. Danzo wrote to you, didn't he? Homura's expression stiffened slightly, but he did not answer immediately. The content of Danzo's letter had been simple. He urged that Hayashi, Orochimaru, and Tsukumo be recalled from the battlefield. His reasoning was divided into 3 points. First, Tsukumo was not directly part of the Hokage faction. Second, Orochimaru's mindset was unstable, and could lead him toward dangerous experimentation. Third, Hayashi belonged to the Uchiha clan. These three were currently the most accomplished shinobi in Konoha's military history, and in Danzo's view, they needed to be restrained. Homura had not cared much about the first 2 points. But the third point had struck deeply. Even though Hayashi was the son of Uchiha Kagami, he was also a rising figure within the Uchiha clan. He had captured the One Tail, Four Tails, and Five Tails. He had defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, and even the Hidden Mist Village had been crushed under his actions. He had also participated in major battles alongside Hiruzen and Hanzo, wiping out thousands of Sunagakure shinobi at the border of the Land of Wind. Among older shinobi like Hamura, Hayashi was both respected and feared. But precisely because of his strength and achievements, Hamura felt uneasy. He feared what would happen if Hayashi continued to rise unchecked. That was why he supported Danzo's suggestion to pull him back from the battlefield. Not to mention, Hamura himself had volunteered to lead negotiations in Iwagakure. Part of the reason was clear: to secure the tailed beasts quickly before they could become a source of further complications, especially with the Uchiha gaining influence. Hiruzen watched him for a moment before speaking again. "I only guessed, but Danzo wrote to you as well, didn't he? I received his letter months ago. He also opposed sending Orochimaru and the others to the Land of Hot Springs. I believe your recent change in attitude is also connected to him." Hiruzen's voice remained steady. "I will allow this decision this time. They do need rest. But this will not happen again. They are all heroes of Konoha. Do not push things too far, you and Danzo included." Hamura remained silent. Whether Hiruzen was truly warning him or testing him, he could not tell. Outside the window, the autumn wind slowly began to rise. Hiruzen's gaze drifted outward as memories of fallen comrades resurfaced. "We are getting old. We can still fight, but compared to the younger generation like Orochimaru, Hayashi, and Tsukumo, our time is passing. This village will eventually belong to them." Hamura nodded slightly before taking his leave. Left alone, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window for a long time. Finally, he murmured to himself, "If that is the case, then let the next generation take the final step forward." Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_zef. Chapter 558, Orochimaru's Experiment. 1243 words. Land of Earth, Konoha encampment, inside a hidden underground laboratory. A half-destroyed corpse lay motionless on the experiment table. Under normal circumstances, a body as valuable as the third Raikage should have been guarded heavily by multiple jonin. Yet somehow, it had ended up here, inside Orochimaru's lab, and the research had already begun without delay. Everything about it felt abrupt. The first time Hayashi heard Orochimaru casually talk about it, the tone alone made him think the third Raikage had somehow come back to life and delivered himself willingly for experimentation. In reality, the corpse did not hold much strategic value for Konoha anymore. The living were always more valuable than the dead. A living enemy could be used for negotiation, intelligence, or ransom. A corpse, on the other hand, only fueled resentment. Worse still, the third Raikage's brain was sealed with countless complex sealing techniques, layered and intertwined beyond easy comprehension. It was like a completely tangled knot with no clear starting point. Trying to extract intelligence directly from his brain had failed, just as expected. Even with the combined efforts of Kushina, Hayashi, and support from the Yamanaka clan, they were unable to break through the mental seals in a short period of time. Fully dismantling them would require an enormous amount of time and effort, something Konoha simply could not afford. The war demanded quicker results. Eventually, the body would have to be returned to the Hidden Cloud Village as part of negotiations. To squeeze out whatever value remained, Orochimaru shifted his focus towards studying the Raikage's physical body instead. If he could uncover the secrets behind the lightning release armor, it would be a huge gain for Konoha. Unfortunately, that technique was not something that could be replicated easily. Konoha had shinobi who attempted similar methods using lightning release, but while early progress showed promise, they all failed to reach the same level as the Raikage. It became clear that the technique was not just about chakra control. Like many clan secrets in Konoha, it likely required specific conditions or physical traits. That aside, there was something far more unsettling. Orochimaru's hoarse laughter echoed repeatedly throughout the lab, especially when directed at the naked corpse on the table. It was not comforting. For an entire afternoon, the two of them remained busy, examining every inch of the third Raikage's body. Occasionally, the corpse twitched under the stimulation of lightning release. In another section of the laboratory, a root ninja silently recorded data. From what Hayashi had observed, aside from their initial arrival in the land of Earth, when that ninja named Otsu appeared briefly, he had since been kept here continuously, working under Orochimaru without rest. Free labor, essentially. It reminded Hayashi of graduate students from his previous life, dragged into endless work even before their official schedules began. Research life was harsh, no matter the world. By the way, Sensei, have you figured out who that guy is yet? Hayashi asked, glancing toward the other room. Orochimaru had mentioned several times that the masked root ninja felt familiar, yet a year had passed with no clear answer. Orochimaru did not look up as he responded. I have a few guesses. I will confirm it soon. If the man felt familiar, then he had to be someone Orochimaru had known before. White-haired shinobi were not rare in Konoha. Jiraiya and Sakuma were obvious examples, but both could be ruled out immediately. There was one possibility from Orochimaru's past, a childhood acquaintance, but that person had died during the Second Great Ninja War. In truth, Orochimaru was simply entertaining himself. He could have easily removed the mask by force, but that would lack elegance. More importantly, it would not satisfy him. He preferred to uncover the answer through his own methods, much like how he once dealt with Jiraiya. To Hayashi, it all felt unnecessarily complicated. If that masked ninja turned out to be an old woman, Orochimaru might lose interest entirely, and abandon the whole situation. His thoughts briefly drifted elsewhere. Kabuto should be born around this time. In the original timeline, Kabuto was taken in by Nono. But with the changes that had already occurred, Nono had not become the head of an orphanage. Whether Kabuto would still be found remained uncertain. It would be a waste if someone like him disappeared unnoticed. Apply lightning release to the body. Orochimaru's voice cut through his thoughts. Noticing Hayashi's distraction, he immediately assigned more work. He had little tolerance for idleness during experiments. With precise control, Hayashi released a surge of lightning chakra into the corpse. Orochimaru watched closely, his eyes filled with interest as he continued his examination. To him, the body was nothing more than a fascinating specimen. If the fourth Raikage ever learned of this, Orochimaru would likely become his most hated enemy. Hayashi's thoughts drifted again. What if they captured a hidden cloud spy and implanted false memories using genjutsu, making them believe Danzo had desecrated the Raikage's corpse? The idea seemed surprisingly workable. Orochimaru let out a quiet sigh. He removed his gloves, stepping away from the table. The experiment paused. As usual, he shifted into conversation mode. According to him, inspiration often came from everyday interactions. Even casual conversation could spark new ideas. He once claimed that the second Hokage developed a space-time technique during an ordinary moment in daily life. Hayashi never understood how that connection made sense, but he chose not to question it. It is almost finished, Hayashi said. We can likely return to Konoha the day after tomorrow. Orochimaru nodded. You are aware that Hamura Mitokado is leading the negotiation team, correct? Yes. It was expected. Iwagakure was under pressure, now facing conflict with the Hidden Cloud village. They needed to secure peace with Konoha quickly. Their losses had been severe. Anoki required the power of tailed beasts to maintain an advantage in battle. Konoha would inevitably agree to a trade. The distribution of tailed beasts had long been part of the balance established by the first Hokage. It was an unspoken rule that maintained stability among the great villages. The third Hokage would not disrupt that balance lightly. Besides, keeping too many tailed beasts brought more risk than benefit. Without proper hosts, they could easily spiral out of control. Konoha had managed only because of Kushina. With the Uzumaki clan gone, there were very few suitable candidates left. Kana showed exceptional potential in medical ninjutsu, comparable to Tsunade. Turning her into a Jinchuriki would be an unnecessary risk. Selling the tailed beasts was the safer option. The funds could strengthen the village and support the training of more shinobi. Hayashi had no intention of interfering with that decision. Keeping the tailed beasts would only attract future trouble. They were bound to become targets eventually. He had already gained enough chakra from recent experiments. Replicating that power in other forms would not be difficult. Leaving them to their eventual fate made more sense. Still, that was not his main concern. Homura Mitokado's actions stood out. First, he pushed for their recall. Then, he rushed the tailed beast negotiations. His stance was clear. Another figure strongly opposed to the Uchiha. Out of the three elders, two harbored clear hostility toward the clan. One of them had even made their destruction a personal goal. Hayashi found it difficult to understand. Had the Uchiha truly done something to deserve such relentless hostility? Chapter 559, Uchiha Politics. 1577 words. Orochimaru was completely unaware of the subtle moves Homura Mitokado had been making inside the village. The third Hokage had not informed him. One was an old friend he had known for years, and the other was his disciple. Hiruzen Sarutobi clearly preferred to keep the situation contained between himself and the advisors, rather than letting unnecessary friction spread. Even without being told, Orochimaru's instincts in matters of politics were sharp. He could still sense that something within the village was off. That was why he intended to ask Hayashi if there was any inside information. And Hayashi actually did. The village was not governed by a single elder, and the third Hokage was not the only one aware of Danzo and Homura Mitokado's actions. Yuditane Koharu had held influence in the village for many years. At times, her understanding of the internal structure was even clearer than Hiruzen Sarutobi's. As a disciple of the second Hokage, she also carried no particular fondness for the Uchiha clan. Normally, she would have stayed out of such matters. But since this involved Hayashi directly, she chose to give him a warning, ensuring he would not be caught in any schemes laid by Homura Mitokado or Danzo. Her words were not fully direct, but combined with what Hayashi already knew from his own understanding of the original timeline, he quickly pieced everything together. I didn't expect something like this to be happening, Orochimaru said with a cold laugh after hearing the explanation. The war is still ongoing, yet internal conflict has already begun inside the village. He understood Danzo's intentions very well. It was never about the village itself. It was about power. If Orochimaru or Hayashi were to rise to a position of authority, Danzo would immediately lose control of Root. The same applied to the three senior advisors appointed by the third Hokage. Their influence would eventually be absorbed by whoever became the fourth Hokage, and replaced with trusted personnel. The third Hokage trusted them. Orochimaru did not. And neither did Hayashi. Orochimaru had long been puzzled by Danzo's behavior. His involvement in war command and even experiments related to wood release made one thing clear: the old man had never given up on the position of Hokage. What do you plan to do? Orochimaru asked. Hayashi shrugged slightly. They are elders and senior advisors. What can an ordinary shinobi do? Just because I feel slighted, I should go and kill them. He continued with a faint smile. I'm planning to return and take over as Uchiha clan head. Since we are not welcome anyway, I might as well return the clan's authority back to the village. Let's start with the Konoha military police force. By dusk, Hayashi walked out of the underground laboratory. A cold wind swept through the land of Earth as autumn rain began to fall steadily. A familiar figure stood waiting outside, waving at him. Hayashi walked over, took the umbrella, and the two of them moved forward side by side. Looking up at the gray sky, Hayashi spoke casually, though his words carried weight. He had not been joking earlier. He meant every word. With both of the so-called anti-Uchiha figures currently absent, one stationed in the land of hot water springs, and the other in Iwagakure, neither would be able to interfere with village affairs for a while. This was the perfect opportunity to begin restructuring the Uchiha clan, and gradually integrate it more naturally into Konoha. With those obstacles temporarily removed, there was no one position to stop him. Timing mattered. Too early or too late would not work. The Uchiha clan needed change. For decades, the clan had drifted further away from the main structure of Konoha like a damaged vessel separating from a larger fleet. Under normal waters it could still sail, but once storms arrived, it would inevitably sink. The Nine Tails incident in the original timeline was one such storm. Suspicion and manipulation turned it into a breaking point that destroyed trust completely. Now that Hayashi was preparing to take control of that vessel, he intended to correct its course himself. As they approached the tents, Mikoto spoke softly. Yakushi Nono is heading to the land of hot water springs. Hayashi nodded. Tsunade-sensei has gone there as well. Nono is following her. Nawaki will definitely go too. Mikoto gave a small sound of agreement. Hayashi added with a faint expression of amusement. So he got beaten today, right? Yes, Mikoto replied with a light laugh. It was almost predictable. Nawaki would definitely be on the receiving end of Tsunade's fist. Yesterday, Tsunade had asked him to accompany her to the battlefield in the land of hot water springs, and Nawaki had refused without hesitation. But today, the moment he learned that Nono was going with Tsunade, he immediately changed his stance and insisted on going as well. Tsunade had clearly set the trap, and he had walked straight into it. It would have been strange if he had not been punished. Hayashi sighed slightly. It's fine. With Minato and Tsunade-sensei there, nothing serious should happen. Nawaki can carry Samahata for now, along with its little snacks, Shikaku's chakra. Samahata had always shown a strong preference for chakra with high yang nature. It found it warm and satisfying to consume. When they returned to the camp, they noticed Himeji and Kushina sitting at the entrance, two chairs placed side by side. A small fox had several half-ripe and half-ripe red fruits tucked into its clothes, though it was unclear where it had gotten them. Himeji was whistling softly, the tone light and pleasant. When she saw Hayashi and Mikoto approaching, she smiled. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, evening classes were still in session. Nishimura-sensei was continuing his lesson while the students grew increasingly restless. He sighed internally. Soon these children would become shinobi, yet their patience was still so lacking. It was only a slight extension of class time, yet they were already unable to sit still. After Kushina left, responsibility for the class had been handed to him. Despite earning considerable income from his weapon shop over the years, he still preferred teaching and never abandoned it. People often assumed his life was comfortable because of his business, but that was far from the truth. His greatest mistake in life might have been opening that shop with Hayashi and Might Due. Ahem, once we finish this final question, class is dismissed. The noise in the classroom grew louder, forcing him to raise his voice. In the third year of Konoha, a 10-centimeter insect in the land of waterfalls drank hero water containing 9.8 grams per liter of chakra concentration at a speed of 0.1 milliliters per second. After resting for 5 minutes every 10 hours, calculate how much chakra it absorbs in the 39th year of Konoha. Abito, answer this. Abito stood up reluctantly, scratching his head. Nishimura-sensei, Kushina-sensei never taught this kind of problem. I don't know how to solve it. He truly had no idea. He had not studied properly, yet still complained about the difficulty. Nishimura felt a wave of disappointment. If you don't know, then listen carefully. This type of question did not appear in previous Chunin exams, but but it will definitely appear in the exam after you become genin. Obito frowned slightly. Sensei, I don't believe that. Then let's make a bet, Nishimura said casually. A bread maker. Obito fell silent. After sitting down, he felt embarrassed from being called out in front of Rin. However, Rin was not paying attention to him at all. She was listening to Kakashi explain the problem instead. Obito leaned slightly forward, trying to listen, but after a few seconds his expression twisted in discomfort and he moved further away. Even Might Guy was struggling. His head kept nodding forward, as if he was about to fall asleep on the desk. Obito instantly felt better about himself. He reached over and pressed Guy's head down, just before it hit the desk. Guy suddenly jerked upright, alert again. The class turned to look at him. Guy's face turned red immediately. After being scolded by Nishimura-sensei, he sat back down quietly. Obito, why did you do that? He whispered. Just helping you wake up, Obito replied with a grin. Ah, I see. Thanks, Guy said sincerely. Obito smiled, clearly satisfied. At least talking to Guy did not make him feel intellectually overwhelmed. I really want to graduate early, Obito muttered. Guy paused. You didn't hear. Kakashi is applying for early graduation. Obito froze. Didn't Kushina-sensei reject him before? Guy shook his head. I heard it in the village. The Land of Earth forces are returning, and Hayashi is among them. That's why Kakashi can graduate early. Obito immediately reacted. Then I'll apply too. Before he could finish, 2 pieces of chalk struck both him and Guy squarely on the head. Nishimura-sensei sighed. You can't even dodge chalk. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on Patreon to get started. Chapter 560, The Kazekage's Decision. 1151 words. As expected, Obito's request was firmly rejected. By wartime standards, he had already earned enough merit to apply for early graduation. In Tsunade's generation, graduating at 6 years old was not unusual. The harsher the war, the earlier students were pushed into becoming shinobi. When casualties rose, the village needed replacements, no matter how young. But now, the battlefield situation had improved. Konohagakure had already endured its worst shortage of ninja, so there was no longer any urgency to send academy students out early. Kakashi was a rare exception. His talent stood far above the rest, and he had completed every task assigned by Hayashi. That alone justified his early graduation. According to the timeline, Kakashi would already be a chunin by now. That fact alone spoke volumes about his ability. After school, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai walked together down the street. They had agreed to grab something to eat. Kakashi had not intended to join them. His teacher would be returning soon, and he wanted to use the remaining time for extra training. Still, Obito's constant nagging and sharp remarks eventually wore him down. In the end, he followed. Along the way, Obito looked unusually gloomy. With his hands behind his head, he grumbled, Nishimura-sensei is clearly biased. I'm strong enough already, so why won't he let me graduate early? I'm a well-known genius in the village, you know. Everyone turned to look at him. Obito coughed awkwardly and forced a laugh. Fine, a well-known genius of the Uchiha clan in the academy, all right. Rin smiled gently. Obito, it's fine. It's only a few years later, right? Yeah, Guy added with a nod. I heard Kushina-sensei say that in their year, most people graduated at 10. Even Hayashi didn't graduate early. True, Obito said with a sigh. But the year he graduated, he skipped 2 ranks on the battlefield and became the youngest jonin in the ninja world. That same year, he defeated Shikaku in the Land of Rain, and earned the title of Konoha's Lightning Flash. I hear about it every day at home. I could repeat it in my sleep. Guy shrugged. Then you already know there's no point rushing. Asuma glanced around before lowering his voice. Don't worry. By next summer at the latest, all of us will become genin. Obito's eyes lit up. What? Where did you hear that? Most of them were only 7 years old. Kakashi was even younger at 6. If they graduated next year, that would definitely count as early. Asuma smirked. Can't say. It's classified. If ANBU comes asking questions, don't drag me into it. His smug expression made it clear he knew more than he was saying, but no one pushed further. As the 3rd Hokage's son, it was natural for him to have access to information others didn't. In truth, Asuma even knew who his future jonin instructor would be. That was the advantage of connections. Kurenai, Asuma said, trying to sound casual, is there any teacher you'd prefer? I might be able to help. His tone carried a certain confidence, as if arranging a jonin instructor was a simple matter. Whether or not he could actually do it was another question, but in front of Kurenai, he refused to lose face. Kurenai tilted her head thoughtfully. Really? Then. Could Hayashi be my teacher? My father says his genjutsu is the best in the village. Asuma froze, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. That probably won't work. Hayashi's team is already full. Full. Obito reacted faster than anyone. Am I on it? Asuma shook his head. I only overheard part of it. I'm not sure. I see. Obito slumped slightly. Guess I'll have to find Lord 3rd Hokage, and get some answers myself. Usually, they called him Grandpa Hokage, but no one used that nickname when Asuma was around. It just felt strange. Rin clapped her hands lightly. Come on, the Konoha forces will be back soon. Let's stay positive. Her smile instantly lifted the mood. Obito straightened up, full of energy again. All right. I'm going to eat as much as I can today and beat Kushina-sensei's record. Idiot, Kakashi muttered. You're the idiot, Kakashi. Obito snapped back, already rolling up his sleeves. Guy watched them quietly, feeling a strange sense of discomfort. To him, their constant bickering somehow felt even more excessive than open flirting. Under the setting sun, his green jumpsuit looked so bright it almost seemed purple. At the end of October, an unexpected group arrived at Sunagakure. It was a reinforcement team from Iwagakure. Their leader, Fuga, had come with a request. On Inoki's orders, they hoped the 3rd Kazekage would provide supplies to help resist Kumogakure's pressure. Inside the Kazekage building, the meeting hall was tense. The 3rd Kazekage sat at the head of the table. The village elders and several jonin were seated to one side, while Fuga and his men occupied the other. Lord 3rd Kazekage, Fuga said firmly, we need a clear answer today. The village cannot afford to wait any longer. The Kazekage tapped his fingers lightly against the table, the rhythm steady and deliberate. Then he spoke. 2,000 ninja from Sunagakure have already moved north. They are about to cross into the land of birds. The words hit like a thunderclap. Fuga's expression darkened as he sank back into his seat. His subordinates looked just as shaken. After a moment, he gripped the armrest tightly and stood. What exactly are you planning, Kazekage-sama? The 3rd Kazekage frowned slightly, as if considering the question. Then he looked up with a faint smile. Invade the land of Earth, of course. Isn't that obvious? Fuga let out a quiet, bitter laugh. So much for allies. At that moment the door opened. A tall, broad man stepped inside, dressed in Kumogakure attire. Dodai. He smiled when he saw Fuga. Nightingale. It's been a while. That codename belonged to Fuga's days in ANBU. The recognition made his expression stiffen. If it had only been Kumogakure attacking, Iwagakure might still have managed. Konoha was already holding them back elsewhere. But now, Tsunagakure had joined forces with the Hidden Cloud. The situation had turned disastrous. For the first time, Fuga wondered if Iwagakure could survive what was coming. In the distance, Chiyo watched silently, her expression unreadable as she glanced at the Kazekage. She had never wanted this war. Losing Iwagakure as an ally would bring no real benefit, only more bloodshed. After a long pause, she sighed quietly. How many lives would Tsunagakure have to lose before it learned? But the third Kazekage was nothing like the third Hokage. He did not fear war. And he certainly did not fear casualties. In the corner, Sasori let out a faint, cold laugh. Some people needed to die. Otherwise, how would anyone remember the price that had already been paid? Chapter 561, Reform Decision. 1242 words. At the Kazekage building, a meeting was being held that would determine the direction of the ninja world. At the same time, a similar gathering was taking place in Konohagakure. Although this meeting in the Hokage building appeared ordinary and unremarkable on the surface, no village dared to ignore it. At the head of the long table sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His gaze slowly moved across the young faces gathered in the room, and a faint smile formed on his lips. He felt genuine satisfaction. Orochimaru, his most gifted disciple. Tsukumo, the sharp blade of Konoha. Hayashi, who had achieved extraordinary military merit. Shikaku, who had already proven his command ability in multiple battles. And the younger generation steadily rising, Choza, Shibi, Hayashi, Hizashi, Mikoto, Himeji, and of course, Kushina. These young shinobi had crossed borders into multiple nations, and reshaped what had once been a disadvantageous battlefield situation into something far more stable. Looking at them, Hiruzen felt as though he was seeing fresh green shoots breaking through a long winter. The sight was refreshing, even moving. First Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama, do you see this? I have not failed your expectations. The will of fire has been passed on. He suddenly stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, and walked toward the exit. At the doorway, he paused and looked back at the gathered young shinobi. Konoha's victories are built on your sacrifices, he said slowly. As Hokage, all I can do is send you to the front lines. For that, I am sorry. With those words, he turned and walked away. Kushina quickly grabbed Hayashi's sleeve and whispered with a grin, Hayashi, did you see that? Was Uncle Hokage crying? The third Hokage, who had not gone far, immediately quickened his pace, and shouted back without turning around, it is very windy in Konoha these days. Kushina, you are grounded for 1 month. After that, he disappeared down the corridor. With the Hokage gone, the meeting naturally ended. Hayashi did not return home immediately. Instead, he made his way to the rooftop of the Hokage building. When he arrived, the third Hokage was already there, standing at the edge and looking down at the village below. He did not turn around when Hayashi approached. Hayashi also said nothing. He simply stepped forward and stood beside him, both of them quietly observing the village. It has been several years since you last returned, the third Hokage finally said. Do you think the village has changed? Hayashi shook his head slightly. Not much has changed. It is just a bit more lively than before. The scenery is the same, but it never feels dull. The third Hokage nodded. Yes, it never does. When I have free time, I like to stand here as well. Watching the village, listening to the noise from below, it is peaceful. After a brief pause, he continued in a lower voice, Hayashi, you did very well. Better than I expected. Hayashi did not respond, waiting for him to continue. I thought you would avoid seeing me for a few more days, the third Hokage said. But you came sooner than expected. Tell me, what is going on with the military police force? The Uchiha clan had originally been stationed in the Land of Water battlefield, and later followed Hayashi to the Land of Earth. During their absence, village security duties had to be reassigned. Due to manpower shortages, the third Hokage handed the responsibility to Root. There were historical reasons for this arrangement. During the Second Great Ninja War, the former clan leader Uchiha Yama had reached an agreement with Danzo, granting Root temporary authority over the military police force. Since Root already had experience in managing it, the third Hokage allowed the arrangement to continue. At that time, Hayashi was still in the Land of Wind and did not interfere. Instead, he indirectly supported the decision and allowed the transition to proceed. Later, when the Uchiha Grand Elder Uchiha Yun returned with reinforcements, the third Hokage attempted to restore the military police force to the clan. However, the request was refused. The reason was simple. The Uchiha lacked manpower, and most of their forces were still engaged on the battlefield. Although this reasoning carried some strategic justification, it was also the truth. As a result, Root retained control of the department for years. Over time, many villagers even began to forget that the military police force originally belonged to the Uchiha clan, aside from the symbol on its insignia. As the war neared its end, the third Hokage once again tried to return the department but was refused again. The Uchiha did not want it back, and the Hokage could not force it upon them. So the matter was left for Hayashi to resolve upon his return. It was indeed my order to stop its return, Hayashi admitted directly. The third Hokage was not surprised. After decades in power, he had already suspected the truth. He simply asked, why? Hayashi replied firmly, because the Uchiha clan is an ordinary clan of Konoha. Since I am the clan leader, I will not allow special privileges. He continued without hesitation. The military police force was officially responsible for maintaining law and order within the village, enforcing rules, and handling internal criminal activity among shinobi. On paper it sounded like an important institution. In reality, it had always functioned as a clan-controlled organization, marked clearly by the Uchiha symbol at its core. To outsiders, it appeared to be a privileged position. But its actual authority was limited. It could not interfere with ANBU operations, and its duties often overlapped with civilian policing such as gambling disputes, street conflicts, and public disturbances. It was a role that carried responsibility but little real power. More importantly, constant internal enforcement duties meant fewer external missions. That reduced battlefield experience and limited the Uchiha's growth in real combat situations. Over time, this structure weakened the clan's overall strength and even affected the development of their abilities. In truth, the system had long been designed in a way that restricted the Uchiha under the guise of organization and order. But such conclusions could not be spoken openly. Hayashi chose a different approach. Uncle Third, he said calmly, no department in Konoha should belong to a single clan. The military police force is no exception. I plan to return it to the village so it can be managed fairly. Danzo has experience, so Root is suitable to take over again. The third Hokage frowned slightly. Will your clan agree? The Uchiha have controlled it for 30 years. Hayashi nodded without hesitation. Since I am the clan leader, they will agree with my decision. He continued, his tone steady. Many Uchiha who work in the force become too rigid after long exposure to internal enforcement. Some even rely too heavily on force. That is not good for their relationship with the village. I intend to change that, he said. I will integrate the Uchiha completely into Konoha. If it is not done in my generation, it will never be done. Do you want to see this clan fade into history? The third Hokage fell silent. Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_Zeph Chapter 562, Rebuilding Trust. 1,278 words. The Uchiha issue had never been simple. At its core, it began as a practical concern. The uniqueness of the Uchiha clan came from their history. Although they were one of the two founding clans of Konoha, they had allied with the Senju after defeat. Because of that, when facing the Senju, they always carried a subtle sense of inferiority. Things became even more complicated after Uchiha Madara left the village and became a rogue ninja. From that point on, the Uchiha's position in Konoha grew increasingly delicate. To address this, the second Hokage implemented a dual approach of trust and control. He accepted the talented Uchiha Kagami as his student, hoping Kagami would one day lead the clan toward a better path. At the same time, he established the Konoha military police force and placed it under the Uchiha's control. On the surface, it looked like trust. In reality, it functioned as a way to monitor and limit the clan's influence. It was a careful balance. The second Hokage intended to maintain control while offering opportunity, holding both firmly in place. Given enough time, he might have succeeded in resolving the issue entirely. But fate did not allow it. He died on the battlefield, and not long after, Uchiha Kagami also passed away. With Kagami gone, the balance collapsed. What remained was control without trust. Leadership within the Uchiha shifted away from those aligned with the Hokage, and into the hands of more radical figures, such as Uchiha Yama. At that time, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just become the third Hokage. Though he earned recognition through his achievements in the First Great Ninja War, and the support of Uzumaki Mito, he was still young, and lacked experience. Burdened with managing the entire village, he struggled to maintain stability. As a result, efforts to integrate the Uchiha stalled, and in some ways, regressed. What began as a practical issue slowly turned into a long-standing problem passed down through generations. Later, Namikaze Minato rose to the position of Hokage. If he had lived, the situation might have been resolved during his time. But everything changed during the Ninetales attack, when he sacrificed his life to protect the village. After that disaster, tensions shifted. The Uchiha's growing desire for influence clashed with their limited status within Konoha. Hiruzen returned as Hokage, but age had caught up with him. Though he wanted to resolve the issue, he lacked both the decisiveness and the strength to act. Meanwhile, his former teammate Shimura Danzo pushed for extreme measures. Unlike the second Hokage, Danzo only understood the surface of those earlier strategies. His solution was simple and dangerous: eliminate the Uchiha by force. Such an action would have shaken the entire village. Even the second Hokage would not have chosen that path. Then came Uchiha Shisui, Kagami's grandson. He was talented, level-headed, and trustworthy. Hiruzen placed his hopes on him, more precisely, on his Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Koto Amatsukami. But once again, things went wrong. Shisui died. In the 2 years that followed, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village escalated beyond control. Rebellion became inevitable. From the Uchiha's perspective, their reasoning was straightforward. The fourth Hokage was gone, Orochimaru had defected, and both Jiraiya and Tsunade were absent. Uchiha Fugaku had the strength and the status to become the fifth Hokage. Why should he not take the position? Even if he did not, the clan had been relocated to the outskirts of the village. Resentment continued to build. Fugaku alone could not suppress it. Pressure from within the clan pushed him forward constantly. Turning back was no longer an option. And deep down, he also desired the position of Hokage. In the end, the Uchiha walked toward destruction through a chain of circumstances. Yet the root causes were clear: lack of trust from the village and growing arrogance within the clan. If Hayashi did nothing, history would repeat itself. Hayashi spoke quietly, his tone steady. "Uncle Hokage, can you tell me what happened between you and my father back then?" He chose to appeal on a personal level. The third Hokage hesitated. It was clear he was still unsure whether to return authority over the military police force. After a moment, he nodded and fell into silence, his thoughts drifting into the past. They sat together on the balcony, gazing at the Hokage rock in the distance. As the evening light faded, the third Hokage began to speak about the past, about the battles that nearly broke Konoha. He spoke of the second Hokage's sacrifice. At that time, the second Hokage had led 12 ninja to the Land of Lightning to negotiate an alliance. Instead, they were ambushed by 600 Kyomogakure ninja. Only 6 survived, including Hiruzen. As he spoke, his eyes grew moist, though he kept a faint smile. Not long after Lord Second Hokage fell, Tsunagakure launched a large-scale attack, he said. Many clans opposed the deployment. They believed the enemy was too strong and refused to take the front lines. Some clan heads argued fiercely. Morale was unstable, and no one wanted to risk everything. Uzumaki Mito spoke to them. I was there and the argument was intense. In the end, many clans withdrew their forces back to the village. Only a few remained. He paused briefly before continuing. Then, your father, Danzo Koharu, and others from our generation were entrusted with critical missions. We became the commanders. It wasn't just them who doubted us. I had my own doubts as well. But we went to the front, fought battle after battle, and won. The victories were beyond anything we expected. After that, I became the third Hokage. Kagami told me he wanted to change the Uchiha clan, and asked for my help. He sighed quietly. And then, there was no after that. After a moment of silence, he looked at Hayashi. The situation now is similar to back then. The difference is, Kagami was not the clan head. You will be. He nodded slowly. I agree to your request. What do you plan to do? Hayashi answered without hesitation. I will have the wall around the Uchiha compound torn down. The third Hokage paused, clearly surprised. The Uchiha compound had long been isolated behind a massive wall, a symbol of their separation. Hayashi continued. With the military police force reassigned, there will be many open positions among the ninja. The war is in its final stage. The village has accumulated many missions. I plan to assign these ninja to lead teams and carry out those missions. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. Lead teams? Yes. Many Chunin and Jonin have gained experience during the war. They are capable of leading. There is also a new group of academy students about to graduate. Uchiha Jonin can serve as their instructors. And the children of your clan? Hiruzen asked. They will still receive guidance within the clan, especially in using the Sharingan. That will not change. But their Jonin instructors will be assigned from across the village. This detail mattered. Training under the Ninja Academy system and learning from different Jonin would expose them to the will of fire. Over time, it could reshape the clan's mindset. This was also the village's condition. Without it, Hiruzen would never agree. Hayashi spoke again. Uchiha ninja will train children from other clans. And Uchiha children will become students of other Jonin. If people remain distant, nothing changes. But when they fight side by side as comrades, bonds will form naturally. The third Hokage let out a quiet breath. If you can truly achieve that, he said, then I can finally feel at ease. Chapter 563, Sharingan Theft. 1346 words. When it came to reforming the Uchiha clan, there were already well-established examples within the village that could serve as references. One of the most successful models was the Ino Shika Cho formation. Under normal circumstances, a Jonin instructor was not from the same clan as their students. However, clans would still arrange internal training at key moments to ensure their techniques and traditions were preserved. For example, Narashikaku's team had once been led by Kato Dan. Thinking of Kato Dan brought a trace of regret. He had been a capable and courageous ninja, someone who continued fighting despite severe injuries, only falling during the battle at Mount Kikyo. When Hayashi first heard Orochimaru mention it, he had remained silent for a moment in respect. A man like that deserved recognition. Even if his story ended too soon, perhaps in another timeline, things turned out differently. Either way, there was no point dwelling on it now. Returning to the matter at hand, reforming the Uchiha was never something that could be completed overnight. In truth, the process had already begun long ago. During the war in the Land of Water, Hayashi had already started testing his ideas. Whenever extra genin were available, he would assign them to Uchiha teams. Fighting side by side on the battlefield created trust faster than anything else. As a result, many Uchiha ninja had already formed connections with members of other clans. These relationships continued to deepen over time. Hayashi had no intention of changing that approach. Even after the war ended, he planned to maintain the existing team structures. With that resolved, the next issue was the isolation of the Uchiha compound. Simply tearing down the walls would not be enough. Hayashi intended to transform the area into something entirely different. He planned to develop a commercial and leisure district that highlighted Uchiha history, while blending it with the village's modern lifestyle. Civilian merchants would be allowed to rent spaces and open shops. Over time, it would grow into a fully functional district that attracted both ninja and civilians. Reform required more than ideas. It required time, planning, and persistence. Hayashi and the third Hokage spent a long time discussing these concepts. The more they spoke, the more aligned their views became. Hiruzen gradually realized that Hayashi was not only strong, but also remarkably capable in governance. Glancing at the sky, Hayashi stood. "I will take my leave for now. If anything comes up, I will report back." The third Hokage gave him a knowing look. "Someone is waiting for you, right?" he said with a faint smile. "Being young has its advantages." Hayashi simply smiled in response. He understood what the Hokage meant, though in truth, no one was actually waiting for him. Before leaving, he paused and turned back. "Hokage, there is something else." Hiruzen's expression grew serious. "What is it?" While recovering bodies in the Land of Earth, it was discovered that some Uchiha had their Sharingan removed. Hiruzen's brows furrowed immediately. In the shinobi world, a Kekii Genkai was the foundation of a clan's power. Losing it was no small matter. "Was it Iwagakure?" he asked. Hayashi shook his head. The bodies were intact when they were first recovered. The eyes disappeared afterward, when the clan went to retrieve them. Hiruzen fell into thought. "How many?" "4 pairs of Sharingan." His expression darkened. "That is serious." After a brief pause, he spoke in a firm tone. "I will assign the Umbu to investigate immediately. The Uchiha will receive an answer." Hayashi nodded and left. In truth, only 1 pair had been taken. He had deliberately exaggerated the number, and implied that the culprit was from within the village. Whether it was Root, Zetsu, or someone else did not matter. At this moment, it had to be Root. Even if Danzo was not responsible this time, he would have been at some point. Hayashi saw no issue in setting the stage early. If rumors surfaced in the future, Hiruzen would not be caught off guard. After leaving the Hokage building, Hayashi headed straight for the Uchiha compound. The person the Hokage mentioned earlier did not exist. Kushina was still on the battlefield, and his home had been left unattended for some time. Mikoto and the others had already returned to their own homes. As soon as he entered the compound, he was greeted with enthusiasm. The streets were crowded, and people leaned out from windows to catch a glimpse of him. Hayashi greeted everyone along the way, politely refusing several enthusiastic aunties trying to arrange matches for him. By the time he reached his destination, his hands were filled with various items. He finally arrived at the residence of the Grand Elder. Uchiha Yun, the Grand Elder, was more than a decade older than the third Hokage. His age showed clearly, but his presence remained strong. Seeing Hayashi, he broke into a wide smile. 6 other elders were present, all of whom had supported Hayashi in the past. Those who had opposed him had gradually lost influence and were being replaced. Such was the nature of internal struggle. Once a decision was made, there was rarely a second chance. More importantly, Hayashi's true support came from the ordinary Uchiha ninja. As long as they stood with him, his position remained secure. The same principle applied to the village as a whole. Even if Danzo had once gained approval from the daimyo, without the support of the Jonin, he could never become Hokage. Power without a foundation was meaningless. The group sat together, and Uchiha Hikari spoke first. Clan head, did the Hokage agree? He agreed, Hayashi replied. Convincing the elders had not been easy. If the third Hokage could still be guided, the elders were deeply set in their ways. They had once refused to follow Madara, choosing stability over uncertainty. Now they were reluctant to give up the authority that came with controlling the military police force. Still, Hayashi's reputation and strength ensured their cooperation. An elder spoke hesitantly. Do we really allow merchants to open shops here? Will it not disrupt the clan? Hayashi sighed lightly. You are only selling to fellow clan members. How much profit can that bring? Opening the area will increase traffic and demand. That benefits everyone. His tone sharpened slightly. And let me be clear. If anyone engages in forced transactions or tries to drive away outsiders, I will deal with it personally. The Uchiha had a reputation for such behavior. Prices were often inflated, discouraging outsiders from visiting. In some cases, it was done deliberately to maintain isolation. Hayashi had no intention of allowing that to continue. He continued outlining his plan. The commercial district will be centered around 4 main squares. The scale must be large enough to attract attention. It will serve ninja, civilians, and visitors from across the Land of Fire. This will become one of Konoha's key locations. He paused briefly before adding. Focus on quality. We are not building a market filled with low-grade goods. This should be a high-end district. For example, Ichiraku Ramen is considering opening a branch here. Offer them a reasonable rent. The elders exchanged uncertain glances. Hayashi stood, his voice steady. Our compound is located at the center of the village. Over the past decade, Konoha has expanded rapidly, and it will continue to grow. This location will only become more valuable. He continued. The Senju compound is large and mostly unused. Tsunade-sensei plans to convert it into a forest park. That means we will have direct access to a major recreational area. With a commercial district nearby, demand for housing and shops will increase significantly. He looked at them one by one. Do not focus only on immediate gains. In time, the value of this place will far exceed what you expect. Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 564, The Uchiha Commercial District. 1,306 words. If someone looked at it from a conspiracy angle, it was easy to suspect that Danzo had long set his sights on the Uchiha clan's prime territory. Rather than paying the cost of forcing them out directly, he used the Ninetales attack to create unrest within the village. After that, fearing resistance from the clan and possible backlash from the villagers, he manipulated Itachi into carrying out the massacre himself. To put it simply, this was the story of a corrupt developer trying to crush the most stubborn residents in Konohagakure. Still, achieving prosperity for the Uchiha clan could not happen overnight. But right now, there was an opportunity. Once the war ended, Konohagakure, as the victor, would inevitably host a large-scale Chunin exams event. When that time came, shinobi and civilians from every hidden village would flood into the leaf for sightseeing, trade, and entertainment. The Chunin exams were likely only a year or two away. As long as the commercial district was completed before then, the Uchiha clan could ride the momentum of the event and establish itself as the center of Konoha's economy. Hayashi could even arrange for craftsmen to secretly produce tailed beast figurines, plush dolls, famous shinobi collectibles from other villages, and detailed replicas of ninja tools. The value of such products depended entirely on creativity and craftsmanship. Once the market was established, the production methods could be licensed out for even more profit. At the same time, the Uchiha clan would gain a better reputation among the villagers. After all, no one in the shinobi world cared about portrait rights. Even if foreign shinobi were unhappy about their likenesses being used, they could hardly cause trouble inside Konohagakure. The only concern was whether the Uchiha clan compound would eventually turn into the shinobi world's version of Akihabara, becoming a gathering place for obsessive collectors. The more Hayashi thought about it, the more excited he became. He had wanted to reshape the shinobi world for a long time, and now he finally had the chance to start laying the foundation for it. Forget everything else, Jiraiya's famous Ica Ica Paradise series absolutely deserved a theatrical adaptation. In Hayashi's overall plan, nearly everything revolved around economic reform, apart from reducing the burden carried by the military police force. As for positions within the umbu or seats on the village council, he had no interest in mentioning them. Pushing too aggressively would only provoke resistance from the third Hokage. Besides, there was no point fighting over authority the Uchiha clan had never possessed in the first place. By the time Hayashi stepped out of the Grand Elder's residence, the afternoon sun had already begun to descend. Before leaving, he had taken the clan's property deeds, the census records of the clansmen, annual financial ledgers, and documentation regarding more than a dozen mineral deposits. The Uchiha clan truly deserved its title as Konohagakure's strongest clan. They were unimaginably wealthy, which made the aftermath of the Uchiha massacre even more disturbing to think about. Once the clan disappeared, where exactly did all that wealth go? The answer was obvious. As the sole legal survivor, Sasuke should have inherited everything, yet he never received a single ryo. After flipping through the financial records for a while, Hayashi quickly noticed another problem. Although the clan's income was enormous, the expenses were equally outrageous. Most of the military police force's operating costs were paid directly by the Uchiha clan, while the village only contributed a negligible amount. That expenditure needed to be cut immediately. Not only did the clan need better welfare for its members, but those leaving the military police force also deserved proper compensation packages. Of course, not everyone would willingly resign. The military police force was stable, safe, and comfortable. For many shinobi, it was practically the perfect retirement position. Complaints were inevitable. Still, Hayashi had no intention of treating anyone unfairly. Managing a clan truly made one understand how expensive everything was. Even though there were countless matters demanding attention, none of them were impossible to handle. Hayashi still had enough time to learn gradually, and many responsibilities could be delegated to Mikoto and the others. As for Kushina, forget it. That woman could barely take care of herself. Aside from the financial records, the greatest gain from this visit was undoubtedly the Uchiha clan's secret archive scroll. It contained countless ninjutsu and forbidden techniques gathered by the clan over hundreds of years. And unlike the simplified versions stored elsewhere, this was the complete archive. For generations, the scroll had been entrusted solely to the clan head. After Uchiha Yama's death, the Grand Elder personally safeguarded it to ensure its security. The moment Hayashi opened it, the first things he saw were the forbidden techniques Izanagi and Izanami listed prominently at the front. The scroll even contained detailed explanations regarding their usage and activation. Danzo's mastery of Izanagi had most likely originated from this very archive. Which also meant that, at some point in the future, this scroll would probably end up in the village's possession. A few streets away from home, Hayashi suddenly glanced toward a nearby bush. Come out already, he said casually. I'm talking to you, Obito. A few moments later, Obito crawled out awkwardly from the bushes, covered in dust and leaves. Brother Hayashi. Long time no see. Looking at the dirt covering the boy's clothes, Hayashi raised an eyebrow. How long have you been waiting there? Since noon. Then why didn't you come inside? Obito's expression immediately stiffened. I wanted to, but when I got close, I heard Kushina-sensei's voice. Hayashi chuckled. Scared of her? Obito's face twisted bitterly. How could I not be? Kushina's personality alone was terrifying enough. On top of that, she was also his teacher. So what do you need from me? Hayashi asked. My mother heard you came back. She asked me to invite you and Sister Mikoto over for dinner tonight. Kyoko-san. Hayashi nodded lightly. All right, understood. Anything else? There was definitely more to it. Otherwise, Obito would never have waited outside for so many hours. He simply did not have that kind of patience. After hesitating for a while, Obito carefully asked, I heard Kakashi is graduating early. That's right. Then your squad. My team only has one genin at the moment, Hayashi replied honestly. For now, I borrow shinobi from other teams during missions. Once your generation graduates, the remaining spots will be filled from your class. The current generation had already reached the age where many shinobi were beginning to take students of their own. The third Hokage had already started deciding future team assignments for Kakashi and Obito's class. Obito's eyes instantly lit up. Then can I join your squad? Hayashi sighed inwardly. Among this generation, Obito, Kakashi, and Might Guy would undoubtedly become the most exceptional shinobi in the future. Now that Fugaku had effectively inherited Madara's role, the threat surrounding Obito had decreased significantly. Even so, Hayashi still did not want Obito and Kakashi placed on the same team. If he were not already Kakashi's teacher, accepting Obito would not be an issue. But because Kakashi was already under him, separating the two was safer. The same applied to Rin Noara. Keeping all three apart was the best option. Team arrangements were troublesome. Outside of the traditional Ino-Shikacho formation, most combinations were difficult to balance properly. Take Hinata as an example. If she ended up on the same team as Naruto and Sasuke, things would probably become unbearable. Naruto would yell, Sasuke, you're pathetic. Then Hinata would quietly add, Naruto-kun is right. At that point, Sasuke's already fragile mental state would collapse long before Itachi or Orochimaru even got involved. He would probably flee the village early and become a rogue shinobi out of sheer emotional damage. Chapter 565, 565, Obito's Dream. 1296 words. Obito's eyes were filled with hope. Hayashi, on the other hand, looked slightly helpless. It really seemed like he would have to bring out that long-forgotten, S-rank technique again, the legendary Talk no Jutsu. He waved lightly and led Obito to a patch of grass not far away. Both of them sat down side by side at the edge of the field. There's something I probably shouldn't have told you, but this morning I had a discussion with the third Hokage, and we agreed on a reform plan for the clan. From now on, Uchiha Shinobi will be assigned under non-Uchiha Jonin leadership. Because of that, I cannot be your team leader. Obito tilted his head slightly, clearly not fully understanding. So Hayashi repeated the explanation in simpler terms. I know you might have doubts, so let me ask you something. What kind of relationship do you think our clan has with the rest of the village shinobi? Obito thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not very good. Obito had three well-known hobbies in life: peeking at Rin, arguing with Kakashi, and helping elderly people cross the street. All three, especially the last one, could become extremely dangerous if taken too far. Despite not being rich, he still regularly engaged in that help the elderly habit without hesitation. Fortunately, the people of Konohagakure were relatively simple and honest. In another world, that kind of behavior might have already led to massive compensation claims and lawsuits. If that were the case, Obito might have awakened his Sharingan much earlier, maybe even Mangekyo-level stress at a young age. Because of his personality, Obito was quite close to ordinary villagers, so he understood better than most the resentment many lower-ranking shinobi held toward the Uchiha clan. Then do you want to change that? Hayashi asked. Yes. Obito answered immediately. These reforms are exactly for that purpose, Hayashi said calmly. To help the clan integrate properly into Konohagakure. I see, is that what my mother meant by making more friends? Something like that, Hayashi nodded. I also heard you want to become Hokage. Yes. Hayashi looked at him for a moment, then said, I'm not laughing at your ambition. Back in the Ninja Academy, Minato, Nawaki, your teacher Kushina, and Himeji all said the same thing. Wanting to become Hokage is a good dream. If you really run for it one day, I'll vote for you. Really? Obito tried to keep a straight face, but his excitement was obvious. His body even started trembling slightly. He had already forgotten why he came here in the first place. Of course it's real, Hayashi said with a light laugh. You can ask Minato and the others. When have I ever lied? The reason I'm telling you this is simple. If you want to become Hokage, you need to build connections. Don't limit yourself to just the clan, and don't rely only on me as your teacher. I understand. Obito nodded firmly. Good. Mikoto and I will come by tonight. Go home now, Kyoko is probably waiting. After saying that, Hayashi walked off without letting Obito follow him. It took Obito a while to fully process everything. Then he suddenly pinched his own cheek hard. He winced. It hurt. So it was not a dream. After returning home, Hayashi was immediately dragged into cleaning duties again. The workload this time was not small. 3 different locations needed to be cleaned, including Kushina's small building. Even Tsunade, before leaving, shamelessly requested her own room be cleaned as well. Clean it yourself. That was Hayashi's only thought. This was exactly why the multiple shadow clone technique was useful. Within half a day, all 3 locations were cleaned completely. Naturally, Tsunade's room was left untouched. Anyway, Kakashi would be graduating soon. He could always assign him a D-rank mission to clean it later. Hayashi silently concluded that he was quite brilliant. In the evening, Hayashi and Mikoto arrived at Obito's house on time. After apologizing for the visit, Mikoto went into the kitchen to help Kyoko, leaving Hayashi and Obito alone in the living room. Hayashi did not waste time either. He took Obito to a nearby training ground and taught him a fire release technique. Obito learned quickly and looked visibly excited afterward, already imagining showing it off to Rin the next day. Sigh, a hopeless romantic was a hopeless romantic at any age. Hayashi silently worried about the complicated emotional triangle forming between Kakashi, Might Guy, Rin, and Obito. Thinking about it, the root of all problems might actually be Kakashi. It might have been better if Tsukumo had a daughter instead. No, that would not solve anything either. It might just become even more complicated. After dinner and some more conversation, Hayashi and Mikoto prepared to leave. Mikoto carried a small cloth bag filled with freshly picked golden persimmons from the tree in Obito's courtyard. As they walked through the quiet streets, she held Hayashi's arm lightly with her right hand. The two walked side by side. Hayashi spoke casually, honestly, we have too many houses. Kushina's place alone is already 3 different locations to maintain. It's exhausting. We should probably sell some of them. Mikoto smiled softly. But by the time they turned a corner, she was already looking at him with a teasing expression. But I remember you saying during dinner that we should keep buying property because prices will rise in the future. Hayashi scratched his head. I said that. I don't remember that at all. You definitely said it, Mikoto replied firmly. Then you must have misheard, Hayashi said without hesitation. Mikoto's eyes curved slightly with amusement. She almost called his name directly but stopped herself and said instead, "Whatever the clan head says is correct." Hayashi lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. "You really enjoy teasing me. I'm not even the clan head yet." Mikoto smiled and said nothing more. They soon sat down on a nearby bench. Hayashi picked up 2 persimmons, one large and one small. Using a simple set of hand seals, he cleaned them with water release before handing them over. Mikoto naturally took the larger one, leaving the smaller one for him. "When will the clan succession ceremony happen?" she asked softly while peeling her fruit. "In December. The last clan meeting of the year. Isn't that a bit late?" "Not really. Uchiha Yama has been gone for 5 or 6 years already. The clan has waited long enough." "What do I need to prepare for?" Mikoto asked. "Probably just taking over the 6 paths fan kept at Naka Shrine." "I'm not entirely sure either." "The 6 paths fan? The one said to control flames?" she asked. "Yes. But that thing is actually a fake. The real one was taken by Uchiha Madara long ago." "How do you know that?" Mikoto asked casually. "Madara told me," Hayashi said with a straight face. "Oh." Mikoto did not seem very interested. The persimmon in her hand clearly mattered more at the moment. She silently handed him the carefully peeled fruit, and he returned the favor. "One large, one small again." Mikoto ate slowly at first, then gradually became more relaxed. Hayashi also kept eating, but his gaze drifted toward her profile from time to time. Mikoto looked ahead and smiled softly. "It's really sweet. Then when we get back, we should plant a persimmon tree in our courtyard," Hayashi said. She nodded without hesitation. == Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 566, The New Head. 1402 words. At the Naka Shrine, 2 temporary pavilions had been erected, one large and one small, allowing the ordinary members of the Uchiha clan and the elders a place to rest. Sparse snowflakes drifted from the sky, but the snowfall gradually intensified. It was already December in Konohagakure, and judging by the thick dark clouds overhead, a relentless blizzard was inevitable. Uchiha Hikari stretched out his hand and caught a snowflake. His fingers were dry and wrinkled like dead branches, enough to reveal his age without words. He slowly closed his palm, feeling the coldness melt against his skin. In less than half an hour, the clan head succession ceremony would begin. Back in his younger days, Hikari possessed excellent relationships throughout the Uchiha clan. With his seniority and reputation, he should have long since become one of the clan's core elders. However, after Uchiha Kagami died, Hikari completely withdrew from the center of power. He avoided the endless conflicts and struggles within the clan, living quietly for years. Because of that, his sudden return now felt surprisingly welcomed. Even many old acquaintances who had rarely spoken to him in recent years greeted him warmly. Among them were the recently retired third elder, Uchiha Hiroshi, and Uchiha Ken, the former vice captain of the military police force, who had been stripped of authority the previous year. This group of old men, people who either once possessed power or still held influence within the clan, spoke freely without restraint. Hiroshi in particular openly cursed the soon-to-be clan head, Hayashi. Reforms were one thing. But even the military police force, the authority the Uchiha had controlled for decades, had been handed away. Was Hayashi the clan head of the Uchiha, or the village's puppet? Hiroshi had only recently stepped down from power, and everyone knew his temper was explosive. As he continued grumbling, the surrounding elders remained silent. Not a single person agreed with him openly. Even Kan, who once served as Uchiha Yama's right hand, did not dare respond. Hiroshi cursed for nearly a full minute without stopping. His anger only grew stronger. Just as he was about to drag Yama's death into the conversation, he noticed Kan desperately winking and motioning toward him. Before he could react, a fist slammed directly into his face. Bang! Hiroshi froze. He turned around in shock, only for another punch to land squarely on his cheek, instantly swelling half his face. Only then did he realize the attacker was Hikari. That old bastard! Hiroshi immediately exploded with rage. He swung his own fist into Hikari's head, and shouted furiously. Uchiha Hikari, I've wanted to beat you for years. What nonsense were you spouting back then? You kept talking about leading the clan into a new era together, but after the first great ninja war ended, you hid away like a cowardly turtle. And now you're defending that brat Hayashi. I can curse him if I want. He's not even the clan head yet. The surrounding elders hurriedly separated the two old men before things escalated further. But while everyone restrained him, Hikari secretly lifted his leg and delivered several vicious kicks straight into Hiroshi's groin. His face was red with anger as he shouted back. Don't drag Hayashi into your nonsense. You dare insult him? Then answer me this. During the first great ninja war, who saved your life? It was Kagami. And who was the one who swore he would support Kagami back then? Who was it that said if he ever had a granddaughter, she'd marry into Kagami's family? After Kagami died, Yama bought you off with the position of third elder, and you forgot everything. You've sat in that seat for so many years that you actually think you're important. The surrounding pavilion fell completely silent. Hikari did not stop there. And your son, what about him? Using the military police force for personal gain, seizing clan mines, extorting merchants, oppressing civilian ninja, disgracing the name of the Uchiha everywhere he goes. The entire clan knows about it. Hiroshi's eyes widened in disbelief. His three Tomo Sharingan spun violently. That's impossible. My son would never do such things. Hikari broke free from the others restraining him, and punched Hiroshi in the face again. You senile old fool, you're the only one who doesn't know. Silence swallowed the pavilion once more. Hiroshi slowly looked around. Ken lowered his head and remained silent. Several elders deliberately avoided eye contact. That alone was enough. The old man's lips trembled uncontrollably. He waved away the hands trying to support him, and collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Hikari was still furious and nearly rushed forward to kick him again. The sixth elder panicked and tightly grabbed him. If Hikari actually landed another kick, today's succession ceremony might become Hiroshi's funeral instead. The entire clan would turn into a joke. Fortunately, Hikari finally exhaled deeply and stopped struggling. The sixth elder slowly released him. Hikari sat down across from Hiroshi and stared at the heavy snowfall outside. After a long silence, he sighed softly. Hiroshi, people like us already have one foot in the grave. We keep talking about restoring the Uchiha clan to the glory of the Warring States era. I know you aren't obsessed with power for selfish reasons. And I know you don't truly want to exploit the clan. What you're afraid of is the Uchiha declining like the Senju did. You formed factions, pushed away the other clans of Konoha, and even opposed the third Hokage at every turn. But the more we did that, the further we drifted away from the village. Hikari slowly turned his gaze toward him. You've seen what Hayashi has accomplished these past few years. You aren't blind. Tell me honestly, has he ever disgraced the Uchiha on the battlefield? He invaded Kirigakure. He captured Hanzo alive. He defeated Iwagakure. Who else in this clan can achieve that? Could Yama have done it? Or you, a third elder who couldn't even control his own son? Hikari's voice gradually softened. Kagami never owed the clan anything. And Hayashi owes the clan even less. If we old men cannot lead the clan properly, then we should stop standing in the younger generation's way. At the very least, don't become their burden anymore. After speaking, Hikari stood up. He reached down and helped Hiroshi back to his feet, before brushing away the footprints on the old man's chest. Soon, Hikari, Hiroshi, the sixth elder, and the seventh elder walked together toward the entrance. Outside, the snowfall had become fierce. Hundreds of Uchiha ninja stood in formation on both sides of the shrine path. Genin, Chunin, Jonin. Each rank stood in orderly rows, creating an overwhelming sense of discipline and pressure. Inside the pavilion, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Kyoko, and Uchiha Ibita watched silently toward the Naka shrine, their eyes filled with anticipation. The shrine itself stood empty. At its center rested only a large gunbai war fan. Below the shrine stairs stood the Grand Elder, Uchiha Kyumo, holding a simple bamboo lantern engraved with the Uchiha crest and the Tomo symbol of the Sharingan. Moments later, a young man wearing formal Uchiha attire appeared beneath the torii gate. Hayashi. He walked steadily through the path formed by the gathered clan members until he reached the Grand Elder. Kyumo handed him the lantern. This tradition had existed since the Warring States era. The lantern symbolized the fragile flame of the clan's legacy, passed from one leader to the next through generations of bloodshed and chaos. It represented the duty to guide the Uchiha toward survival and prosperity. Hayashi accepted the lantern and slowly ascended the shrine steps. Kyumo watched his back with a faint smile hidden beneath his sleeves. Reaching the center of the shrine, Hayashi drew the gunbai with one hand. His Mangekyo Sharingan instantly appeared. The crimson eyes reflected against the raging snowfall. Then he raised the war fan high and shouted, "Uchiha! Uchiha!" Hundreds of voices roared back in unison. The blizzard intensified. Snow scattered from the shoulders of the gathered ninja, as their overwhelming presence surged across the shrine grounds. At the end of Konoha Year 39, after remaining vacant for 5 years, the position of Uchiha clan had finally welcomed its new successor. That winter, the Land of Fire experienced one of the heaviest snowstorms in its history. Chapter 567, Rising Economy. 1,365 words. The management of any organization ultimately comes down to two core aspects: internal affairs and external relations. Therefore, in the spring of the 40th year of Konohagakure, Uchiha Hayashi focused on only two things: stabilizing internal clan governance and strengthening ties with the major clans of the village. Within the Uchiha clan, there were still many urgent issues to resolve, especially problems related to ideology and working style. As a self-proclaimed advanced ideological thinker in this world, Hayashi held multiple internal meetings, repeatedly emphasizing the need for progressiveness, unity, and organizational purity. He also instructed all Uchiha ninja to adopt a people-centered approach in their actions and responsibilities. At the same time, he carried out internal consolidation of power, removing those who relied on family connections and acted recklessly within the clan structure. Compared to internal reform, building relationships with other major clans was relatively simple. To those with political awareness, the transfer of the military police force authority was already a clear signal, indicating a gradual easing of the village's stance toward the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, Hayashi being the disciple of the third Hokage meant his interactions with other clans did not violate any political boundaries. On top of that, his battlefield achievements had already built him a wide network of life and death connections, many of whom held him in high regard. To further enhance the reputation of the Uchiha clan compound, Hayashi issued an order to all Uchiha Jonin leading squads outside the village. They were required to bring their students to dine at the clan compound at least once a day. This policy deepened relationships while also stimulating the internal economy, effectively solving two problems at once. To further expand influence, Hayashi introduced a membership card system for the Uchiha commercial district. Anyone who brought 10 customers to spend money within the Uchiha clan compound would be eligible for a bronze membership. Bronze members received a 5% discount across all restaurants on Uchiha Commercial Street. Those who brought 50 customers would be upgraded to silver membership. In addition to restaurant discounts, Silver members also received a 5% discount on ninja tools at all weapon shops within the district. For ninja, this was a significant benefit since tools were consumable resources. More importantly, all shops in the Uchiha Commercial District were directly managed by the clan, meaning prices were already lower than market average due to the absence of middle layers and rent exploitation. In simple terms, there were no unnecessary intermediaries inflating costs. If a person brought in 100 customers, they would obtain gold membership. Gold membership offered even greater privileges. Beyond the silver benefits, holders were granted special training sessions with an Uchiha Jonin, limited to 5 days per month. This benefit was especially attractive. Large clans were indifferent to it, but ninja from smaller clans and civilian backgrounds found it extremely valuable. Guidance from a Jonin, particularly one from the Uchiha clan, was a rare opportunity. Hayashi's intention was clear, to attract this group and gradually earn their loyalty. Following this structure, additional tiers were introduced: Platinum, Diamond, Grandmaster, and finally the King of Talk membership. The King of Talk membership was the highest tier available. It granted 1 full week of personal guidance directly from Hayashi himself. Given his battle record, this alone was enough to create overwhelming demand. Once this tier was announced, even ninja from major clans began to show interest. Hayashi also guaranteed that all membership cards would remain valid for 70 years, and in the event of the holder's death, the benefits could be passed down as inheritance. Of course, final interpretation rights belonged entirely to the Uchiha clan. Within a short period, ninja from all backgrounds began mobilizing connections, inviting friends, relatives, and acquaintances to spend within the Uchiha Commercial District. The system expanded outward from families to neighbors, forming a chain of consumption. Although it resembled a referral network, it was not a pyramid scheme, but a functioning economic cycle. Within months, spending activity in the village surged dramatically. In order to earn more money for purchases, ninja took on more missions, and the entire economy of Konohagakure began to accelerate again. Observing the economic recovery, the third Hokage was extremely satisfied. He even considered appointing Hayashi as an economic advisor. In March, the first wave of non-Uchiha shops officially entered the Uchiha Commercial Street. As expected, competition for store space was intense. To maintain quality, Hayashi strictly controlled shop entry standards, rejecting any business that failed basic hygiene or operational requirements. Tucci followed this opportunity and opened the first Ichiraku branch inside the Uchiha district. Hayashi also sponsored the launch of Ichiraku instant noodles under the Uchiha name. Instant noodles already existed in the world, but this version introduced something new. Inside each package were collectible cards featuring Hokage from different generations, famous Jonin, and notable figures across the 5 great nations, totaling 108 characters. There were also ultra-rare limited edition gold cards representing the 9-tailed beasts. Hayashi even came up with the promotional slogan: "If you want to collect all ninja cards and tailed beast cards, then eat Ichiraku instant noodles. Everything you want is inside." Each card included detailed illustrations and background stories on the reverse side, making them highly collectible. At the same time, it was impossible to complete the entire set through ordinary consumption. Hayashi planned to monitor sales closely. If successful, production would be expanded further. Future editions could include rogue ninja cards such as Uchiha Madara and other legendary figures. Once the Akatsuki organization became active in the future, even limited editions could be introduced. At that thought, Hayashi could not help but admire the potential. He even muttered to himself that the real money was not in adults, but in children and collectibles. He realized he might actually have a talent for business. For years, he had risked his life on missions just to accumulate a modest fortune. Now, with a few ideas and the backing of the Uchiha clan, wealth was flowing in effortlessly. Then a sudden thought crossed his mind. What if the Uchiha clan eventually abandoned ninja life and became a commercial empire instead? A future headline flashed in his imagination. The Uchiha Commercial Street goes bankrupt, clan head indulges in excess and flees after massive debt. Hayashi shivered slightly. Fortunately, he did not have a sister-in-law to complicate things. Early that morning, on Uchiha Commercial Street, Hayashi sat eating breakfast with Hitaki Kakashi. Since the membership system had been introduced, Hayashi, as clan head, naturally led by example and often brought Kakashi along for meals within the district. After finishing breakfast, Kakashi quietly paid the bill. At this stage, the young Kakashi was already beginning to develop his signature tired expression. Hayashi could only sigh internally. The first time they went on a mission together, Hayashi intended to pay, but Kakashi insisted on covering the cost himself. He was unusually stubborn, and as a teacher, Hayashi could not refuse his students' goodwill. So he agreed. The second time, he simply left after eating without even waiting for Kakashi to speak. Occasionally, he also brought Uzumaki Kushina along, who easily became the top eater at Ichiraku Ramen. Kakashi, on the other hand, could only take D-rank missions. After a few meals, his wallet was already running thin. He was the type who cared too much about pride. Hayashi simply wanted to see how long he could keep it up. As for learning from Tsunade, that was absolutely not the case. Hayashi still had to receive a cut from her gambling debts anyway. The real purpose was training Kakashi's patience. And honestly, even Hayashi felt a little impressed with himself for going this far as a teacher. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on P at Trian to get started. Chapter 568, Kakashi's Excuse. 1078 words. Hearing his teacher ask him to pay, Kakashi reached into his wallet without hesitation, but after rummaging through it, he only found a few coupons. He reached into his pockets again, then reluctantly pulled out a few coins. This wasn't even enough for half a breakfast for one person. After emptying his pockets, Kakashi started pretending to search through his ninja tool pouch. His eyes looked confused, as if he had just lost a huge sum of Ryo. Hayashi rolled his eyes. Alright, stop looking. Even if you stripped everything off, I'd still lose if you could somehow find 100 Ryo. Hee hee. Kakashi placed the few coins on the table and pushed them forward. Hayashi didn't take them. Instead, he asked with a hint of suspicion. That doesn't add up. You just finished 2 D-rank missions yesterday. How is your money gone today? Kakashi answered casually. I saw a rare third Tsuchikage, Anoki, hologram card and traded for it with Obito yesterday. So that was it. A pay-to-win addict. Hayashi's gaze toward Kakashi softened slightly. The boy looked miserable when he couldn't even afford breakfast, but somehow still carried the confidence of someone making questionable financial decisions. Still, Obito was ruthless for that trade. Selling a Tsuchikage card for that much was borderline robbery. Then again, the 5 Kage cards from Ichiraku Ramen were extremely rare. It made sense Kakashi would go after a Tsuchikage card. But then Hayashi noticed something. Kakashi was nervous. This kid had never spent money recklessly before. He was usually completely free to play. Spending all his money at once looked less like a genuine purchase and more like an excuse. In other words, he was saying he had no money so someone else should cover it. Hayashi remained calm and said lightly. I didn't bring money either. How about this, you stay and wash dishes for half a day. We'll count it as a D-rank mission. That way you pay off the meal and get some training. Kakashi's eye twitched slightly. Doing chores again. He was already tired of it. He had once thought graduating early from the Ninja Academy would be the start of something great. Instead, after becoming a genin, he was constantly stuck doing D-rank missions. Cleaning Tsunade-sensei's house was one thing. Today he was asked to collect bird nests for some kid. Tomorrow it would be cleaning up after a cat again. Worst of all, Obito, Might Guy, and Asuma even used their pocket money to post a D-rank mission just to make him do their homework. That was not something a normal person should experience. Was a ninja's life always this dull? Kakashi sighed. Most teams had 3 members. But Hayashi's team, including Kushina-sensei, only had 3 people total, which made it severely understaffed. Hayashi would never do menial tasks. Kushina-sensei had already spent a long time doing D-rank missions and had finally moved up. She wouldn't go back either. So every D-rank mission ended up being Kakashi's responsibility alone. But one person handling a workload designed for 3 made no sense. At this point, Kakashi strangely found himself missing his classmates from the Ninja Academy. If he had known this would happen, he never would have graduated early. Rubbing his slightly red eyes, Kakashi looked genuinely pitiful. All right, stop acting. Hayashi placed a few bills on the table. Let's go. We've done enough missions lately. It's time for special training to review what you've learned. Yes. Kakashi immediately perked up. The so-called special training was usually just Hayashi using shadow clones to beat him up repeatedly. But Kakashi never got tired of it. It was effective. Like a sponge, he absorbed combat experience at a rapid pace. Kakashi was still young, and his body had not fully developed. Hayashi avoided teaching him overly advanced ninjutsu for now. Instead, chakra control was the priority. Because everything started from there. Once chakra control reached a high level, physical strength would naturally follow. In the future, Kakashi would not rely on charging in with Raikiri at every opportunity. His style might evolve into something more refined, similar to Sakura's strength-based combat approach. Although the image felt a bit strange, it saved a large amount of chakra. Without the burden of the Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra reserves would be much better than in the original timeline. By his 20s, his chakra capacity would be comparable to Hiruzen Sarutobi in old age. If the third Hokage could combine multiple ninjutsu effectively, Kakashi could do the same. However, Chidori was not suitable for him right now. Chidori relies on high-speed thrusting. Without the Sharingan or strong predictive vision, it becomes extremely dangerous to use. The problem is simple. If the attack line is too straightforward and the user cannot read the opponent's movement, it becomes predictable and easy to counter. In that sense, Raikiri is similar to a high-speed ultimate strike. Power is concentrated into a single point. If one had a system that could predict enemy movement a few seconds ahead, landing it would be guaranteed. The Sharingan functioned exactly like that advantage. Naruto's Rasengan had a similar issue in its early stages. Without sufficient speed or setup, it was difficult to land cleanly, so he relied on shadow clones to create openings. Unlike Naruto, Kakashi did not have enormous chakra reserves, so relying on clones for constant feints was not realistic. This is why the Sharingan originally defined Chidori's usability. With it, Kakashi could track movement precisely, and adjust his thrust instantly. Without it, he needed a different approach. Hayashi was already helping him develop Purple Lightning. It sacrificed raw piercing power compared to Chidori, but allowed better control and directional adjustment, making it more suitable for Kakashi. After resting briefly, Kakashi picked up his sword again, and began practicing Hatake clan sword techniques. Tsukumo Hatake had not taught him complex moves. Instead, he focused on fundamentals. Straight thrusts, diagonal slashes, vertical cuts, and back swings. Each movement repeated thousands of times. Kakashi never felt bored. Whenever there were no missions, he would arrive at the training ground at dawn and leave only at dusk. His consistency and discipline were not far behind Might Guy's intense physical training. It was clear he wanted to live up to the name of the White Fang. In another timeline, Tsukumo Hatake's death had deeply affected him. It shaped much of who he became. Chapter 569, Kushina's snack scheme. 1211 words. Kakashi stood nearby, grunting softly as he swung his short blade left and right. The weapon cut through the air with sharp precision as he trained with full focus. He was not using the long blade Hayashi had given him. At his current height, the sword was still too large to handle properly. Hayashi had also deliberately avoided letting him use it in real combat for now, worried that situations like struggling to draw the weapon mid-fight, or losing control of its reach would happen at the worst possible moment. While Kakashi trained on one side, Hayashi was not idle either. He sat nearby reading a set of transcribed ninjutsu scrolls he had obtained from the Uchiha clan archives. Among them were several fire release techniques once used by Madara Uchiha. As a former clan head of the Uchiha, Madara had not bothered to destroy most of the clan's fire release records. Techniques like that were far too common in his eyes to bother with. For example, Great Fire Annihilation was only a B-rank technique. Even Izanagi had not been erased, so there was no reason for him to personally eliminate ordinary fire release jutsu. It simply was not his style. After obtaining the scroll, Hayashi went to the Naka River to test Great Fire Annihilation. The technique was powerful, slightly above standard B-rank fire release, but not at the level of overwhelming destruction it was often associated with in legends. It was not the technique that was terrifying. It was Madara himself. Even so, in Sage mode, Hayashi could reproduce a similar scale of output, possibly even larger under the right conditions. Madara likely enhanced his techniques through other means as well, most likely his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. But that was not important right now. Such techniques were mainly used for clearing large groups of enemies. In actual high-level combat, they were not always decisive. Hayashi suddenly turned his gaze slightly to the side and closed the scroll. A moment later, an Umbu ninja appeared nearby. The ninja knelt slightly. "Lord Hayashi, the third Hokage requests your presence." "Is it a mission?" Hayashi asked. "Yes." Hayashi nodded once. If it was not a mission, he would go alone. Since it was, he would bring his team members, Kakashi and Kushina-sensei. The Umbu vanished immediately after delivering the message. Kakashi stopped his training and walked over. "Sensei, is it a mission?" "Yes," Hayashi replied as he stood and brushed dust off his clothes. "Then we should go quickly," Kakashi said, already putting away his short blade. Since the Hokage had sent an Umbu directly, it was clearly not a simple D-rank task. "You should go back and wash up first," Hayashi said after a brief glance at him. "I will go find Kushina-sensei. I will give you 5 minutes." Before Kakashi could respond, Hayashi placed a hand on his shoulder. Space shifted slightly, and in the next moment they were inside Kakashi's room. A special kunai Hayashi had once given him was hanging above the desk. "Didn't I tell you to keep it in the courtyard?" Hayashi asked. "I was worried it would get stolen," Kakashi replied immediately. "Who would steal it?" "Obito. He has asked for it multiple times already." Hayashi pressed a hand to his forehead. "Fine." A kunai being treated like a treasure was already enough trouble. Since it was kept indoors, Hayashi decided to leave a marking on the large tree in the courtyard instead, so he would not accidentally appear inside the room again using Flying Thunder God technique, and walk into something inconvenient. Or worse, show up while Kakashi was changing or doing something private. That kind of situation would be far too awkward. "I will give you 5 minutes. I will come back for you." With that, Hayashi disappeared. Kushina's movements were far less predictable than Kakashi's. She was always moving around the village. After checking several usual spots, Hayashi finally found her at the Ninja Academy. Although Kushina was no longer a teacher, she still often visited the academy. Today, she was handing out snacks to students. In her words, it was a way to give back to the younger generation after her contributions in battle, especially since the students were all adorable and hardworking. But anyone with sense could see through it immediately. She simply liked watching them eat snacks while she collected things in return. Kushina used to love snacks when she was younger, but she had long stopped indulging too much, mostly to avoid unnecessary weight gain. However, the ninja card collection system tied to packaged food had pulled her back in. Students like Obito were especially easy targets. Obito's allowance was tightly controlled by Kyoko, so when Kushina offered free snacks, he would go all out without hesitation. He usually acted confident in front of others, even taking Rin out for meals or entertainment, but when it came to food he had no budget for, he would immediately switch behavior. Another standout was Akimichi Dodo. He would take 2 bags of instant noodles, squeeze them lightly to crush them, pull out the cards, and then eat the crushed noodles in seconds. The entire process was frighteningly efficient. Hayashi suddenly appeared in the classroom and immediately used body flicker technique to take Kushina away without warning. "My cards," Kushina said sadly once they were outside. Hayashi sighed. "If you want cards, just tell me. When we finish the mission, I will give you a complete set." "A mission?" Kushina's expression changed instantly. All thoughts of cards disappeared. "Yes. The old man Hokage is waiting for us," Hayashi replied. Inside the Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the 3 ninjas in front of him and nodded. "A few days ago, our ally, the 3rd Kazekage, sent a letter." He handed a scroll to Hayashi. Hayashi opened it and read briefly. His expression shifted slightly. The document described an independent nation in the land of Wind Desert, Roran. Hiruzen continued. Historically, Roran is believed to be older than even the 5 great nations. It exists within the land of wind, but remains completely isolated, and does not participate in the conflicts of the major villages. A few months ago, the Queen of Roran suddenly died. At first it was not considered important, but we later received this report from the 3rd Kazekage. Sunagakure is currently engaged in war with Iwagakure, and cannot spare manpower to investigate. As allies, they have requested our assistance. Hayashi nodded slightly. Roran was a small country without significant military power. However, it was said to contain something called the Dragon Vein. This was not just rumor. It was real. A power capable of distorting time and space itself. Hayashi had considered investigating it before, but the ongoing war had prevented him from doing so. Judging by the timeline, the Dragon Vein incident should be occurring around this period. Then the question naturally arose. If someone travels through time this time, would it still be Naruto? Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_zef. Chapter 570, Mother and Father. 1310 words. Somewhere in the land of fire, beside a campfire, Hayashi sat on the ground telling a story while Kakashi and Kushina listened nearby. Beyond the sea lies a country called Aulai. Near its shores stands Flower Fruit Mountain. At the summit grows a sacred tree, towering high into the sky, its branches stretching across the heavens. "Wait," Kushina interrupted suddenly. "Didn't you once say Flower Fruit Mountain had a magical stone that gave birth to the Calabash brothers? How did it suddenly become a sacred tree?" "Ah." Hayashi frowned awkwardly. When it came to memorizing mission reports or ninja regulations, Kushina forgot half of them within a day. Yet somehow, she remembered every ridiculous story he had told her years ago. "Details like that don't matter," Hayashi said while waving his hand dismissively. Flower Fruit Mountain is enormous. One area had the stone that created the Calabash brothers, another had the sacred tree. Perfectly normal. He paused briefly before adding with complete confidence, "Honestly, it wouldn't even be strange if there were pirates living there." "Oh." Kushina nodded slowly, though she still looked suspicious. Hayashi coughed lightly and continued. This sacred tree was extraordinary. It absorbed natural energy from the world itself and gathered the essence of the sun and moon. The fruit it produced possessed incredible power. Anyone who consumed it would gain strength beyond ordinary humans. Hold on again, Kushina interrupted once more. Kurama says you're making things up. Hayashi's eyelid twitched. Kurama says the tree didn't take that long to produce fruit, and the fruit only works if someone actually eats it. Hayashi pressed a hand against his forehead. If the Nine Tails knows so much, then let it tell the story instead. Kurama says no. It refuses to speak, then complains when I do. What a troublesome fox. Kurama is insulting you right now, Kushina said helpfully. I can beat it up for you if you want. Good. Kushina closed her eyes. A few moments later, she opened them again with a satisfied smile on her face. Clearly, Kurama had just suffered another beating inside the seal. Hayashi nodded approvingly. Tailed beasts could be stubborn, but most of the time they simply needed proper discipline. Ahem, anyway, Hayashi continued, a woman named Kagaya eventually consumed the fruit and gained immense power. She ended the wars across the world and became the first person to wield chakra. Later she gave birth to 2 sons. Together they sealed the sacred tree away. Kagaya herself was imprisoned afterward. The place where the sacred tree once stood retained traces of its power. Over many years, that power became what people now call the Dragon Vein. The kingdom of Ruin has protected it for generations. After Hayashi finished speaking, Kakashi raised a hand. Who exactly is Anrokuzan? His origins are unknown, Hayashi answered. He suddenly appeared in Ruin 4 years ago. Within less than a year, he earned the queen's complete trust through his abilities. 4 years ago. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Right after the Third Great Ninja War began, Hayashi explained. Because of the war, neither Konoha nor Sunagakure had time to properly investigate him until recently. Then the Queen of Ruin suddenly died. The Dragon Vein was something both the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind closely monitored. If someone fully harnessed its power, Ruin could become a military force rivaling the 5 great nations. After the queen's death, the third Kazekage had secretly sent several shinobi to investigate, but none returned alive. With the war intensifying, he eventually handed the mission over to Konoha. To put it simply, the third Kazekage sensed danger but did not want Sunagakure taking the risk alone. At the same time, since Ruin was located within the Land of Wind, he feared Anrokuzan might be connected to Iwagakure, and wanted Konoha involved before matters spiraled out of control. Hayashi understood the situation clearly. Anrokuzan has already gained control over the new queen, he said. He plans to use the Dragon Vein's power to threaten the 5 great nations. Kakashi sighed quietly. Why does every dangerous lunatic eventually decide to target the entire world? Hayashi shrugged. Our mission is simple. Find the queen's daughter before Anrokuzan fully controls her. She's the only one capable of manipulating the Dragon Vein. Whatever his plans are, he needs her power to accomplish them. And after that? Kakashi asked. We eliminate Anrokuzan, Hayashi replied. Then we seal the Dragon Vein. And meet the visitor from the future, he silently added in his mind. He genuinely wanted to know what the future looked like. Get some rest, Hayashi said while standing up. We'll arrive in Ruin tomorrow. Kushina stood as well. Hayashi, Kurama wants me to ask something. What now? How do you know so much about Kagaya and the sacred tree? Most of Hayashi's story had been true, which was precisely why Kurama found it suspicious. Too much time had passed since the era of the Sage of 6 Paths. The truth had faded into myth, and even the sage himself had become little more than legend. Almost nobody remembered Kagaya anymore. There's an old stone tablet beneath the Naka shrine, Hayashi explained smoothly. It records some of that history. Naturally, he pushed all responsibility onto the tablet. Really? Kushina's eyes lit up. Can I see it someday? Of course, Hayashi replied with a smile. I'll take you there after we return to Konoha. Then he added casually, and when you have time, try getting more information out of Kurama. That fox definitely knows more than it admits. Inside Kushina's seal, Kurama snorted coldly. The next morning, the group entered the desert surrounding Rurin. Sunagakure and Iwagakure were currently locked in fierce combat, and Sunagakure had tightened security throughout the Land of Wind to protect its supply routes. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Hayashi's team deliberately bypassed Sunagakure patrol zones before approaching Rurin. Dawn had barely arrived. The sun still hid beneath the horizon, yet pale golden light already illuminated the desert through the morning haze. Soon, an enormous shadow emerged in the distance. Towering hexagonal structures stretched endlessly across the desert landscape, ancient yet strangely advanced at the same time. The architecture looked nothing like the style found within the 5 great nations. It possessed an unusual mechanical atmosphere, almost futuristic despite its age. How is it? Hayashi asked. Kushina activated her sensory abilities, and closed her eyes briefly. That's strange, she murmured. For such a large kingdom, there are barely any people. Hayashi nodded slightly. As expected, most of Rurin had already fallen under Anrokuzen's control. The remaining civilians were either imprisoned, forced into labor, or barely surviving. Truthfully, Hayashi was hoping Kushina would locate the visitor from the future. If Naruto truly existed here somewhere, Kushina would immediately sense his chakra. A few seconds later, Kushina suddenly opened her eyes. I found someone. Where? Southeast, around 5 kilometers away. Her expression shifted. The chakra is enormous and it feels familiar. Familiar? It's from the Uzumaki clan. Kushina immediately became alert. And they noticed us too. They're coming this way. Soon, both sides rapidly approached one another across the desert. As the figure became clearer, Hayashi frowned slightly. It was indeed a Konoha shinobi. The person had long red hair, and Kushina's sensing abilities had not been mistaken. This was unquestionably someone from the Uzumaki clan. But there was one problem. It was a girl. Hayashi's expression became strange. Did Naruto somehow become a girl after traveling through time? That would be ridiculous even by his standards. The two groups finally stopped around 10 meters apart. The red-haired girl stared at Hayashi and Kushina for several seconds before speaking. Her voice was soft and clear. Father, mother. What are you doing here? Silence fell instantly. Kakashi's visible eye widened. Kushina froze completely. Chapter 571, Queen's Misunderstood Encounter. 1055 words. So your name is Uzumaki Rin. In a quiet corner of the vast city of Rorin, Hayashi looked at the young girl standing before him and asked. Yes. Rin's voice was soft and steady. Her manners were clearly well taught, but there was a slight reservedness in her expression. Hayashi observed her carefully. Her long red hair was tied simply with a string, and she wore a black ninja outfit that did not match the standard designs of the current era. He had never seen this exact uniform before. It was likely an improved version adopted by Konoha in later generations. Her features reminded him faintly of Karen, but not exactly. She resembled Kana more, especially around the eyes and nose, which felt very similar to Minato's traits. By that logic, she should be the daughter of Minato and Kana, not Shisui. Hayashi nodded slightly. As expected of Minato and Kana's daughter. She inherited their best traits. Even her temperament is similar. Unlike Karen or Naruto's more energetic nature, Rin gave off a gentle, water-like calmness. So this really is Konoha Year 40? Rin asked while glancing around. Yes, Hayashi replied. It is Konoha Year 40. If you say so, then it must be correct, Rin answered without hesitation. It was clear she already trusted Hayashi to some extent. From the side, Kushina could not hold back her curiosity. Then how did you travel here, she asked. Rin turned toward her. The question carried genuine curiosity but also disbelief at the situation itself. My team's mission target was a rogue ninja named Mukade, Rin explained. During the mission, he forcibly activated the seal you placed on the dragon vein. The chakra from the dragon vein erupted, and I was swept into it. It must be because of that energy that I ended up here. Mukade, so that's Anro-kuzen, Hayashi said calmly. The target of our current mission. Like you, he also appeared suddenly in Roran 4 years ago. The dragon vein contained enormous energy. If it went out of control, it could easily create distortions in space-time. Kushina absorbed the explanation silently. Kakashi, who had been listening quietly, raised his hand. You said your team had 4 members. Where are the other 3? Rin blinked, then looked toward him. You are Kakashi-sensei. Ah. I guess in your time, I would be Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi replied, slightly uncertain. Rin nodded. The other 3 are my younger brother Naruto, Shirsuei and Urine. For a moment, the air went still. Those names carried too much unexpected information. Naruto is your younger brother. Hayashi repeated. Yes, Rin confirmed. The Uzumaki clan is not very large. Because I inherited my mother's red hair, I took the Uzumaki surname. Naruto inherited our father's Namake's surname because of his blonde hair. I see, Hayashi said. Only one man would name his child Naruto like that. Namake's Minato. And Shirsuei and Yura. Kushina asked next. Hayashi hesitated slightly. This was becoming more complicated than expected. You know them? Rin asked, noticing his reaction. I know of them, Hayashi replied carefully. Nawaki and I had interactions when we were younger. I also know he intended to name his daughter Yura. Kushina tilted her head. And Shirsuei. Ah. Hayashi paused for a moment, clearly choosing his words carefully. Rin immediately stepped in. Shirsuei and Urine are both doing well, she said quickly. They are already married. Oh, Hayashi replied with a small nod. So that really happened. He seemed slightly amused by the realization. Rin suddenly stiffened. If I reveal too much about the future, will it affect history? Hayashi nodded. Yes. Knowing too much can change decisions and outcomes. People might avoid events they were originally meant to experience. He looked at her calmly. But do not worry. After this mission is complete, I will seal these memories. I see. Rin murmured softly. Inside Kushina's consciousness space, Kurama suddenly spoke in an unusually polite tone. Kushina, ask her if I will ever be released in the future. Not happening, Kushina replied immediately. Meanwhile, Hayashi turned his attention back to Rin. Why did you call Kushina and me father and mother? Rin froze instantly. Her face turned bright red. I am engaged to Yusuke this summer. We are supposed to get married 2 years later. Yusuke. Hayashi blinked. He knew the name of his future son when he was younger, but hearing it now in this context felt strange. And he is not with you? Hayashi asked. He went to Kagaya's dimension to investigate the Otsutsuki. Boom. Before she could finish, a loud explosion echoed through the distance. Hayashi immediately stood up. Location, he said. Center of the city, Kushina answered quickly after sensing it. Kakashi, stay here, Hayashi ordered. Everyone else follow me. Kakashi nodded. The remaining 3 moved at once. As they ran, Hayashi glanced at Rin. She was composed, efficient, and clearly strong. Even her judgment in combat situations seemed reliable. That boy Yusuke has good taste, Hayashi thought briefly. Kushina followed closely, but the name Yusuke kept repeating in her mind, making her expression slightly awkward. Soon, they arrived at the explosion site. What they saw made all three of them pause. A red-haired girl stood there in luxurious clothing. She looked like Queen Sarah. Her breathing was uneven, her face flushed, and she clutched her clothing awkwardly, as if she had just been in an embarrassing situation. Opposite her stood a blond young man with a clear handprint on his face. The silence grew heavy. "It is not what you are thinking," the blond youth quickly said, waving both hands. "She just fell and I caught her. That is all." "Oh. I see," Hayashi, Kushina, and Rin said at the same time. Queen Sarah's face turned even redder. She looked as if she might cry from humiliation. Without another word, she turned and hurried away while holding her dress. Hayashi exhaled lightly. "That explanation is not going to help him," he said. Then he glanced at the blonde youth. "That kid Naruto, his situation skills are truly something." Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_Zef. Chapter 572, Naruto's Unusual Reincarnation. 1357 words. Looking at the blonde youth in front of him, Hayashi already understood one thing clearly. Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura. For someone like Naruto to become a reincarnation, it was never something random. It followed a fixed pattern. First, the vessel had to be a descendant of Ashura or Indra. Second, the next reincarnation only appeared after the previous one had died. Uchiha Madara had lived far too long. After his death, Ashura seemed to search for a suitable successor, but the options were almost non-existent. The Senju clan had already declined heavily, leaving only Tsunade. Nagato belonged to the Uzumaki clan, but he was too old by the time the conditions aligned and no longer fit. Only Karen had appeared at the right time, slightly earlier than Naruto. She technically had potential, but there was one problem: she was a girl. Ashura could not reincarnate into a female vessel. If Karen had been born male, things would have been completely different. Naruto might not have even existed as the chosen one. The entire story could have shifted into something absurd, with Karen and Sasuke crossing paths at Orochimaru's base and developing a dangerous, obsessive bond. The general direction would still revolve around an Uzumaki and an Uchiha, but Sasuke's fate would likely have been completely overturned under that intensity. At that point, even Sasuke's preferences would have been questionable. It was clear that Uchiha Madara's existence influenced generations far more than most people realized. If he had died immediately at the Valley of the End, then after Hashirama's passing, Nawaki, the only male heir of the Senju clan, would most likely have become Ashura's reincarnation instead. Meanwhile, among the Uchiha of the same generation, Hayashi himself might have ended up as Indra's reincarnation. If that had happened, the two would have been destined to clash repeatedly. At the very least, neither of them would have died young. When viewed that way, everything really seemed to trace back to Madara. In this timeline, because of Hayashi's presence, many things had already changed. First, Nawaki had survived and grown up properly. Naruto was no longer the only candidate for reincarnation. He now had competition. The final outcome depended on whether Nawaki or Minato would have a son first. At this point, it was no longer a battle of strength, but a race of timing, depending on which lineage produced a male child first. Unfortunately, speed was not Nawaki's strong point. Even though he and Yakushi Nono had a child first, it turned out to be a girl. One could only call it unfortunate timing. He had wanted a daughter, after all. Minato was not far behind and also had a daughter, naming her Rin. Nawaki thought he still had a chance, but a year later Naruto was born, completely shutting down his hopes. The struggle for Ashura's reincarnation ended there. Hayashi himself had very little chance in the matter. Even though Yusuke carried Uzumaki blood, he also had Uchiha lineage, so Ashura was unlikely to choose him. Uncle Hayashi, why are you staring at me like that? In a corner of Roran, Naruto held his chest and looked at Hayashi cautiously, as if guarding against a thief. Even though he shared a name with the Naruto from the original timeline, his personality was completely different. At first glance, he looked innocent and slightly dull, but in reality, he was extremely mischievous. The kind of person who smiled harmlessly while doing something completely chaotic. Take Kakashi for example. Not long after meeting him, Naruto was already calling him Brother Kakashi, and the next moment he had used 1,000 years of death on him. Kakashi was still on the ground twitching from the impact. Now, under Hayashi's scrutinizing gaze, Naruto immediately put on that same innocent expression again, pretending nothing had happened. Explain. What is going on? Hayashi asked. Naruto replied with an exaggerated fearful look. In the future, that's how people greet each other. Is that so? Hayashi raised his right hand slightly. Then I'll try it. Don't. Naruto quickly backed off. Even now, he knew he was no match for Hayashi. He hurriedly explained, when I was still a genin, Kakashi-sensei used that move on me. And he never pays for food either, he always uses my mission money. Naruto went on listing Kakashi's so-called crimes, but the more Hayashi listened, the more familiar it all sounded. He cleared his throat. You misunderstood. Your Kakashi-sensei is just trying to help you grow. You should understand his intentions. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Could it be you taught him? Interesting. Sharp kid. Hayashi immediately replied, nonsense. Why would I do something so tasteless? Kakashi learned it from Tsunade-sensei and Jiraiya. Is that so? Naruto still looked unconvinced. Hayashi sighed internally. The Naruto from his previous life had no parents and used pranks to get attention. That at least made sense. But this version was even more unpredictable. Minato and Kushina must have had a difficult time raising him. Then Naruto suddenly spoke again. Uncle Hayashi, I noticed something strange. What is it? You and Aunt Kushina look exactly the same as you did 20 years later. Hayashi blinked. Is that so? Had he also learned the Yin seal from Tsunade? Naruto snapped his fingers. Ah, I remember. You said you learned some long life technique from that old toad on Mount Myaboku. I didn't believe it before, but it might be true. Hayashi's expression twitched slightly. There were too many problems in that sentence, especially the old toad part. It was Toad Sage, not something casual like that. He decided to ignore it. Instead, Hayashi focused on something else. Before this, I've been curious. Why do you and Rin have a tailed beast-like aura? At first, he thought they were Jinchuriki, but after closer sensing, that was not the case. Naruto shook his head. No, it was you and Aunt Himeji who created it. Hayashi frowned slightly. Naruto continued, you used some technique to split the 10 tails into many smaller living entities, then named them creatures like summon beasts. Every ninja adopts one when they turn 10. Hayashi paused. Splitting the 10 tails into smaller entities was theoretically possible. Even the Sage of Six Paths had divided it into the 9-tailed beasts. So refining it further into different life forms was not impossible. This is how I solved the tailed beast issue in the future, Hayashi muttered. If the power was divided further, each individual creature would be much weaker. Even when fully grown, they might not reach Kage level. And if they were too numerous and diverse, no one could ever collect them all again. That was a practical solution. The future me is still thinking logically, he said calmly. Then he added, although the name is terrible. Naruto suddenly became excited again. Then do you want to see mine? Show me. Naruto reached into his neck and pulled out a pendant. Key that hides the power of darkness, release your seal under my command, Naruto who has made a pact with you, I command you, unseal. Hayashi stared at him silently. Too dramatic. A puff of smoke appeared, and a small creature emerged. It was yellow, round, with long ears tipped in black. Red circles on its cheeks, a lightning-shaped tail, and brown markings at the base. Hayashi fell silent. This looked suspiciously familiar. So Hayashi finally spoke, do you also have something like an indigo league? Naruto nodded proudly. Yes, of course. As expected of Uncle Hayashi, you know everything. And your performance? My grades are good. Have you ever won a championship? Not yet. Then you should change your name to Ash, Hayashi said flatly. Naruto froze. Wait, the future you said the same thing. Who is Ash? Someone who kept trying and never really gave up, Hayashi replied. He traveled, battled, collected companions, and kept losing championships. Naruto's eyes lit up immediately. So I will become that kind of person in the future. Hayashi looked at him for a moment, then sighed slightly. This idiot still doesn't understand what that really means. Chapter 573, 573, Anrokuzen's Ambush. 1483 words. Naruto soon demonstrated Pikachu's abilities in detail. Although it could not unleash a tailed beast ball, it was still capable of using a wide range of ninjutsu-like techniques. Especially when Naruto mentioned the lightning release technique, 100,000 volts, Hayashi became increasingly certain that this so-called Pika God was something tailored by his future self to match some strange personal taste. In essence, these so-called Pokemon functioned much like summoned beasts, but with their own unique growth system. What stood out most was the ability for these creatures to share chakra with their host in both directions. The user could supply chakra to the Pokemon, and the Pokemon could also return energy back to the user. It was a true two-way combat partnership. However, because the 10 tails had been divided so extensively, each individual creature's growth ceiling was naturally limited. It would be impossible for any of them to reach the level of the 9-tailed beasts. That said, nothing was absolute. This so-called Pika God occasionally managed to fight evenly with higher-tier summon-like entities, though it often struggled during formal battles and tournaments. Still, the fragmentation of the 10 tails had solved many long-standing problems. At the same time, this new combat system naturally created new complications. That was unavoidable. Overall, however, this model had successfully addressed the issue of the tailed beasts. Night soon fell over Roran. The city was massive but completely devoid of ordinary civilians. Hayashi casually selected a building as a temporary base, and the group settled in. Kakashi had already regained consciousness, but his expression was stiff. It felt as though he had suffered a mental shock strong enough to permanently damage his worldview. He refused to stay anywhere near Naruto. Without hesitation, he chose a separate room for himself. For Kakashi, today was something he would never forget. He had experienced an unfamiliar sensation that could not even be properly described. A completely new type of psychological trauma had been engraved into him. And deep down, he had a strong feeling this kind of experience would repeat itself more than once in his life. If Hayashi had not erased his memory, Kakashi would likely have considered eliminating newborn Naruto the moment they met again in the future. His heightened vigilance made Naruto slightly disappointed. He still had several techniques he had not yet tested. Can we still go back, Uncle Hayashi? Naruto sat in the same room as Hayashi. The space was large, with 2 beds placed side by side. Time travel sounded exciting at first, but after the novelty faded, it was simply boring. They were not allowed to move freely, and soon everyone started feeling restless. If Anrokuzen absorbed the Dragon Pulse seal, then defeating him should restore the distortion in time and space. That should allow you to return to your original era, Hayashi explained calmly. Naruto frowned slightly. Defeat Anrokuzen. But I don't know where he is. I already used Sage Mode to scan all of Roran earlier, but I didn't find anything. He is likely using the Dragon Pulse to block your sensory range, Hayashi replied. A sensory ninja could not perceive everything. If the opponent deliberately used barrier techniques or interference methods, detection became extremely difficult. To avoid unnecessary exposure, Hayashi had also set up a barrier around their position, preventing any immediate tracking. The puppets created through the Dragon Pulse were not particularly strong individually, but their numbers were effectively infinite. That alone made them troublesome. Hayashi had no intention of dealing with unnecessary interference. Seeing Naruto still worried about the mission, Hayashi shook his head slightly. Relax. Anrokuzen needs Sarah's power to fully control the Dragon Pulse. Based on what happened today, he will definitely approach her tonight. Naruto immediately perked up. Then why are we still here? Let's go find Sarah now. Hayashi glanced at him. Do I really need to explain everything? When I saw Sarah earlier, I already sent a shadow clone to follow her. I also placed a flying thunder god mark on her. The moment Anrokuzen appears, I will know instantly. Hayashi did not regard Anrokuzen as a serious threat. A man who had crossed into this world, survived for years, and only chose to hide in Roran manipulating the Dragon Pulse was not someone worth respecting. Such a person was likely insignificant even before arriving in this world. If he could not deal with someone like that easily, then there was no point in aiming for anything greater. Anrokuzen would definitely move tonight. The Dragon Pulse might be slightly tricky, but he had not fully mastered it yet. That meant there were still openings. The moment he showed himself, a simple genjutsu would be enough. Hayashi glanced at Naruto, who still looked overly energetic, and silently shook his head. Peace had made future shinobi far too naive. I wonder how my father and mother are doing. Naruto lay back on the bed after hearing Hayashi's reassurance, his tension fading. They are still on the battlefield in the land of hot water, Hayashi replied casually, placing both hands behind his head. Land of hot water, huh? Naruto murmured. A while ago, Lin Feng, Uncle Hayashi, and that perverted old man went there together to relax in the hot springs. Hayashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Feng. Yeah, Naruto continued, yawning. We sneaked out to have fun, then ran into that perverted old man, so we all went together to the hot springs. After that, Lin Feng got punished by Aunt Himeji, and was sent to the moon to plant potatoes. I was assigned to a mission. He stretched lazily. He even wrote me a letter saying he saw Kaguya. I don't know how he is doing now. I kind of miss him. Naruto's voice gradually lowered as he drifted into sleep. The moon, huh? Hayashi looked up at the night sky outside the window, expression unreadable. Far away in Roran's palace, a red-haired girl sat curled up on a windowsill, arms wrapped around her knees. Her soft voice drifted through the empty hall as she sang quietly, sadness hidden in her tone. Outside, armored guards patrolled the corridors. Their presence only made the silence feel heavier. Suddenly, the tightly shut palace doors creaked open. A cold breeze slipped inside. Sarah instinctively looked up, but there was no one at the entrance. Princess Sarah, why are you hiding here? A voice sounded beside her ear. She flinched and turned sharply. A figure was already standing next to her without her noticing when he arrived. I encountered ninjas today, so I'm a little scared, she said softly. Do not be afraid. I will protect you, Anrokuzen said gently. The future of Roran depends on you. He smiled kindly. Come with me. Since the Konoha ninjas have arrived, I will take you somewhere safe where no one can harm you. He bowed slightly. These Konoha ninjas will meet the same fate as the Sunagakure forces before them. Of course, I still require your power. Only you can control the Dragon Pulse and help me create more puppets. At the mention of the Dragon Pulse, Sarah immediately stepped back, pulling her arm away. Earlier, masked people attacked me. I found out they were citizens of Roran. They were asking about their families, their husbands and brothers. They said the queen ordered their disappearance, and no one has heard from them since. She stared directly at him. Do you know anything about this? Just rumors, Anrokuzan replied smoothly. This country is large. There will always be people who refuse to contribute, and instead spread chaos. Do not believe them. He stepped closer again. You saw the Sunagakure ninjas yourself. I suspect those civilians were working with them, and were involved in the queen's death. Do not forget, I was the one who saved you. His smile deepened slightly. In truth, he had no intention of revealing anything. As long as he could use Sarah's special ability to control the dragon pulse, everything else was irrelevant. If she became useless, she would have been disposed of long ago. That foolish queen had refused to cooperate. Compared to her, this young girl was far easier to manipulate, like a puppet waiting for strings. Soon, he would fully control the dragon pulse. Once that happened, not even the 5 great nations would matter, and even Uchiha Hayashi would be irrelevant. Just as he prepared to move Sarah toward the dragon pulse core, a sudden chill ran down his spine. A hand rested on his shoulder. A voice whispered near his ear, calm and eerie, almost playful. I want to play a game. Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 574, Dragon Vein Sealing. 1,261 words. Anrokuzan turned out to be an opponent with little dignity in combat. Living for a long time in a place like Roran, a country without ninjas, had dulled his vigilance. He also had a habit of relying on puppets to stay hidden, rather than facing danger directly. Against someone like Hayashi, who had extensive combat experience and overwhelming decisiveness, the outcome was decided almost instantly. In a single exchange, Hayashi trapped him inside a genjutsu using his Mangekyo Sharingan. Anrokuzan never even managed to draw out the power of the dragon vein. The so-called living puppet weapon he had been preparing remained completely unused, buried before it could even reveal its existence. None of Hayashi's other preparations were needed either. The difference in skill was too wide. A Mangekyo Sharingan genjutsu was not something someone of Anrokuzan's level could break in time. Within that brief gap, Hayashi could have ended the fight countless times over. Sarah's face went pale as she watched, but Hayashi only gave her a reassuring smile. Despite her naive personality, Sarah had strong inner resilience. Earlier, when they encountered the group of ragged Roran citizens, she did not show disgust or fear. Instead, she calmly listened, asked questions, and tried to understand their situation. That kind of mindset, combined with her natural sense of responsibility, was exactly what a ruler needed. She had the potential to become a capable queen, someone who could truly guide this country. Using genjutsu, Hayashi extracted a full confession from Anrokuzan about everything he had done. After that, he and Sarah went deep underground and released the citizens who had been enslaved and hidden away. By the time everything was settled, night had already passed. The next morning arrived quickly, as if the chaos of the previous day had never happened. When Kushina and the others woke up, they were met with an unexpected calm. Everything had already been resolved. This mission was way too boring, Kushina complained with clear dissatisfaction. She had barely done anything before it ended. Yeah, it's really annoying. Future Uncle Hayashi is always like this too, Naruto added, stamping his foot in frustration. Hayashi could only sigh slightly. Was smooth completion not a good thing? Did they really prefer a timeline where Roran was destroyed just for excitement? This was someone else's country. Their mission was to stabilize it, not to bring chaos. Kakashi-sensei, on the other hand, looked relieved. Even though this was technically his first high-level mission, he just wanted it to end quickly so he could deal with Naruto's energy afterward. The entrance to the dragon vein lay deep underground and could only be accessed with Sarah's guidance. To fully seal it, Sarah did not hesitate for long. The dragon vein had become unstable, and leaving it unchecked would eventually threaten everyone in Roran. In her words, her mother's will was for her to protect the people of Roran as queen, not to serve the dragon vein itself. Through everything she had experienced, Sarah had grown rapidly. The uncertainty and dependence she once carried had been replaced by a sense of responsibility. She no longer relied blindly on others, and instead began making her own judgments while shouldering the future of her people. With support from everyone, she would be able to lead Roran properly. "Sarah, you will definitely become a great queen," Naruto said with a bright grin. Watching Naruto and Sarah interact so naturally, Hayashi felt a faint sense of distance in his heart. Naruto would eventually return to his own time, and Sarah would lose the memory of everything that had happened here. The next time they met, it might be decades later. Naruto would remain unchanged, but Sarah's daughter might already be around his age. Time had a way of separating people like this. 16 years could pass in an instant for one person, while for another it would change everything. Standing before the dragon vein, Hayashi spoke quietly. "Let's end things here." Once the sealing began, Naruto and Rin would be sent back to their time. "What about Mukade?" Rin asked. "You two take him back," Hayashi replied. "He is from the future. Even these puppet machines should be handled by my future self." He handed over the scroll containing the puppets. Mukade could not be allowed to return to Konoha. The Yamanaka clan would easily extract information from him. To avoid any disturbance to history, Hayashi even intended to seal his own memories afterward. Leaving someone like Mukade behind was too great a risk. "I'll miss you, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, opening his arms wide for a hug. Kakashi-sensei immediately stepped back with clear caution. If looks could kill, Naruto would have been in serious trouble already. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. He had originally planned something more playful, but clearly it was not going to work. Kushina and Rin exchanged a warm hug next, followed by gifts. Kushina gave Rin the ninja cards she had received from Hayashi, while Rin gave Kushina a precious pendant of her own. Naruto stared at the exchange with wide eyes. Those ninja cards would become extremely rare in the future, worth an enormous fortune on the black market. He suddenly realized there might be an entire business opportunity hidden in antiques. He turned his gaze toward Hayashi with obvious intent. "Get lost," Hayashi said flatly, cutting him off immediately. "Give my regards to my future self." There was no need to erase Naruto and Rin's memories. They were from the future, and their presence would not alter history. Erasing it would only strip them of something meaningful. Hayashi stepped forward and inserted a kunai into the structure of the dragon vein seal. Kushina began forming hand signs beside him. Complex sealing patterns spread outward layer by layer, forming dense black markings across the area. It was called a permanent seal, but in truth, nothing in this world was truly permanent. Even powerful seals eventually weakened over time. Mukade had been able to exploit that fact to travel through time in the first place. Even the Six Paths Sage's planetary sealing of Kaguya had not lasted forever. Any seal placed on overwhelming power would eventually decay. As the process continued, Hayashi began to understand something more clearly. Mukade's time travel might not have been an accident. It might have been something deliberately allowed by the future self, just to ensure Naruto and Rin could return safely with information. If everything here was handled properly, it meant the future was still on the right path. If something had gone wrong, then memories would not have been sealed, and history would likely be changed without hesitation. Even if paradoxes or parallel timelines emerged, it would not matter as long as the timeline he cared about remained intact. The future me should already be able to use the dragon vein, Hayashi thought quietly. He had already dealt with far greater forces before. A system like this would not be difficult for him later on. After all, the development of human civilization was ultimately the development of energy control. The 10 tails functioned like a massive energy source, and the dragon vein was similar in nature. There was no reason it could not be harnessed. When the sealing was completed, Naruto and Rin were enveloped in a pillar of light and disappeared. Hayashi never saw Shisui or Yura at any point during the mission. When everything finally settled, the group returned to the surface. The Roran mission had come to an end. Chapter 575, Memory Sealing. 978 words. The memories are about to be sealed. Standing inside the palace, Hayashi looked toward Kushina, Kakashi-sensei, and Sarah. Kurama, you remember everything, right? Once the memory seal is in place, you have to tell me what happened today. Inside Kushina's mental space, she wore a bright smile as she spoke to the 9 tails. I know, the 9 tails replied impatiently, flicking its tail. How many times are you going to repeat that? Kurama really is the best, Kushina said with an unexpectedly cheerful tone. The 9 tails snorted coldly, then still added, are you sure knowing all this won't affect the future? It won't, Kushina replied. I'm the only one who knows. If I don't say anything, no one else will. And I only know the general events, not the details. It won't change anything. Is that so? The 9 tails muttered, considering it briefly. It did make sense. Then it narrowed its eyes. You're not lying to me, right? Am I that kind of fox? The 9 tails snapped back. At that moment, Hayashi's hands completed the hand seals. A sealing pattern spread rapidly across the floor, enveloping everyone present. Hayashi blinked once. A slight haze clouded his mind as he opened a scroll he had prepared earlier. The contents were simple, only a brief summary of events, including time travelers arriving and general mission completion. Nothing specific was recorded. He exhaled quietly. With the scroll as a reference, even if memories were sealed, he would not be completely lost afterward. Beside him, Kushina slowly opened her eyes. What happened? She muttered, looking around before her gaze fell on the scroll in Hayashi's hand. You were exhausted after a battle, Hayashi said calmly. Oh, Kushina responded, rubbing her head slightly. She still felt a faint sense that something was off, but could not grasp it. Inside her mind, the 9 tails immediately started talking again. Kushina, I'm telling you, there were people named Naruto and Rin who came from the future. Kushina blinked, then immediately rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? You always make up random stories. Last time you said you knew where the 6 Paths Sage's treasure was hidden. We dug for days and ended up in an underground river. There was nothing there. Not even a single clue. Time travel. I'll believe it when pigs fly. The 9 tails stiffened in irritation. That was different. The location was correct, it just shifted over time. And now you expect me to believe you again? Kushina replied flatly. Do you have proof? The 9 tails went silent. The so-called proof had literally gone back to the future. There was nothing it could present. Then it suddenly perked up. Wait, I remember now. That girl gave you a pendant before leaving, and you gave your ninja cards to someone else. Kushina frowned slightly and touched her neck. There really was a pendant. It's pretty. When did I get this? I don't remember, she murmured, lifting it toward the light. The 9 tails sighed heavily. With how unreliable she is, it might actually be safer if she forgets everything. After everything settled, Roran was left behind as a completed mission site. Hayashi, Kushina, and Kakashi-sensei stayed a few extra days, briefly experiencing the foreign atmosphere of the city. 5 days later, they returned to Konoha. The journey there had taken days, but the return felt almost instantaneous in comparison. Inside the Hokage office, Hayashi stood before the 3rd Hokage and reported the mission details from Roran. He deliberately left out any mention of time travelers or anything related to the future. I see, the third Hokage said after listening. Good work. The outcome itself was what mattered. Anrokuzen was no longer a concern, and the dragon vein had been successfully sealed. Even if Sunagakure or others attempted to exploit it, breaking Kushina and Hayashi's seal would not be easy. If Konoha could not use it, then no one else would be allowed to either. The third Hokage leaned back slightly. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Hayashi nodded. Then I will take my leave. Wait, the third Hokage said. It has been 7 or 8 months since the war in the Land of Earth settled down. How has your rest been? The meaning behind the question was clear. The battlefield needed him again. Hayashi answered without hesitation. As long as the village needs me, I can move at any time. The third Hokage showed a satisfied expression. Good. The war situation was becoming increasingly unstable. Sunagakure and Kumogakure's cooperation had shifted the balance, and Konoha's original timeline for ending the conflict had collapsed. The third Hokage now placed his highest trust in Hayashi when it came to decisive battlefield results. Not just because of strength, but because of proven results and reliability. Danzo's objections no longer mattered. Victory mattered more. Elsewhere, at the Valley of the End, a masked man sat atop the massive statue of Uchiha Madara. Fugaku observed the landscape quietly. Below him, the river roared endlessly through the canyon. Black Zetsu had been assisting in the hidden mist affairs, leaving him time to prepare other arrangements. After a while, a pale figure emerged from the stone structure behind him. It's starting soon, it said softly. Fugaku nodded. He stood up, looking down at the valley. The echoes of ancient battles between Madara and the first Hokage still seemed to linger in the air. Finally, he turned away. Let's go, he said. It is time to watch how this unfolds. The third great ninja war is nearing its end. Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 576, Sasori's Trap. 1268 words. Late at night, dark clouds swallowed the sky. The third Kazekage walked alone through the land of rain, while countless grains of iron sand drifted behind him like a black galaxy, moving with silent pressure. The situation on the battlefield was excellent. As long as Sunagakure continued pressing forward, Iwagakure would eventually collapse under the pressure. The third Kazekage could already sense Sunagakure rising to become second only to Konohagakure in strength. It was only intuition, but he trusted it completely. Because of that, he had devoted himself to this war with even greater focus than he had shown during conflicts with Konoha. No mistakes were allowed. Especially tonight. Earlier, Chiyo had sent urgent intelligence through a summoned messenger, reporting that a group of Iwagakure shinobi planned to cross the defensive line and infiltrate deep into the Land of Wind to destroy Sunagakure's supply routes. The moment he read the message, the third Kazekage personally left to intercept them. The Land of Wind lacked resources from the beginning. In the past, Iwagakure had been an ally capable of offering support, but now they were enemies. If the supply lines were destroyed, Sunagakure would suffer heavily. That was why he came alone. As he entered the Land of Rain, rain slowly began falling from the sky. Before long, the drizzle became a violent downpour. The third Kazekage stopped walking and looked upward, letting cold rain strike his face. He raised a hand and caught several drops in his palm. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Hanzo. If only they could have formed an alliance. With Hanzo's strength and his own magnet release, tearing a massive chunk out of Iwagakure would have been easy. Unfortunately, Hanzo was too stubborn. The third Kazekage continued moving through the storm until his eyes narrowed slightly. Ahead, beneath a massive tree, stood a lone figure with its back facing him. The sight immediately felt wrong. According to the intelligence report, dozens of Iwagakure shinobi were supposed to be waiting nearby. But there was only one. Chiyo would never betray him. Of that, he was absolutely certain. Which meant either the intelligence was false, or something had happened to Chiyo. The figure slowly turned around. Its voice was hoarse and emotionless. I hate waiting for people. The third Kazekage finally saw the creature clearly. Or rather, it could barely be called human. It was short, with a strange reptilian tail extending behind it. A cloak hung loosely over its body, and a Sunagakure forehead protector rested on its head. Even so, the third Kazekage could not recall any shinobi in Sunagakure matching this appearance. Who are you? He asked coldly. Since he came alone, fear was naturally not part of his thinking. He could fly freely using magnet release. Even if he encountered danger, retreating would not be difficult. Very few people in the shinobi world could truly corner him. Instead of backing away, the third Kazekage slowly walked closer. Only then did he realize the figure was not human at all. It was a puppet. A modified humanoid puppet. Inside Hirako, Sasori silently observed the man known as the strongest Kazekage in Sunagakure's history. His eyes carried complicated emotions. The atmosphere around them became heavier with every passing second. Finally, Sasori spoke. Third Kazekage, there has never been a single thing about you that I liked. His voice was low and aged through the puppet shell. You were always foolish, including tonight. Coming here alone is exactly the kind of thing you would do. The third Kazekage frowned. The words revealed too much. The other party knew him extremely well, and had predicted his actions perfectly. Which also confirmed his suspicion. The message likely had not come from Chiyo herself. The summoned messenger was contracted to more than one person. After a brief silence, the third Kazekage finally spoke. You are Sasori, aren't you? A cold laugh echoed from within Hirako. So you're not completely hopeless. Sasori no longer hid his identity. The third Kazekage suddenly laughed. You lured me into the land of rain just to kill me. He found the situation almost amusing. Sasori was only around 14 or 15 years old. Yes, he was a genius. Yes, he was already feared as Sasori of the Red Sand. But wanting to kill the third Kazekage at that age sounded absurd. Even Hayashi's reputation during his youth had not been this arrogant. Since you delivered yourself to me, the third Kazekage said with a smile, I might as well eliminate you tonight. Although he had not personally killed Sasori's parents, he had deliberately allowed them to walk toward death. And over the years, Sasori's talent had begun making him uneasy. Sasori of the Red Sand was becoming increasingly influential inside Sunagakure. If things continued, Raza might not be able to compete with him in the future. The third Kazekage had no intention of surrendering authority so easily. He wanted to remain the supreme leader of Sunagakure for as long as possible. A dangerous genius like Sasori could not be allowed to grow unchecked. Unfortunately, Chiyo protected her grandson too carefully. Sasori also spent most of his time isolated while researching puppets, leaving almost no opportunities to act against him. But tonight was different. Sasori had walked directly into his hands. At the same time, the third Kazekage felt disturbed. He had never sensed hatred from Sasori before. For someone so young to hide his emotions this deeply was genuinely frightening. Still, hidden emotions alone meant nothing without the power to support them. Sasori slowly raised his right hand. A scroll slid into his palm. With a burst of smoke, 5 beast-shaped puppets appeared beside him. The third Kazekage smiled dismissively. Using puppets against magnet release is meaningless. But the moment he circulated chakra, his expression suddenly changed. Poison. His vision blurred slightly. When did you poison me? Sasori remained silent. The poisoning had begun over half a year ago. Every time Sasori attended meetings, a nearly undetectable scent lingered around him. Individually, the substances were harmless and impossible to notice. Even Chio had failed to detect them. The true trigger came from the letter delivered earlier. The message contained a catalyst capable of merging all the accumulated substances within the third Kazekage's body. Then came the rain of the land of rain. The downpour itself carried the final catalyst, transforming the slow-acting toxin into a deadly poison that disrupted chakra flow. Everything had been prepared specifically for him. Sasori had waited patiently for months like a scorpion hiding in darkness, all for this single night. The third Kazekage steadied himself and forced his mind to remain focused. If he died here, Sunagakure would suffer catastrophic losses in the war against Iwagakure. Sasori casually pulled out 10 more scrolls. His fingers moved sharply. Dozens upon dozens of puppets burst into the air. Sasori's voice remained cold. The standard of a puppeteer is determined by how many puppets they can control simultaneously. Grandmother can control the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, and is called the greatest puppeteer in Sunagakure. My puppets may not equal hers in quality, but in quantity. His fingers twitched slightly. The sky filled completely with puppets. I surpass her. The third Kazekage's face darkened. All these years, Sasori had intentionally hidden his true ability. Everyone believed he could only control 7 puppets at once. The difference between rumor and reality was overwhelming. Rain hammered against Hiriko's shell as violent winds roared through the forest. Sasori slowly curled his fingers inward. Tell me, he asked quietly. Are these enough to kill you? Chapter 577, Night. 1,220 words. Dozens of puppets filled the battlefield, an overwhelming sight that distorted the very sense of scale. Even Chio, the most renowned puppeteer in Sunagakure, could only control 10 puppets simultaneously. What Sasori displayed here was on an entirely different level, something the ninja world was never meant to witness. Hundreds of Senbon shot forward at once. They were densely packed, layered so tightly in the air that they formed a solid wall of lethal rain. But these Senbon were not made of metal. They were carved from hardened wood soaked in black oil, specially designed to counter magnet release techniques. The third Kazekage reacted immediately. Even as the poison inside his body disrupted his chakra flow, he forced himself to move. Iron sand surged upward in a defensive barrier, barely intercepting the incoming barrage. In terms of raw strength, Sasori was still not on the third Kazekage's level. But battles were never decided by strength alone. Any small piece of intelligence, any hidden preparation, could completely reverse the outcome of a fight. Just like Uzumaki Naruto after mastering Sage Mode, facing the 6 paths of pain. He was not stronger than pain in pure ability. Yet he still won in the end. And tonight followed the same principle. Half an hour later, the battle finally came to an end. Sasori, only 15 years old, had personally killed the third Kazekage. But victory did not come without cost. Most of his puppets had been destroyed, and Hiriko, his protective shell, had been shattered into 2 halves, exposing his true position. Still, it was worth it. The third Kazekage's corpse would become the strongest puppet he had ever created. Once that transformation was complete, Sasori's combat power would rise dramatically. With the third Kazekage's body, even hundreds of puppets would not be beyond his control. From this moment onward, survival in the shinobi world would no longer be a problem. Sasori's face was pale as he calmly gathered the broken puppets back into storage scrolls. Then he looked down at the fallen third Kazekage. Rain struck his face, cold and unrelenting, but there was no satisfaction in his eyes. Revenge did not feel like anything. Time had long eroded his memories of his parents. He no longer clearly remembered their faces, nor did he cling to emotions like grief. Even he could not tell what had driven him here. Was it revenge? Was it obsession? Or simply a silent retaliation against Chiyo? He did not know. Sasori pulled out a scroll, preparing to seal the body. But then he paused. His head turned slightly. Who is there? Footsteps echoed through the rain. A middle-aged man stepped forward from the darkness. Sasori's eyes narrowed instantly. Granduncle. Ebizo walked closer, then slowly crouched beside the third Kazekage's body. His usual composure was gone. What remained was only grief and disbelief. The rain soaked through his clothes as he stared at the corpse. The third Kazekage. Ebizo muttered quietly. Sasori, why did you do this? There are many reasons, Sasori replied coldly. You should be thanking me. I removed a problem for you and Grandma Chiyo. Ebizo's expression tightened. What nonsense are you saying? He snapped. Do you understand what this means for Sunagakure? Without the third Kazekage, the village will collapse. Sasori said nothing. He understood perfectly. Without leadership, Sunagakure would likely be defeated without resistance and forced into submission under Iwagakure. But compared to endless sacrifice, that outcome might not necessarily be worse. At the very least, fewer people would die. Ebizo exhaled heavily. This is my fault, he said in a low voice. I should have noticed earlier instead of indulging you. Come back to the village with me. Sasori gave a faint, mocking smile. Go back. So I can be executed. Ebizo stared at him firmly. If I do not report this, no one will know you were the one who killed the third Kazekage. Not even Chiyo. Sasori tilted his head slightly. And if I refuse? Ebizo closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. 6 puppets rose behind him. At the same moment, Sasori's fingers twitched. Kunai rained from above in a sudden burst. Ebizo snorted softly. A beast-type puppet opened its mouth and released a strong wind technique, scattering the kunai instantly. In a single movement, Ebizo vanished from his position. A fist slammed into Sasori's back. The impact sent Sasori flying through the rain, though he managed to stabilize himself midair. He coughed once, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His chakra had become even more chaotic. Still, he did not fall. Landing on the ground, Sasori assessed the situation quickly. His earlier assumption had been wrong. He had believed Ebizo to be at most elite Jonin level. Now it was clear he was far stronger than that. If this had been before his fight with the third Kazekage, Sasori would not have been pushed this far, even while careless. But now, his condition was far worse. Ebizo looked at him quietly. You are still trying to hold on in this state. Sasori did not respond. Ebizo spoke again. Even if you die, you still intend to leave. His tone carried frustration rather than hostility. You are still young, Ebizo continued. With the third Kazekage gone, the village will need leadership. With your abilities, Chiyo's support, and mine, you could become Kazekage within a few years. Raza and Pakura would not stand in your way. The rain grew heavier. Sasori slowly raised his hand. The remaining puppets moved to surround him. Either let me go, he said calmly, or take my corpse back. Ebizo fell silent. Then he looked up at the sky, hands resting behind his back. I should have told your grandmother earlier, he said quietly. I noticed something was wrong with you long ago. I thought you were just a child going through a phase. His voice softened. But I was wrong. Ebizo's eyes drifted into memory. The first time I saw you, I had just returned from a mission. It was a night like this, heavy rain everywhere. You were so small, you only cried. You would not stop crying. A faint, painful smile appeared on his face. But the moment I saw you, I felt something warm. I had no children of my own, but you became like a grandson to me. He paused. His expression shifted between nostalgia and sorrow. I do not care who becomes Kazekage, Ebizo said finally. But I cannot ignore your life. The wind howled through the forest. Ebizo lowered his gaze. Sasori, go. And never return to Sunagakure again. Silence followed. Only the sound of rain remained. Sasori bent down, picked up the third Kazekage's body, and sealed it into a scroll. He glanced once at Ebizo. Then he turned away and walked into the storm. Ebizo stood alone in the rain, his figure unmoving. The darkness swallowed everything in his vision. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on P at Trian to get started. Chapter 578, The Masked Negotiator. 1078 words. If encountering the third Kazekage had been intentional, and meeting Ebizo had been unexpected yet still within reason, then facing the masked man in front of him made Sasori realize, for the first time that night, that events were slipping beyond his control. A sharp irritation rose within him, laced with killing intent. Sasori was not a man prone to impatience. He could wait years for a single goal if necessary. But that patience was reserved for opponents he could not yet overcome, not for some unknown figure who appeared out of nowhere at the worst possible moment. More importantly, his injuries were not minor. His chest ached with every breath, and he needed immediate recovery. He had no time to waste exchanging words about ideals, or the future of the ninja world. Sasori of the Red Sand, your strength is not bad. Join me. The masked man spoke again, his voice low and carrying an undeniable arrogance. Hayashi stood beneath the broken sky, his black cloak torn by the wind. His response came in the form of hidden weapons fired from within the sleeve of his robe. Hayashi did not move. As the Senbon closed in on his head, he simply raised his right hand. The needles froze midair, suspended as though caught in invisible strings. Sasori's eyes narrowed slightly. To halt projectiles like that could be magnet release, like the third Kazekage, or perhaps earth release from the third Tsuchikage. But the sensation felt closer to magnet release. The problem was that Sasori's Senbon were not ordinary weapons. They were specially engineered to counter the third Kazekage. Their materials were designed to resist magnetic manipulation. A technique beyond known abilities in the ninja world. A faint glint appeared in Sasori's eyes, replacing caution with interest. A useful body, he muttered. If turned into a puppet, it would not lose to the third Kazekage. He looked at Hayashi like a craftsman inspecting rare material. Hayashi gave a soft laugh. Relax. I am not going to poison you. Your poison may have worked on the third Kazekage, but it is useless against me. Only one eye was visible beneath the mask. Yet even that was enough to project overwhelming confidence. A faint, chilling laugh followed, carried by the stormy air. It was unsettling enough to make the surroundings feel heavier. Sasori remained expressionless. Hayashi's intention was simple. If he was going to move under the identity of Madara, everything had to be controlled. The presence had to be overwhelming, the techniques incomprehensible, and every word had to carry weight. Sasori tilted his head slightly. You seem to know quite a lot about me. Not particularly, Hayashi replied calmly. I have seen many battles in my life. There is little I have not witnessed. Even the first Kazekage of your village would not dare act carelessly in my presence. Sasori's eyes sharpened. You talk too much. A faint smile formed under the mask. Do I? Sasori continued, almost amused, let me guess. Next you will say you have fought the first Kazekage before. Hayashi froze for a fraction of a second. That was exactly what he had been about to say. A pause lingered in the air. Sasori's tone grew sharper. People like you are predictable. I have heard similar lines before. Konoha's so-called lightning flash once said he had fought legends of every village. It is not impressive anymore. Hayashi said nothing. Inside, he felt a rare sense of frustration. His carefully prepared atmosphere had been interrupted at every turn. Sasori studied him. So what are you really? Forget that, Hayashi replied smoothly, recovering his tone. I am recruiting. My organization is in need of capable individuals like you. I am not interested, Sasori answered immediately. His injuries, the unknown ability of the masked man, and the lack of a clear opening made continuing the fight inefficient. Retreat and recovery were more important. Hayashi continued anyway. Do not reject it so quickly. You were able to kill the third Kazekage, whether through poison or another method, it proves your value. I need people like you. Sasori's gaze sharpened. How do you know I killed him? The air shifted slightly. So this was not coincidence. Hayashi chuckled. My intelligence network is better than you think. I know not only that you did it, but also how long you prepared the poison. Sasori's silence deepened. He began reassessing the situation. This man was not random. I see, Sasori said quietly. You are more capable than you look. For a brief moment, he considered whether this man could be useful for gathering information. Hayashi lifted his hand slightly. Sasori, I came only to deliver a message. You are not ready yet. When your injuries heal and your body is fully perfected, I will return. Do not disappoint me by refusing again. No one refuses me twice. Without waiting for a response, his body slowly lifted into the air. Also, he added, leave the land of rain. It will not remain peaceful for long. Sasori did not respond. He only let out a quiet snort. In a dim cave far from the battlefield, White Zetsu sat near a faint fire. You are just letting him go like that. Hayashi, still wearing the mask, sat nearby and stirred the burning wood. What else should I do? He replied calmly. We need people, not unnecessary enemies. He did not expect Sasori to agree immediately. People like him never did. Not even Nagato had accepted at first. But that did not matter. Everything would fall into place eventually. The fire crackled softly. After a moment of silence, Hayashi spoke again. Inform Danzo about Nagato's Rinnegan. His plan had originally been to pressure Hanzo into acting against Akatsuki, forcing conflict from the shadows. But things had changed. After his confrontation with Hayashi, Hanzo had been broken, more concerned with survival than power. A man like that would not move against Akatsuki. So a new catalyst was needed. Danzo was ideal. A man like him would not hesitate. And if handled correctly, Konoha itself would begin to turn its attention toward Akatsuki. White Zetsu tilted its head slightly. You are accelerating things. Hayashi stood up and extinguished the fire with a single motion. Yes, he said quietly. I do not have patience for delays anymore. The mask turned toward the darkness outside the cave. Let's go. The next target should be at the underground exchange. Chapter 579, 579, The Kazekage's Disappearance. 1,319 words. In the spring of the 40th year of Konoha, a terrifying piece of news spread from the borders of the Land of Wind across the entire ninja world. The third Kazekage had vanished without a trace. This was no ordinary shinobi, but the leader of Sunagakure. A figure of that level disappearing so suddenly defied belief. Yet with the earlier disappearance of the Mizukage still fresh in memory, the world found it slightly easier to accept. Sunagakure remained silent regarding the rumors. But in times like these, silence was no different from confirmation. Suspicion immediately turned toward Iwagakure. The two villages were already at war, and Iwagakure was the most logical suspect. However, Inoki quickly issued a denial, stating clearly that Iwagakure had nothing to do with the third Kazekage's disappearance. Sunagakure still did not respond. Neither confirmation nor denial came from them. That silence only deepened suspicion. Unlike Kirigakure, which quickly tried to shift blame onto Konoha, Sunagakure's reaction was unreadable. Land of Birds, Sunagakure Command Tent. After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Chiyo, the most respected elder in Sunagakure, temporarily assumed command. The atmosphere inside the command tent was suffocating. Chiyo's face, once sharp and composed, now carried a heavy sorrow that she could not fully conceal. Ebizo stood nearby, watching her carefully. He almost regretted telling her the truth so soon. Before he could speak, Chiyo slammed her hand on the table. "Shut up." Her voice was trembling with anger. Her fingers curled tightly against the wooden surface, her knuckles pale. Her expression twisted between grief and fury. For a long moment she said nothing. Then she covered her face with both hands. Outside the tent, the wind howled like a grieving spirit. Time passed. When she finally lowered her hands, she quietly fixed her hair, the black and white streaks falling back into place. "It is fine," she said in a low voice. "Since he is gone, treat it as if everything is already over." Ebizo remained silent. After a pause, he asked, "What do we do next?" He was not referring to Sasori, but to Sunagakure itself. The village now faced two urgent problems. First, selecting the fourth Kazekage. Second, deciding whether to continue the war or pursue peace. Both issues were inseparable. The choice of Kazekage would decide the village's direction. Both Chiyo and Ebizo leaned toward peace. They had opposed the third Kazekage's decision to break agreements and go to war with Iwagakure from the beginning. Now that he was gone, uncertainty spread through the village leadership. If they chose war, they would blame the disappearance of the Kazekage on Iwagakure and rally the shinobi through hatred. If they chose peace, that narrative would collapse. Ebizo spoke quietly, "Many factions are already approaching me. Raza came again last night. He expressed support for ending the war. Sunagakure had no shortage of talent, but only a few were truly qualified to become the fourth Kazekage. Among them Pakura and Raza stood out the most. Pakura, a hero of Sunagakure, possessed Scorch Release, and had strong support from the military faction. She firmly believed in continuing the war. Raza, on the other hand, possessed Magnet Release. In Sunagakure, Magnet Release carried immense symbolic weight, similar to Wood Release in Konoha. However, his battlefield achievements were limited, and with the third Kazekage gone, his backing had weakened. He now relied heavily on political support. Chiyo made her decision without hesitation. "Then we support Raza." Ebizo looked at her in silence. Chiyo's expression had hardened. Sunagakure does not need a war-driven Kazekage right now. We need recovery. Raza has Magnet Release. He is suitable for leadership in this era. And Iwagakure? Ebizo asked. Choosing Raza meant choosing peace, but peace was never simple. Even if Sunagakure wanted it, Iwagakure would not let them off easily. Chiyo's tone turned cold. Then we use Pakura as a bargaining piece. Ebizo's eyes narrowed slightly. Chiyo continued without hesitation. A so-called hero should be prepared to sacrifice for the village when necessary. Tell Raza. He will accept. Eliminating Pakura also clears his path to becoming Kazekage. Ebizo said nothing. It was not a pleasant decision. But perhaps it was the most practical one. Somewhere in the shadows of the ninja world, the 40th year of Konoha unfolded like a stage play reaching its climax. The disappearance of the third Kazekage would later become the spark of greater conflict. Originally, the catalyst had been the Mizukage's disappearance, but fate had shifted again. Hayashi already understood the truth behind the situation. Sasori was undoubtedly involved in the Kazekage's disappearance. Yet Sunagakure had not yet labeled him a missing nin. At this stage, declaring it publicly would be equivalent to confirming internal betrayal. Chiyo would never make such a reckless move. So Sasori remained in the shadows, unmarked, unbothered. Soon, everything changed. Sunagakure's so-called hero, Pakura of Scorch Release, was killed during a covert mission to investigate the Kazekage's disappearance. The official report described it as an ambush by an unknown force. Unknown force. Such wording reminded Hayashi of similar political cover-ups in the past. There was no doubt. Pakura had been sacrificed. Just like many before her. The village even held a funeral in her honor, despite no body being recovered. A symbolic farewell. And with her death, the balance inside Sunagakure collapsed. 7 days later, Raza was appointed the fourth Kazekage. His first action was to initiate peace talks with Iwagakure. And so, the war in the land of birds came to an end. Aftermath of the war. The collapse of Sunagakure's war effort caused a chain reaction across the ninja world. The alliance between Kumogakure and Sunagakure disintegrated. Without Sunagakure's pressure, Kumogakure could not sustain a two-front war. Especially with Konoha's lightning flash deployed on the battlefield. In practice, Hayashi barely needed to act. His presence alone forced Kumogakure to retreat toward their borders. The fourth Raikage, A, was furious, but political limitations prevented him from continuing. B, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, was confined within the village. Facing two great villages alone was impossible. So Kumogakure withdrew. Not in surrender but in retreat. A principle passed down from the third Raikage, withdraw but never submit. Even Danzo's aggressive tendencies were suppressed by direct orders from Konoha's leadership. The war was effectively over. Uchiha Compound, evening. Within the Uchiha compound, two figures sat facing each other in an old pavilion. It was said the structure had once been used by Madara himself. From here, the first Hokage's stone face could be seen in the distance. Orochimaru spoke softly, "So the war ends like this." Hayashi exhaled slowly. "It is over." Orochimaru remained silent for a moment. 10 years of war, he said quietly, for 10 years of peace. Was it worth it? Hayashi shook his head. It was not. Orochimaru nodded slightly. I suppose it was not. After a pause, he asked, "Then what does peace mean to you?" Hayashi answered without hesitation. A world governed by a single authority. No daimyo, no villages, no kage, and no shinobi system as it exists now. Orochimaru closed his eyes in thought. When he opened them again, his tone had shifted. The Uchiha clan has changed. Hayashi replied calmly, "You have been in your lab too long. You have missed too much." Orochimaru blinked slowly, as if realizing how much time had passed. Then he asked, "Hayashi, do you want to become Hokage?" Hayashi repeated the word quietly. Hokage. He looked toward the distant monument. The first Hokage's face was lit by the setting sun, its expression almost serene. For a moment, everything fell silent. Then the world continued turning. End of volume. == Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 580, Ridiculous Entrance Exam. 1723 words. As the saying went, thinking about something was meaningless unless you actually acted on it. Encouraged by the elderly Nara clan member, Kakashi finally sat down at the shogi table with complete confidence, and began what could only be described as a painful donation spree. Watching him lose money so enthusiastically, Hayashi almost felt nostalgic. In another life, whenever he met people like this, he usually had only one thought. Can you lend me some money for lunch too? While focusing on the game, Kakashi removed the massive blade strapped across his back and carefully leaned it beside his chair. After months of training, he was finally capable of wielding the weapon properly. Unfortunately, the blade itself was still absurdly oversized for his current height, making the entire scene look unintentionally ridiculous. Kakashi clearly didn't care. He treated the weapon like treasure. At this point, he practically slept with it every night. Nearby, Asuma and Might Guy stood stiffly beside Hayashi without saying a word. Although the three students already knew each other, things felt different now. Hayashi was no longer just a familiar senior from the village. He was their Jonin sensei. That change in status naturally made them nervous. Hayashi glanced at the two boys briefly before returning his attention to the files in his hands. Compared to Kakashi, the difference between them was already obvious. Not that this was surprising. The gap had existed for years. Now it had simply grown wider. Might Guy still had the potential to surpass Kakashi one day through pure effort and mastery of the 8 gates. As for Asuma, Hayashi only had one evaluation. Hopeless. He calmly reviewed the information in front of him. The structure of Team 1 was simple. A genius. A politically protected heir. And an eternal underdog. Kakashi was naturally the genius. If Hayashi had not deliberately delayed his advancement, Kakashi would already have become a Chunin long ago. More importantly, Kakashi wasn't merely his subordinate. He was his true disciple. There was a major difference between a Jonin instructor and an actual master-disciple relationship. Kakashi would eventually become Naruto's Jonin instructor, but Jiraiya was Naruto's true master. One relationship focused on missions and standard growth. The other involved inheritance. Hayashi viewed Kakashi the same way. Over the years, he had deliberately corrected many of Kakashi's flaws. Kakashi no longer possessed the cold obsession with mission completion that he once would have developed. Nor did he carry the arrogance of ignoring teammates. Naturally, Hayashi also reserved the best resources for him. Just like Orochimaru had done in the past, Hayashi had already arranged for Kakashi to sign the summoning contract of Ryuchi Cave. Combined with the ninja hounds Kakashi had raised since childhood, he now possessed 2 separate summoning techniques. As for Might Guy, he was the definition of a late bloomer. His written exam scores were terrible. The only reason he graduated at all was because of his taijutsu talent. In this timeline, Might Dewey had never sacrificed himself against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Without that legendary event, the village still underestimated taijutsu specialists. Many shinobi simply viewed Guy as a strange kid who couldn't use ninjutsu properly. Hayashi understood his true potential though. That was why he specifically requested Guy for his squad. To some extent, Guy was also half a disciple to him. Their relationship resembled the bond between Hayashi and Tsunade. Because of that, Hayashi intended to let him sign the Ryuchi Cave contract as well. Guy's chakra reserves weren't especially large, but they were enough for basic summoning techniques. In the future, even if he couldn't summon massive snakes, smaller summons from Ryuchi Cave could still serve reconnaissance purposes and greatly improve survival rates. Right now, however, Guy was still weak. The reason was simple. He couldn't open the 8 gates yet. Which meant his true growth had barely begun. Fortunately, he was also the student Hayashi worried about the least. Then there was Asuma. The biggest headache in the squad. Asuma was the 3rd Hokage's son. That single fact complicated everything. This was the Hokage personally assigning his own child into your team. Refusing wasn't an option. Whether Asuma genuinely wanted to grow stronger, or was merely polishing his reputation, Hayashi still had to guide him properly. And most importantly, nothing serious could happen to him. Minor injuries were acceptable. The 3rd Hokage might even praise realistic field training. But death? Absolutely impossible. If Asuma died under his command, Hayashi's political future inside Konoha would collapse instantly. For troublesome students like this, the safest option was to treat them even more carefully than your own disciple. Honestly, Hayashi would have preferred a decorative teammate who contributed nothing except occasional romantic drama. At least that would have been less stressful. Still, he had already put considerable thought into improving Asuma's combat abilities. The Ryuchi Cave contract was out of the question. That kind of inheritance couldn't become common property. Besides, Enma, the Monkey King summoned by the third Hokage, likely wouldn't acknowledge Asuma anyway. The summon barely respected Sarutobi Shinosuke. There was no reason for it to suddenly favor Asuma. Fortunately, Hayashi had already located a suitable summoning beast for him. All that remained was completing the proper mission to secure the contract. Overall, Team 1's configuration was actually balanced. All three members specialized in close combat. Asuma possessed fire release and wind release for ranged support. Might Guy excelled in direct taijutsu engagements. Kakashi served as both the strategist and the decisive finisher. Honestly, if Guy possessed larger chakra reserves, this team could already rival the younger generation of the Sannin. Hayashi quietly continued reading through the files while intentionally ignoring Asuma and Guy. Part of being a shinobi was learning patience. Kakashi, at least, had improved considerably in that regard. Despite already losing the equivalent of an entire C-rank mission payment, he continued sitting at the shogi board with terrifying persistence. His mental resilience was becoming suspiciously similar to Tsunade's. Hayashi suddenly realized something horrifying. What if Kakashi eventually became a combination of Jiraiya and Tsunade? A gambling addict who also read inappropriate novels. That possibility alone sounded dangerous. As expected, Kakashi eventually lost 10 straight games, and exhausted every bit of savings he had accumulated over the past 2 months. His expression became pale. His fingers twitched slightly as he stood up from the table. Not because he wanted to stop. Because he literally had no money left. Hayashi looked at him with amusement. Still interested in playing? Kakashi immediately shook his head. Absolutely not. Hayashi nodded approvingly. Good. Remember this lesson. If an older woman ever invites you to a casino in the future, attack immediately and run. Don't waste time listening to her. Kakashi froze. For some reason, he felt like his teacher was setting him up for disaster later in life. After a brief hesitation, he still nodded obediently. I understand. Hayashi then turned toward the other two. Might Guy, what's inside that bag? Guy immediately revealed his signature sparkling smile. Gifts. I prepared presents for my teammates and Hayashi-sensei. Hayashi raised an eyebrow. This kid really understood human relationships. Promising. Let's see them. Guy eagerly unzipped the backpack. Then he proudly revealed 3 identical green bodysuits. They're specially made training suits. Extremely breathable and perfect for youth. Silence filled the plaza. Even if the material was priceless silk, it was still an aggressively green bodysuit. Hayashi suddenly felt a headache forming. He slowly turned toward Kakashi and Asuma. Your teammate prepared gifts for you. Why are you both standing there? The 2 boys looked horrified. But under Hayashi's stare, they reluctantly accepted the outfits anyway. Hayashi himself immediately sealed his own suit into a storage scroll the moment he received it. Might Guy, Asuma. His expression suddenly became serious. Welcome to Team 1. The atmosphere instantly changed. However, before officially becoming genin under me, you still need to pass one final test. If you fail, you'll return to the academy for another year. Believe me, I have the authority to make that happen. Asuma and Guy both stiffened immediately. A test administered by Hayashi definitely wouldn't be easy. What kind of test? Asuma asked cautiously. Hayashi smiled faintly. You have 2 choices. First option, the 2 of you work together and attempt to defeat me. I will not hold back. If you fail, back to the academy. Might Guy immediately looked terrified. Asuma nearly choked. Fight Hayashi. That wasn't a test. That was attempted suicide. Hayashi continued casually. Second option, wear those green bodysuits and run 2 full laps around Konoha. You must pass through the commercial district. Might Guy's eyes lit up instantly. So simple. He immediately chose the second option. Asuma looked like his soul had left his body. How is that simple? Hayashi folded his arms. Choose. Asuma's face twitched violently. After glaring at Guy for several seconds, he finally gritted his teeth. I'll take the second option. No matter what happened, he absolutely could not afford to be sent back to the academy. Especially not if Kurenai heard about it. Hayashi smiled like a fox who had successfully trapped his prey. Excellent. The first lesson I'll teach you is this. A shinobi needs thick skin. Caring too much about other people's opinions will only hold you back. Now go change. Yes, Hayashi-sensei. Asuma answered weakly before dragging himself away like a condemned prisoner. Watching him leave, Hayashi turned toward Kakashi. Kakashi immediately spoke. Sensei, don't worry. I'll supervise them. Hayashi sighed. Kakashi, I've told you this before. You can have many acquaintances, but true companions are rare. If you ever meet people worth trusting, you should genuinely stand beside them. Kakashi blinked. Then Hayashi pointed directly at the green bodysuit. Your teammates are about to humiliate themselves publicly. Why are you standing here acting innocent? Go change clothes too. Yes. A few minutes later, the 3 boys stood together in matching green training suits. Hayashi looked at them silently. Then he smiled. Ah, youth. Naturally, he had absolutely no intention of wearing one himself. Tricking other people was fun. Actually believing the nonsense yourself was another matter entirely. Looking at the trio running awkwardly toward the commercial district, Hayashi leaned comfortably against the stone bench. This generation really is too young. Chapter 581, Team Assignments. 1294 words. Early in the morning, the Ninja Academy was already overflowing with noise and excitement. 3 months had passed since the war ended. During that time, the massive machine known as Konohagakure had gradually returned to normal operation. A new generation of academy students was preparing to graduate and officially become genin. Likewise, many young jonin who had grown up during the war were now stepping into the role of team leaders for the first time. This cycle was how the will of fire continued to pass from one generation to the next. Of course, the children preparing to graduate had no interest in lofty ideals like that. Right now, they only cared about one thing. Their future teammates. Rin, do you think we'll end up on the same team? Uchiha Obito leaned forward impatiently, trying to peek at the assignment sheet in Nishimura-sensei's hand. His face was filled with nervous anticipation. Kurenai, please let us be on the same team. Asuma Sarutobi quietly muttered to himself while plucking flower petals apart one by one. He already knew who his jonin instructor would be, but his teammates were still a mystery. Some students were anxious. Others were excited. And then there were the strange ones. Rado, if we're assigned together, it'll definitely be fate. Shiranui Ginma casually chewed on his senbon, while giving Namishi Rado a dramatic stare. Kakashi, my youthful passion is ready for our new journey together. Might Guy tightly held a package wrapped in green cloth. Inside were gifts he had carefully prepared for his future teammates and instructor. Ahem. Nishimura-sensei cleared his throat loudly, instantly silencing the classroom. He stood behind the podium and picked up the assignment sheet. Next, I will announce the genin teams. Everyone immediately straightened up. Team 1, Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy. Jonin instructor, Uchiha Hayashi. Asuma already knew his instructor would be Hayashi, but hearing that his teammate was Might Guy instead of Kurenai Yuhi still dealt him a painful blow. Could his father not consider his son's future happiness for once? His older brother was still unmarried. Was the Sarutobi family line supposed to depend entirely on him? Asuma glanced resentfully at Might Guy. In his eyes, this loud idiot had stolen his future romance. Might Guy completely misunderstood the look and flashed an enthusiastic thumbs up. Great. It's Hayashi-sensei and Kakashi too. Nishimura continued reading. Team 2, Kurenai Yuhi, Inuzuka Rin, Aoba Yamashiro. Jonin instructor, Uchiha Mikoto. Obito looked devastated. Not only had he failed to join Hayashi's team, he hadn't even ended up under Mikoto-sensei alongside Rin Noara. His entire body seemed to lose color. Team 3, Aburame Kuro, Hyuga Suzu, Tobitake Tanbo. Jonin instructor, Hyuga Himeji. As a member of the Hyuga main family, Himeji had specifically requested a branch family student for her squad. She had always maintained a good reputation among the branch family members. Team 4, Nara and Sui, Yamanaka Santon, Akimichi Dodo. Jonin instructor, Uzumaki Kushina. No one questioned Kushina's strength. She had already proven herself countless times during the war. Recently, she had also carried out missions alongside Hayashi frequently, gaining plenty of practical leadership experience. To ensure stability, the third Hokage intentionally placed the new Ino-Shikacho formation under her supervision. With a member of the Nara clan present, the team's intelligence level would never become a problem. Naturally, the happiest person was Akimichi Dodo. Kushina was famous for feeding people. Team 5, Ebisu, Yagyu, Hyuga Kagami. Jonin instructor, Senju Nawaki. Team 6, Masadai, Rin Noara, Ibiki. Jonin instructor, Yakushi Nono. Team 7, Uchiha Obito, Shiranui Ginma, Namishi Rado. Jonin instructor, Minato Namikaze. The classroom immediately erupted into conversation after the final announcement. Students who received their preferred teammates were thrilled. The unlucky ones looked completely miserable. Nishimura-sensei ignored the chaos. After finishing the announcements, he simply left the classroom. About 10 minutes later, the classroom door slid open once more. Uchiha Hayashi walked inside calmly. The room instantly fell silent. Many students stared at him with obvious admiration. During the war, Hayashi's reputation had spread throughout Konoha. To academy students, he already felt like a legendary ninja. Hayashi swept his gaze across the classroom before speaking plainly. Team 1, come with me. Yes, Hayashi-sensei. Might Guy practically launched himself out of his seat in excitement. Asuma stood up more slowly. Before leaving, he gave Kurenai a meaningful look, then glanced smugly toward Obito. Obito merely snorted. Honestly, he wasn't too dissatisfied with his assignment. Minato Namikaze was already famous across the ninja world as the Yellow Flash of Konoha. Being trained by such a powerful ninja was still an incredible opportunity. The only unfortunate part was that his teammates were Ginma and Rado instead of Rin. Outside the academy building, Hayashi stopped briefly. I'll wait for you two at the Uchiha Plaza. The moment he finished speaking, his figure vanished instantly using the Flying Thunder God technique. Asuma blinked. He seriously left already. Might Guy scratched his head awkwardly. Wait, where did Hayashi-sensei say we were supposed to go? I got too excited and forgot. Asuma stared at him speechlessly. About 10 minutes later, the two finally arrived at Uchiha Plaza. The plaza had gradually become one of Konoha's most popular gathering spots for retired and off-duty ninja. Its spacious layout and luxurious decorations attracted large crowds every day. Several elderly shinobi from the Nara clan were currently gathered around shogi boards while nearby vendors loudly advertised snacks and tea. At the center of the plaza, Hayashi sat casually on a stone bench while reading mission documents. Standing beside him was Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi wasn't paying attention to Hayashi at all. His entire focus was fixed on a pair of elderly Nara clan members playing a high-stakes shogi match. The more he watched, the more tempted he became. In just a short while, one challenger had already won several thousand ryo from the old men. Kakashi's eyes narrowed with interest. He could definitely do better. And more importantly, he desperately needed money. Even through his mask, the excitement in his expression was obvious. Hayashi noticed everything but chose not to interfere. There were benefits to young people suffering small losses once in a while. At the very least, it taught them not to underestimate members of the Nara clan. As for the old men running gambling stalls in the plaza, Hayashi had no intention of stopping them. If people couldn't make money here, why would anyone bother setting up stalls? And if nobody opened stalls, how would the Uchiha district continue collecting management fees? Whether the villagers complained or not was the military police force's problem. Currently, Shimura Danzo was serving as the captain of the military police force. That responsibility had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. It was better to let Danzo handle matters that made people unpopular. Hayashi narrowed his eyes slightly. Sooner or later, he intended to deal with Shimura Danzo completely. Unfortunately, Danzo was both a village elder and one of the third Hokage's closest allies. Brute force alone would never solve the issue cleanly. So before making a move, Hayashi intended to slowly ruin Danzo's public reputation first. If Danzo avoided interfering with the Uchiha district's businesses, both sides could maintain peace. But if he tried using the military police force to pressure the Uchiha clan, then Hayashi would gladly expose every instance of violent law enforcement carried out under Danzo's authority. After all, if the second Hokage could isolate the Uchiha clan politically back then, Hayashi could return the favor to Danzo now. Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_zef. Chapter 582, Team 1 leaves the village. 1,242 words. As a genin with extensive experience handling D-rank missions, Kakashi naturally ended up taking on the role of teaching the younger members of the team in Hayashi's place. It was practically a tradition within the Sannin lineage. Back then, Orochimaru barely paid attention to Team 1. Most of the time, Hayashi was the one leading Mikoto and Nawaki across battlefields and dangerous missions. Later, when Jiraiya encountered the three of them, he shamelessly tossed Minato into Hayashi's squad as well. Tsunade had done similar things. She practically let Kushina fend for herself. By this point, Hayashi already had years of experience taking care of younger shinobi. Now that it was Guy and Asuma's turn, there was no way he was personally going to escort the two of them through endless D-rank chores. He handed everything over to Kakashi. Poor Kakashi had already graduated early and spent enough time doing tedious missions alone. Now he had to babysit two rookies while continuing the same exhausting routine. Even he started questioning life. Still, missions were missions. Hayashi never neglected their actual training. After the war, Konoha planned to host the upcoming Chunin exams during winter. The event would gather shinobi from multiple nations, making it one of the largest examinations in recent years. Time was running short. The Land of Wind, Land of Water, and Land of Earth had already confirmed participation. Several smaller nations would attend as well. As for Kumogakure, the situation remained uncertain. Technically, the Hidden Cloud village was still in conflict with both Konoha and Iwagakure. The Fourth Raikage neither declared full war nor pursued peace negotiations, leaving the entire situation unresolved. Still, based on the intelligence Hayashi gathered, there was a high chance Kumogakure would sign a peace treaty with Konoha before the Chunin exams began. To make sure Guy and Asuma could successfully become Chunin, Hayashi spent most of his time figuring out how to strengthen the two of them. After all, as a genius, he could not allow the members under him to become dead weight. Guy, however, never required anyone to worry about him. Even when his body trembled from exhaustion and sweat soaked his clothes, he still gritted his teeth and completed every part of his training. Since Guy specialized almost entirely in taijutsu fundamentals, Hayashi focused on broadening his combat style. He gradually taught Guy several advanced taijutsu techniques, helping him understand their core principles rather than forcing him to rigidly memorize every movement. Naturally, Hayashi did not favor one student over another. The fire release and wind release ninjutsu he taught Asuma were all highly practical techniques within their respective ranks. He even personally taught Asuma a wind release technique he had developed himself. Although Asuma lacked Guy's terrifying endurance, he still trained seriously. Kakashi was already far ahead of them, while Guy trained like a man possessed. Under that pressure, Asuma quietly became competitive as well, afraid of being left behind. On top of that, Hayashi had promised to help him find a powerful summoning contract in the future, making the boy even more motivated. Even so, both of them improved slightly slower compared to Kakashi. Kakashi's mastery of the Hatake sword style had already become extremely refined, faintly resembling Tsukumo's combat style. He had also fully grasped both lightning release and earth release nature transformation. Sometimes, while Hayashi explained wind release principles to Asuma, Kakashi would quietly listen nearby and occasionally offer surprisingly sharp insights of his own. By September, Team 1 had finally escaped the endless nightmare of D-rank missions. To reward the three of them, Hayashi decided to take them outside the village for higher-ranked assignments. At the same time, he intended to expose them to real combat experience. Hayashi firmly believed that true teamwork could only be forged during actual missions. Before leaving, however, he first needed to visit the Fire Daimyo's residence. The Fire Daimyo had exhausted himself from years of overwork and sleepless nights, eventually damaging his health beyond recovery. As a result, he decided to abdicate and pass the title to his son, Mitsuhide. The once honest and straightforward young man who often spoke about preserving the daimyo family's legacy was finally about to become the new daimyo of the Land of Fire. Hayashi attended the succession ceremony not as a Konoha shinobi or the head of the Uchiha clan, but simply as Mitsuhide's friend. After spending several years serving as a guardian ninja, the two had developed a strong relationship. Of course, Mitsuhide also understood the importance of building political connections. As the daimyo, he could not directly interfere with Konoha's affairs, but maintaining good relationships with influential shinobi was never a bad thing. Since Hayashi had once served as a guardian ninja under the third Hokage's arrangement, their friendship did not violate any political boundaries. What surprised Hayashi the most was unexpectedly running into Danzo at the daimyo's residence. Ever since the war ended, Danzo had practically buried himself inside Root. Hayashi knew exactly what he had been busy with. Danzo had been monitoring Orochimaru and Yi while they conducted various experiments. Yi's abilities far exceeded Orochimaru's expectations, and with his assistance, the research had already begun producing results. Under normal circumstances, Danzo rarely left Root at all. That was why seeing him appear at the succession ceremony caught Hayashi off guard. The two did not exchange many words. For now, both sides maintained an unspoken balance of mutual non-interference. Aside from that, Hayashi also went to visit Princess Tamako. Tamako was 4 years younger than him. The mischievous little girl who once helped Oichi escape an arranged marriage was already 16 years old. Naturally, she still had not reached the age for marriage herself. Within the daimyo's residence, Kakashi also appeared surprisingly familiar with the surroundings. Since Oichi came from the Oda clan, Kakashi had spent considerable time there as well. Guy and Asuma, however, looked completely overwhelmed. It was their first time leaving the village and visiting such a prosperous place. Asuma especially looked dazzled by everything around him. Still, there was one thing that disappointed him during the trip. Rumors claimed that Hayashi and Princess Tomako shared a special relationship, possibly even an engagement. Yet after meeting, the two merely drank together and casually talked about recent events without showing even the slightest romantic atmosphere. Even after they left, Asuma continued complaining about how anticlimactic it all felt. "How about joining the Guardian Ninja after you grow up?" Hayashi casually asked. "Sounds great," Asuma answered immediately. In his eyes, the daimyo's residence was prosperous, luxurious, and most importantly, far away from the third Hokage's supervision. Life there seemed completely carefree. "Then what about Kurenai?" Hayashi asked. "You expect her to stay in the village waiting for you all those years alone?" Asuma instantly froze. Hayashi secretly shook his head. As expected, this brat really did have the makings of a hopeless flirt. Making a girl wait for years while wandering around outside, what kind of nonsense was that? In the original timeline, if the 12 Guardian Ninja had not collapsed due to internal conflict and political struggles, Asuma probably would not have returned to Konoha at all. The man clearly had the heart of a wanderer. Especially once he grew that beard. While Asuma remained conflicted, Team 1 successfully completed their first B-rank mission. Afterward, instead of returning directly to Konoha, the group immediately headed toward the Land of Honey. Chapter 583, The Castle. 1467 words. By late afternoon, the sun hanging near the horizon burned with a deep orange glow. "Southwest, this is the place." Asuma glanced around with visible disappointment. Aside from a weathered sign marking the border of the Kubasaki territory, there was absolutely nothing nearby. No castle. No village. Nothing at all. "Stop being impatient," Hayashi said casually. He formed a hand seal and used earth release to flatten a section of uneven ground nearby, creating a clean resting area. Looking at the 3 dusty genin behind him, he figured a short break was necessary. The Land of Honey was not particularly far from the Land of Fire, but the trip had still taken 7 full days. Throughout the journey, Hayashi continuously trained the 3 in wilderness survival, similar to how Orochimaru had once trained Team 1 during their earliest missions. A shinobi did not necessarily need overwhelming ninjutsu to survive. But surviving itself was essential. The ninja world was filled with dangers. Hidden traps, poisons, ambushes, false information, and psychological deception could all become fatal if one let their guard down. To live longer on the battlefield, Kakashi and the others needed to understand those dangers, adapt to them, and eventually turn them into weapons of their own. After several days of non-stop travel and harsh training, even the 3 of them were reaching their limit. Besides, the target Hayashi brought them here for usually hunted only at night. There was no reason to rush. A fire soon crackled nearby. The 4 of them hunted several wild animals in the surrounding forest and prepared a simple barbecue. Hayashi always carried a large number of storage scrolls containing mission supplies and cooking materials. He disliked relying on soldier pills whenever possible. Back then, Mikoto usually handled cooking duties during missions. Now that she was leading her own squad, Hayashi had no choice but to do it himself. Honestly, he regretted his current team composition sometimes. Asuma's cooking ability was non-existent. Kakashi was absurdly picky despite pretending otherwise. As for Guy, his cooking was dangerous enough to qualify as a battlefield weapon. At moments like this, Hayashi truly understood the importance of having at least one competent cook on the team. As the last traces of sunlight disappeared, night gradually descended upon the forest. At some point, a light drizzle began falling from the sky. "Let's move," Hayashi suddenly said while sitting beside the fire. "We've already received the invitation." Kakashi looked up at the cloudy sky with slight surprise. "Sensei, are you saying this rain was caused by the summoned beast?" "That's right," Hayashi replied. "Otherwise, how would it lure travelers into its trap?" Based on the weather earlier that day, rain should have been impossible tonight. Yet it still came. The reason was simple. Without rain, wandering travelers would never seek shelter. Without shelter, nobody would enter the castle. And without prey entering willingly, the creature would have no easy way to hunt. As rain continued falling across the dark forest, a massive castle slowly materialized in the distance like a phantom emerging from fog. The structure seemed unreal beneath the stormy night. "Let's go," Hayashi said softly. Asuma blinked. "Sensei, aren't you coming with us?" Hayashi shook his head. "This summoned beast was prepared for you. Whether you can earn its recognition depends entirely on your own ability. Helping them capture it personally would defeat the purpose." Asuma grinned confidently. "With the three of us together, just wait for good news." He immediately walked toward the castle. Kakashi and Guy followed close behind. Meanwhile, Hayashi remained outside, quietly observing the illusionary fortress. To ordinary people, the castle looked completely real. But under the Sharingan, its structure was filled with distortions. The entire thing was a massive illusion created by the summoned beast itself. Its abilities resembled the giant clam used by the second Mizukage. That creature specialized in mirages and illusionary manipulation, confusing enemies while concealing its summoner. This giant lizard possessed a similar ability. Victims could unknowingly walk directly into its stomach while believing they had merely entered a castle. Among summoned beasts, it was undoubtedly top tier. If Asuma successfully formed a contract with it, his combat ability would increase tremendously. Hayashi had invested significant effort into finding this creature. Of course, the main reason was because it held little value for him personally. After fighting tailed beast-level monsters for years, most ordinary ninja beasts looked unimpressive in comparison. Perhaps familiarity truly made things seem less valuable. Soon, Kakashi and the others arrived before the castle gate. A gigantic castle standing alone within a desolate forest already felt eerie enough. Combined with the ruined surroundings and the dim oil lamps flickering near the entrance, the atmosphere became increasingly unsettling. "Do you think there are ghosts in there?" Guy asked nervously. Without realizing it, he leaned closer toward Kakashi. Only then did he feel slightly safer. "Might Guy," Kakashi said flatly, "your nunchaku are stabbing into my back again. Put them away already." "Oh, sorry." Guy hurriedly adjusted himself. "Nunchaku." Asuma frowned. "Weren't those left on my bed before we departed?" Kakashi immediately looked at Guy. Guy instantly avoided eye contact. "Let's hurry inside," he said awkwardly. "Sensei mentioned the scroll should be somewhere in the castle." Before Asuma could continue questioning him, Guy quickly pushed open the castle gates. Creak. The massive doors slowly opened inward. The inside of the castle was dimly lit by rows of oil lamps. A narrow corridor stretched ahead toward a spiraling staircase, while wooden doors lined both sides of the hallway. One room on the left side glowed brightly. The three cautiously entered. Inside the room sat a long dining table covered with an extravagant feast. The smell alone was enough to make anyone hungry. Despite already eating earlier, all three suddenly felt their stomachs reacting again. Something was wrong. The scent itself clearly carried some unnatural attraction. "The summoned beast probably wants to lure us in," Kakashi warned quietly. "Stay alert." The three quickly searched the first floor but found nothing unusual. Afterward, they headed toward the second floor. The moment they stepped onto the staircase, however, the entire castle suddenly trembled violently. Fortunately, all three reacted instantly and stabilized themselves before losing balance. But the shaking was only the beginning. Boom. The walls on both sides suddenly split open. More than a dozen fleshy tendrils burst outward and shot toward them at terrifying speed. "Move!" Kakashi immediately leaped backward. The tendrils slammed into the floor, leaving deep dents upon impact. Yet moments later, the damaged surface strangely restored itself. The flesh-like tendrils divided into separate groups and attacked the three from different directions. The endless blade instantly appeared in Kakashi's hand. Cold light flashed through the corridor. Slash after slash cut through the incoming tendrils, producing heavy wet sounds. But no matter how many they severed, even more surged forward like an endless tide. The corridor quickly became completely surrounded. "I'll hold them off," Kakashi shouted. "Asuma, break us a path out." As soon as he finished speaking, several shuriken flew from his hand. Ninja art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The airborne shuriken instantly multiplied into countless copies. At the same time, lightning chakra surged through Kakashi's hands and flowed directly into the weapons. Enhanced by lightning release, the spinning shuriken tore through the incoming tendrils effortlessly. Severed flesh dropped onto the floor and writhed violently like dying snakes. Taking advantage of the opening, Asuma immediately pulled out the chakra blades, Flying Swallow. Wind release chakra flowed across the blades, sharpening them to an incredible degree. With one powerful strike, he pierced directly into the wall. But the wall itself immediately began regenerating. The opening rapidly shrank before their eyes. Asuma quickly retreated. At that exact moment, Guy stepped forward. He raised his leg and unleashed a brutal kick toward the damaged section. Boom! The impact blasted open a hole large enough for a person to pass through. A furious roar echoed throughout the castle. The severed tendrils suddenly surged forward again like a living flood. "Go!" Asuma shouted. Without hesitation, Kakashi and Guy rushed through the opening. But the moment they crossed over, the ground beneath them vanished completely. A massive black pit opened below. Caught off guard, the two instantly fell into darkness. Asuma barely had time to react before he was dragged down as well. Their screams echoed endlessly through the void. Darkness swallowed everything. Kakashi slowly regained consciousness some time later. Then his expression stiffened. He could feel Guy's nunchaku poking into him again. This was becoming unbearable. Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 584, The Lizard Summon. 1170 words. Under Guy's relentless efforts, Kakashi was the first to regain consciousness. He slowly sat up and scanned the surroundings. The ruined environment around them was completely different from the grand castle they had entered earlier. "Where are we?" Asuma asked as he stood up cautiously, his eyes filled with vigilance. "I don't know either." Kakashi shook his head before looking at the other two. "Are you both all right?" Their sensei would definitely intervene if their lives were truly in danger, but minor injuries were another matter entirely. Asuma and Guy nodded, indicating they were fine. "Let's investigate the area first," Kakashi said. The three cautiously moved deeper into the ruins. As they advanced, corpses gradually appeared along the path. Some bodies looked fresh, while others wore ancient clothing that had clearly existed for decades. Eventually, they arrived at a platform where a skeleton, in old samurai armor, rested against the wall. Beside it sat a dusty table containing records about the castle. Kobasaki Kazashi, from the time of the First Great Ninja War. Asuma muttered while reading the faded text. That means this place has existed for at least 30 years. Kakashi frowned slightly. A castle abandoned for over 30 years shouldn't still look so clean. When they first entered, the castle's interior looked maintained rather than abandoned. Something was wrong. Guy, have Little Green check the chakra flow inside the walls, Kakashi said. The flesh-like vines attacking them earlier had emerged directly from the structure itself. If they could trace the chakra flow, they might locate the summoned beast controlling the castle. Guy immediately formed hand seals. A tiny green snake less than 10 centimeters long appeared, and wrapped itself around his head. "This way!" Guy shouted after a moment. Although Little Green could not see chakra pathways like the Byakugan, sensing chakra flow was easy for it. Guy rushed ahead, but Kakashi suddenly grabbed him and yanked him backward. Guy instinctively leaped away just as a drop of yellow liquid slid past his cheek and splashed onto his clothes. Sizzle. A harsh burning sound echoed through the corridor. My jumpsuit. Guy stared in shock as the fabric instantly dissolved. The corrosive liquid was terrifyingly potent. Before they could react further, Kakashi's voice rang out sharply. Move. The three instantly burst forward at full speed. Behind them, thick yellow acid slowly dripped from the ceiling and walls, melting everything it touched. Hurry toward the Tenshu, Kakashi said while sprinting ahead. We're probably inside a giant summoned beast right now. If we stay too long, we'll be digested. Everything suddenly made sense. The spotless castle. The living walls. The strange flesh-like corridors. This was not a real castle at all. It was the inside of a giant creature. Kakashi had once seen the interior of a giant snake summoned before, and this place felt disturbingly similar. The three pushed their speed to the limit, but the maze-like interior twisted endlessly. Even after running for a long time, they barely made progress. Lightning-released chakra crackled in Kakashi's palm. He was preparing to blast through the walls directly when the winding corridor suddenly vanished. A brightly lit chamber appeared before them. At the center of the room rested a massive scroll nearly the size of a human body. Various lizard drawings covered the edges of the scroll, while four bold characters were written across its surface. Summoning Scroll. That's it. Asuma said excitedly. It should be, Kakashi replied, though his gaze remained alert as he scanned the room carefully. You two stay ready. The moment I grab the scroll, something might attack. Asuma nodded firmly and rushed forward without hesitation. He reached the scroll and grabbed it instantly. But at that exact moment, a strange vibration spread throughout the chamber. A silent sound wave rippled across the room. The flesh beneath their feet suddenly bulged upward violently. Guy and Kakashi, who had already prepared themselves, were still launched into the air. Swish! 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 Countless flesh vines burst out from every direction at terrifying speed. Kakashi immediately drew his blade. The short sword flashed through the air, forming a defensive barrier that shredded the incoming vines into pieces. On the other side, Guy twisted midair and unleashed a barrage of powerful kicks. The entire chamber rapidly became sticky and suffocating, almost like sinking into a swamp of flesh. Asuma tried to open the scroll, but the unstable footing made him lose balance. The massive scroll slipped from his hands. It landed on the ground before being swallowed directly into the fleshy floor. More vines erupted instantly, rushing toward the three from all directions. The pressure became overwhelming. Even breathing felt difficult. Then suddenly, poof! A cloud of smoke exploded around them. The suffocating assault vanished instantly. When the smoke cleared, Kakashi and the others found themselves lying outside beneath the night sky. The ruined foundations of the old castle remained, but the massive structure itself had completely disappeared. Kakashi coughed lightly before standing up. Did it work? He asked. Asuma looked disappointed. Unfortunately, no. I touched the scroll, but I couldn't complete the contract. Don't look so depressed. A familiar voice emerged from the darkness. Hayashi slowly walked toward them. With me as your sensei, how could I let you leave empty-handed? Then his eyes shifted toward the darkness nearby. Big guy, how long are you planning to keep hiding? Kakashi and the others immediately turned toward the same direction, but all they could see was darkness. Moments later, the air distorted. A gigantic lizard summon slowly revealed itself. Its enormous body resembled a moving mountain. The pressure alone was overwhelming. Even Kakashi and the others, who had already seen powerful summons before, felt stunned. Compared to this creature, even Manda looked noticeably smaller. However, the giant lizard appeared exhausted. Its eyes lacked energy, and its breathing sounded heavy. After thinking about it, the reason became obvious. This summon had remained hidden here since the era of Kubasaki Kazashi. The remote location offered almost no food sources. It could only rely on traps to catch prey before returning to dormancy once again. If not for how isolated this place was, another shinobi would have discovered and contracted it long ago. The giant lizard stared at Hayashi silently for a long time. Then, to everyone's surprise, it slowly lowered its head and knelt respectfully before him. "Powerful shinobi," it said in a deep voice, "I am willing to form a contract with you." The summon possessed strong sensory abilities, and could clearly feel Hayashi's overwhelming strength. It completely ignored Asuma and the others. The summoning scroll emerged once more and floated directly toward Hayashi. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. The purpose of this mission was to help Asuma obtain a summon contract. Instead, the summon had chosen Hayashi without hesitation. It felt less like helping a junior find a partner, and more like bringing your senior along, only for the girl to fall for the senior immediately instead. Asuma felt utterly miserable. Chapter 585, 585, Danzo's Hunt for the Rinnegan. 1,225 words. In the end, Hayashi still signed the summoning contract with the giant lizard. As an added condition, the massive summon reluctantly allowed Asuma to sign the contract as well. With Asuma's current chakra reserves, summoning a creature of that size was impossible anyway. Fortunately, the giant lizard was not the only member of its species. It belonged to an entire clan living on an island known as Dragonstone Island. The snakes resided within Ryuchi Cave, while the lizards, often called four-legged snakes, inhabited Dragonstone Island instead. The arrangement strangely made sense. Though Hayashi could not help wondering if there was also a place called King's Landing somewhere nearby. While Team 1 continued their mission, Danzo had already departed for the Land of Rain alongside his root operatives. His visit to the daimyo's residence had merely been a detour. The true purpose of this mission was to meet Hanzo in Amigakure. After the Third Great Ninja War ended, Konoha had agreed to remove the cursed seal placed on Hanzo. The third Hokage originally intended to send Hayashi for the task, but Danzo volunteered before anyone else could speak. Hiruzen did not suspect anything unusual and immediately approved the request. Recently, Danzo had been in a terrible mood. His achievements during the war were underwhelming compared to the other commanders. His greatest accomplishment had been stabilizing the battlefield in the Land of Hot Water, but even that seemed insignificant beside the accomplishments of others. Especially Minato Namikaze. That man's sudden rise had completely overshadowed everyone on the battlefield. His terrifying speed and efficiency earned him the title of Yellow Flash throughout the shinobi world. Just hearing Minato's name irritated Danzo. If Minato had only relied on himself, Danzo could still accept it. No matter how talented someone was, chakra reserves remained limited. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato should not have been able to maintain such absurd combat efficiency. But then Uzumaki Kana entered the picture. That woman completely changed everything. Kana possessed a unique constitution that allowed others to recover chakra and heal injuries simply by biting her. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her chakra reserves were already monstrous to begin with. Combined with the strength of 100 seal she inherited from Tsunade, her stored chakra was terrifyingly vast. Minato would exhaust himself on the battlefield using Flying Thunder God, then instantly return to Kana. A single bite later, his chakra and stamina would recover almost completely. Then he would head straight back to the battlefield and continue slaughtering enemy shinobi. It was utterly unreasonable. Even Kumogakure had nearly lost their minds dealing with the pair. Danzo himself felt disgusted every time he thought about it. A shinobi battle was supposed to involve strategy, talent, and skill. Instead, Minato had essentially attached himself to an endless chakra supply. Where was the fairness in that? Where was the balance? Danzo had to admit that Kana's abilities were extraordinary. Unfortunately, she was Tsunade's disciple, making her impossible for him to manipulate openly. What irritated him even more was the fact that only Minato seemed willing to use her healing ability that way. The entire thing felt like deliberate torture toward unmarried people. Even Jiraiya had reportedly stopped visiting his disciple as often because the situation was too painful to watch. Still, not everything had gone poorly for Danzo recently. A spy he had secretly planted within the Akatsuki organization delivered extremely important information. The Rinnegan had appeared within the Akatsuki. The moment Danzo learned this, he could no longer remain seated. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths had always been treated as myth. Yet now they had appeared in reality. To Danzo, such power belonged only in the hands of those capable of using it properly. And naturally, he considered himself that person. The Akatsuki organization had originally been a tool to scheme against Jiraiya later on, but none of that mattered anymore. The Rinnegan came first. Danzo still possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan, but its side effects were severe. If the Rinnegan's abilities truly matched the legends, he would gladly transplant those eyes into himself. And if both eyes proved useful, then why choose only one? Only children made choices. Danzo wanted everything. Who said a shinobi could only possess two eyes? If necessary, he would implant multiple dojutsu throughout his body without hesitation. In some ways, Danzo truly was ruthless. If changing his own body could grant him greater power, he would do it without the slightest hesitation. Danzo-sama, the Amigekure shinobi sent to receive us are waiting ahead. A root scout appeared beside him and reported quietly. After entering the Land of Rain, Amigekure's patrols had finally made contact with them. Danzo narrowed his exposed eye slightly as he observed the approaching shinobi. Then he gave a small nod. The seven-man squad continued forward. Officially, Danzo had only brought 6 subordinates with him this time. 3 were sealing specialists responsible for removing Hanzo's curse seal. Hayashi's sealing techniques were too complex for a single shinobi to undo safely, requiring multiple experts to work simultaneously. The remaining 3 served as guards, including 1 sensory-type shinobi. Anyone trusted to accompany Danzo personally was unquestionably elite Jonin level and absolutely loyal. Otherwise, Danzo would never have brought them. In reality, dozens of additional root operatives were already hidden throughout the Land of Rain. The moment the operation began, they would move simultaneously. The squad advanced rapidly through the endless rain. Everyone remained cautious. This was Amigekure, after all. And Hanzo the Salamander still ruled here. The Amigekure shinobi leading them did not attempt any tricks. He simply escorted the group through the normal route toward the village. Taking detours would have been meaningless anyway. Danzo's intelligence network had thoroughly infiltrated the Land of Rain long ago. As they entered the village, Danzo quietly observed the surroundings. This was his second visit to Amigekure. The first had occurred during the Third Great Ninja War, when he came to renegotiate terms with Hanzo. Compared to before, the village looked even more miserable now. The giant pipes covering the buildings had rusted heavily, and the streets appeared worn and lifeless. Clearly, Hanzo's situation had not improved after the war. Back then, Hanzo's surrender to Konoha had effectively betrayed the other nations supporting him. Now those same nations demanded repayment. Sunagakure, in particular, pressured the Land of Rain aggressively. After Raza became Kazekage, he not only established agreements with Iwagakure, but also turned his attention toward squeezing resources from Amigekure. Unable to stabilize Sunagakure's economy through mining alone, Raza began targeting neighboring regions instead. As a result, Hanzo had been forced into isolationist policies simply to survive the mounting political pressure. At the village entrance, the escort completed a brief handover. Danzo and his group entered Amigekure without obstruction. Soon afterward, they arrived before the tallest tower in the village. At the very top of the structure, Hanzo was already waiting impatiently for Danzo's arrival. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon. where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on Patreon to get started. Chapter 586, 586, Danzo's Proposal. 1040 words. Danzo Shimura, did Konoha's lightning flash not come? Inside the same meeting room as before, Hanzo's first sentence carried undisguised displeasure. He had never liked Danzo. In fact, he despised him. Even now, Hanzo still remembered the mocking expression Danzo wore during their encounter in the Third Great Ninja War. If not for that arrogant attitude, he might never have broken his agreement with Konoha in the first place. Compared to Danzo, Hanzo would rather meet Uchiha Hayashi. Although Hayashi had defeated him, Hanzo accepted that loss completely. Their later interactions had also been far more pleasant. Danzo looked at the masked leader of Amigakure and sneered inwardly. Hanzo still acted as if he stood above everyone else. Yet the reality was different. Hayashi's curse mark still remained on Hanzo's body. As far as Danzo was concerned, the moon was still under Konoha's control. Thinking about it only irritated him further. Hanzo was known as the demigod of the shinobi world. Controlling someone of that level was an incredible advantage, yet Hiruzen Sarutobi had actually agreed to remove the curse mark. To Danzo, that decision was pure stupidity. If he were Hokage, he could have used Hanzo to accomplish countless things for Konoha. Relax, Hanzo. Danzo rested his chin against his clasped hands, speaking as though he were the true master of Amigakure. The curse mark Hayashi placed on you can be removed by the shinobi I brought with me. Whether he came personally or not makes little difference. He glanced toward the shinobi standing behind him, deliberately showing confidence. Then stop wasting time and begin, Hanzo replied coldly. Heh. Danzo gave a low chuckle. There's no need to rush. Before that, there are still a few conditions we need to discuss. Hanzo's eyes narrowed behind the respirator mask. As expected, dealing with Danzo never brought anything good. Other conditions are these Konoha's demands or simply your own idea? Hanzo asked. I represent Konoha with full authority from the Hokage, Danzo answered without hesitation. Whether that was true or not, only he himself knew. Full authority, HM. Fine. Speak. What does Konoha want? Even if he disliked it, Hanzo understood his position. His life was still tied to the curse mark. Danzo slowly spoke. An organization called Akatsuki has been growing within the Land of Rain recently. I assume your excellency is familiar with them. Hanzo nodded. Not only was he familiar with them, he had personally met their leader before. Back then, he believed Yahiko was far too naive politically and drove the group away without hesitation. However, after years of war, Akatsuki had gradually expanded and gained influence throughout the Land of Rain. What about them? Hanzo asked. Does Konoha intend to act against Akatsuki? Yes. Seeing the suspicion in Hanzo's eyes, Danzo calmly continued. Akatsuki's growth has become too rapid. If this continues, the leadership of the Land of Rain may eventually change hands. Konoha has no interest in seeing instability spread through this region. A stable Land of Rain benefits everyone, so we are willing to assist you in eliminating Akatsuki. Hanzo's expression remained unreadable. Since when had Danzo become so considerate? I heard Akatsuki's leader is one of Jiraiya's students, Hanzo said carefully. I also heard they have connections with Konoha's lightning flash. That was precisely why he had not acted sooner. If Akatsuki truly had Konoha's backing, Hanzo would not dare touch them while carrying Hayashi's curse mark. After all, before striking the dog, one had to consider its owner. But Danzo merely shook his head. It is exactly because Akatsuki's leader is Jiraiya's student that they must be dealt with. As a shinobi of Konoha, Jiraiya taught village techniques to outsiders without authorization. That alone violates Konoha's regulations. If not for his contributions during the war, I would already have punished him in my position as an elder. Jiraiya himself cannot be touched openly, but the disciples he left outside the village are another matter. Hanzo fell silent. Danzo spoke with complete confidence, as though dealing with Jiraiya would be effortless. Almost immediately, Hanzo connected the situation to Konoha's struggle over the fourth Hokage position. At present, the strongest candidates were the Sannin, Konoha's Lightning Flash, and Hitaki Sakumo. All of them possessed immense prestige, military achievements, and overwhelming strength. Among them, Jiraiya's accomplishments were considered the weakest, mainly because Kumogakure had never truly surrendered during the war. Now Danzo suddenly wanted to eliminate Akatsuki, while specifically targeting Jiraiya's students. To Hanzo, it looked less like a mission and more like political infighting within Konoha. The third Hokage had promised to step down after the war ended, yet nearly half a year had passed with no official successor announced. In such a tense period, Danzo's actions naturally appeared suspicious. Ironically, that made his explanation more believable. Not once did Hanzo consider the possibility that Danzo's true target was the Rinnegan. Your Excellency Hanzo, Danzo continued, this arrangement benefits both sides. So do we have an agreement? Hanzo stared at him silently. The current Akatsuki under Yahiko had shown no hostility toward Amigakure. Most of them even wore Amigakure forehead protectors proudly. Still, a growing force remained a threat. Hanzo had hesitated before because he feared Konoha, and because of Jiraiya's involvement. But now, if Konoha itself was divided internally, then this was the perfect opportunity to suppress Akatsuki while simultaneously warning every other faction inside the Land of Rain. Finally, Hanzo spoke. I will agree, but my curse mark must be removed immediately. Danzo smiled faintly. That can certainly be arranged. It is a pleasure doing business with you. Naturally, Danzo intended to report this matter to Hiruzen Sarutobi later. Of course, he would alter the details slightly and claim that Hanzo himself requested Konoha's assistance in destroying Akatsuki. Whether Hiruzen approved or not did not matter much. Danzo possessed Root, a force that answered only to him. Operating behind the Hokage's back was something he had done countless times already, and he felt no guilt over it whatsoever. Because in Danzo's mind, everything he did served one purpose. Everything was for Konoha. And something as valuable as the Rinnegan could only truly be safe in one place. Inside Konoha, under his control. Chapter 587, Ida discovers Danzo's trap. 1241 words. Land of Rain, Akatsuki Base. After several years of growth, the Akatsuki organization had expanded from a small group of dozens into a force with hundreds of members. What once consisted of crude shelters and temporary hideouts had gradually developed into something resembling a small town hidden within the endless rain. Despite its rapid expansion, Akatsuki's purpose had never changed. Everything they did was for the civilians suffering beneath the endless wars of the shinobi world. Late at night, more than a dozen shinobi sat inside the organization's conference hall. As Akatsuki grew larger, it became impossible to continue operating like before, when everyone gathered together and argued chaotically over every decision. The organization now had representatives responsible for handling important matters. Every shinobi seated in the room was considered one of Akatsuki's core members. At the front sat Yahiko. Though still young, the immaturity he once carried had faded greatly over the years. His expression and bearing now possessed a steadiness beyond his age. These are the current matters facing the organization. Yahiko raised the letter in his hand as he spoke. Hanzo has invited us to Iron Mirror Mountain to discuss possible cooperation. The letter had been delivered earlier that day by a shinobi from Amigakure. Ever since Akatsuki warned Hanzo about the 2000 Sunagakure shinobi advancing into the Land of Rain years ago, communication between both sides had quietly continued. The relationship was not nearly as hostile as many expected. That was precisely why Yahiko believed negotiations were worth attempting. However, not everyone agreed. "I used to be part of Amigakure," one shinobi said as he stood up. "I know exactly what kind of man Hanzo is." Amano Kyusuke's expression darkened. "He is called the demigod for a reason. Countless organizations have been destroyed by his hands. His methods are ruthless. This invitation definitely hides something." Many others immediately voiced their agreement. Hanzo's reputation alone was enough to make people uneasy. To them, cooperating with someone like him was no different from walking into danger willingly. "You're looking at this too negatively." Daibutsu rose from his seat and spoke calmly. Ever since Hanzo was captured by Konoha's lightning flash, his attitude has changed considerably. Everyone here has seen it. Our organization has grown to this scale already, yet Amigakure has not taken extreme action against us. Several members nodded quietly. Daibutsu continued. "Akatsuki exists to change the land of rain. Eventually, we will have to face Hanzo directly regardless. If he is willing to open discussions now, refusing him outright would only make things worse." The hall quickly descended into heated debate once again. Some believed cooperation was necessary for Akatsuki's future. Others believed trusting Hanzo was suicide. Throughout the entire argument, Nagato remained silent. His long red hair concealed most of his face, while his gaze stayed fixed on Yahiko. Truthfully, Nagato did not trust Hanzo at all. But he trusted Yahiko. The two of them had already discussed the matter privately beforehand, and Yahiko had already made his decision. He intended to meet Hanzo. Still, as Akatsuki's leader, Yahiko could not simply force the decision without listening to the others. Only after the discussion dragged on for a long time did he finally end the meeting. No final decision was announced yet. But everyone understood one thing clearly. Hanzo ruled the land of rain. Sooner or later, Akatsuki would inevitably have to confront him directly. After the meeting ended, Ida returned alone to his room. The moment he lay down, his thoughts became restless. The information regarding the Rinnegan had been passed to Danzo through him. Yet even now, Ida could not understand why he had done it. He had known about Nagato's eyes for a very long time, but he had never intended to report it before. Somehow, during a brief moment of hesitation and confusion, he ended up sending the intelligence back to Konoha anyway. At times, he even wondered if he had been caught in a genjutsu without realizing it. But that possibility made little sense. With his abilities, if someone had manipulated his memories, he should have noticed something. Ida let out a long sigh. After spending so many years within Akatsuki, he no longer viewed himself as a simple root operative. He was Ida, one of Yahiko's trusted companions. But no matter how much he tried to deny it, he was still ultimately a Konoha shinobi raised by Danzo. A spy. And the meeting at Iron Mirror Mountain was obviously a trap. Danzo's orders had been clear. Nagato absolutely had to attend. Ida clenched his fists tightly. The teachings drilled into him since childhood told him that Danzo's commands could not be disobeyed. But he also could not bear the thought of Yahiko walking into an ambush and dying. A dangerous thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. What if I secretly eliminate Nagato beforehand? The idea disappeared almost immediately. Leaving aside the fact that Nagato and Yahiko stayed together constantly, even if he somehow separated Nagato from everyone else, Ida doubted he could win. Most people inside Akatsuki still did not fully understand Nagato's strength. Ida did. Among everyone in the organization, Nagato was unquestionably the strongest. What am I supposed to do? He tossed and turned until deep into the night before finally making a decision. No matter the consequences, he would warn Yahiko. Even if his identity as a spy became exposed and he was expelled from Akatsuki, that outcome was still better than allowing Yahiko to die. Ida hurriedly dressed himself and walked toward the door. But the moment his hand touched the doorknob, his body suddenly weakened. His chakra was disappearing. No, not disappearing. It was being drained away. Several white, spore-like growths rapidly spread across his body before expanding outward. The strange organisms absorbed his chakra and quickly took shape. What is this? Shock filled Ida's eyes. He tried to shout, but white matter instantly wrapped around his face and swallowed the sound before it could escape. Within moments, his entire body was consumed. Soon afterward, the white creature's appearance slowly changed. Its body twisted and reshaped itself until it became identical to Ida. A strange smile appeared on the fake Ida's face. It calmly removed its wooden sandals and lay down on the bed as though nothing had happened. Elsewhere inside a hidden cave, flames crackled softly within a bonfire. Uchiha Fugaku sat quietly beside it, staring silently into the burning fire. Not long afterward, the ground nearby twisted unnaturally. A white figure emerged from beneath the earth. It glanced deeper into the cave before turning toward Fugaku. Just as you predicted, White Zetsu said quietly. He intended to warn them. We already dealt with him. Fugaku nodded slightly. Good. Continue monitoring the situation carefully. We cannot afford mistakes. I understand. After speaking, White Zetsu slowly sank back underground and disappeared. Several moments later, footsteps echoed from deeper within the cave. This time, however, they belonged to a woman. A tall female shinobi walked into the firelight. An ornamental hairpin rested within her hair, while two strands of orange-red bangs framed her face. She wore a black shinobi outfit that concealed most of her figure, but her sharp presence remained impossible to ignore. This woman was none other than Tsunagekyu's famous hero, the wielder of Scorch Release. Pakura. Officially, she had died during a mission years ago. But her body had never been recovered. Chapter 588, Pakura's Broken Loyalty. 1,295 words. As a former missing nin, Pakura was not only still alive, but had also become noticeably healthier during this time. It was not that she had gained weight. Her figure was simply far too attractive, making certain curves appear even more prominent. Pakura sat casually beside the campfire. Somehow, she had managed to catch and pluck a wild duck from the forest nearby. The duck roasted slowly over the flames, sizzling with grease as its rich aroma filled the cave. Across from her, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent. His eyes stayed shut beneath the swirling orange mask, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Hey, are you going to eat or not? Once the duck was fully roasted, Pakura held up the wooden skewer and spoke impatiently. Fugaku merely glanced at it before closing his eyes again, showing no interest in responding. Pakura clicked her tongue in irritation. Ever since this masked man had saved her, the atmosphere between them had been strange. If he were mute, she could understand it. But he clearly was not. He often whispered to that strange white creature beside him, yet deliberately ignored her whenever she tried speaking. How long are you planning to keep me here? A sphere of scorching chakra formed in her palm before she hurled it toward him. Fugaku casually raised one hand and dispersed the attack without effort. His gaze remained fixed on the fire. Just as Pakura was about to lose her temper completely, his deep voice finally echoed through the cave. Imprisoned? I never imprisoned you. If you want to leave, you can leave whenever you want. Pakura tightened her grip around the skewer. Her appetite vanished instantly. Leave? Where could she even go? As a hero of Tsunagakure, she had long accepted the possibility of dying for the village. She had never feared sacrifice. But betrayal was different. Being abandoned by the very village she devoted everything to was a pain only she could understand. Now that she had already been discarded by Tsunagakure, there was no path back for her anymore. Returning would only lead to execution. I don't have anywhere left to go. Her voice became quiet and distant. Although Fugaku kept his eyes closed, he could easily imagine the expression on her face. Despair. The same despair he himself had once experienced. At first, he had wanted revenge against the village. Later, after enough time had passed, even returning became something frightening. Pakura wiped the moisture from the corner of her eye before forcing herself to regain composure. She tore into the roasted duck with large bites, venting her frustration through eating. After finishing one of the legs, she looked toward Fugaku again. You saved me, so it obviously wasn't out of kindness alone. She wiped the grease from her lips. What exactly do you want me to do? Ignoring the probing tone in her voice, Fugaku answered directly. Soon, an organization will contact you and invite you to join them. When they do accept. Pakura narrowed her eyes. An organization? What kind of organization? One that seeks to bring peace to the shinobi world, Fugaku replied casually. Your role will simply be helping them capture the tailed beasts. Pakura let out a cold laugh. The tailed beasts are military assets protected by every major village. Do you seriously think such a thing is possible? A faint chuckle escaped Fugaku. It seems I've overestimated your intelligence. His voice carried clear mockery. If I could rescue you from that situation so easily, then finding shinobi on your level is hardly difficult. Pakura did not react angrily to the insult. Instead, she stared at the masked man more carefully. You really do have ridiculous ambitions. After a brief pause, she asked quietly. Who exactly are you? A cold laugh echoed from beneath the mask. My name is Madara Uchiha. The three tomo within his Sharingan spun slowly. Pakura snorted. Madara Uchiha. Do you think I'm some gullible child? Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Fugaku closed his eyes again. Sharingan and the Uchiha clan. Pakura tore off another piece of duck meat before suddenly asking. You wouldn't happen to be Konoha's white fan, would you? Fugaku sneered. Once I kill him, you'll know. Pakura rolled her eyes. If you were truly capable of killing him, you wouldn't be hiding behind a mask. She leaned back against the cave wall. But you're definitely not him. Tsukumo isn't nearly as depressing as you are. Fugaku gave no response. Pakura stared at him for a moment before speaking again. You knew about the trap set against me, which means your intelligence network is impressive. Her gaze sharpened. The disappearance of the third Kazekage. Was that your doing too? No. Fugaku's answer came immediately. A shinobi like him would never join my organization. He tossed another piece of wood into the flames. He was killed by Sasori. Pakura froze. Sasori. That's impossible. Out of all the possibilities she had considered, Sasori had never crossed her mind. The boy was barely 15 years old. It was him, Fugaku continued calmly. I witnessed the battle myself. The fire crackled softly inside the cave. He has already turned the third Kazekage into a human puppet by now. Pakura's pupils shrank violently. Fugaku continued mercilessly. Oh, and Chio and Ebizo know about it too. Ebizo even watched Sasori leave the village. Every word felt like a blade twisting deeper into her chest. The veins on Pakura's hands bulged. Watching Fugaku calmly feeding more wood into the fire, an uncontrollable rage suddenly exploded within her. With one violent kick, she scattered the campfire apart. Burning embers flew across the cave floor. Pakura stomped on the remaining flames repeatedly until the fire was completely extinguished. Dust and ash stained her clothes, but she paid no attention to it. Only after the flames disappeared did she slump weakly against the cave wall. Her entire body trembled with hatred. Sasori. I'll kill him. Ebizo. Chio. Raza. Her voice became colder with every name. I'll kill all of them. Fugaku's calm voice sounded once more. You can hate the others all you want, but forget about killing Sasori. Pakura glared at him furiously. He modified both himself and the third Kazekage into puppets. You're not strong enough to defeat him. After a brief pause, Fugaku added. And sooner or later, he'll join the organization too. That's none of your business. Pakura's killing intent surged violently. One day, I'll kill you too. Fugaku merely shook his head slightly. Troublesome woman. Pakura's eyes narrowed dangerously. What did you just say? Pitying you. A ball of scorching chakra formed in her hand again. I need your pity. She hurled the attack toward him. The fireball lost control midway and slammed into the ground instead. Fugaku casually tossed several logs into the remaining embers and reignited the campfire. Pakura gritted her teeth before throwing away the unfinished duck. Without another word, she walked toward the cave entrance. During her recovery, she had used nearby vines and branches to weave herself a crude rattan chair. She collapsed into it weakly. Outside, torrential rain poured endlessly from the dark sky. Her body swayed gently in the wind like fragile grass struggling against a storm. Quietly, Pakura began singing an old nursery rhyme from Sunagakure. Her hollow gaze remained fixed on the endless darkness beyond the rain. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on Patreon to get started. Chapter 589, The Ambush at Iron Mirror Mountain. 1,454 words. A conspiracy never needed an overly complicated plan. As long as the bait was tempting enough, even the biggest prey would bite. The peace negotiations in Amagakure were the perfect bait, large enough to draw in Yahiko without hesitation. Even if the hook was obvious, it did not matter. Years ago, the younger Yahiko might have seen through it immediately. Back then, he had been far more cunning. If he had not forced himself to abandon his innocence, if he had not learned to steal and deceive just to survive, he never would have been able to feed Conan, Nagato, and the stray dog they once cared for together. But several years under Jiraiya had changed him completely. Yahiko no longer dreamed of becoming some distant god standing above humanity. Gods existed too far above ordinary people. What Yahiko wanted was different. He wanted to protect his homeland and end the endless cycle of war, even if it required sacrificing himself to achieve it. The younger version of himself would never have understood such a thought. Because of that conviction, Yahiko sought peace through cooperation rather than fear or violence. He was willing to work alongside anyone if it meant changing the future of the Land of Rain. And in his eyes, Hanzo was the ideal partner for that goal. If it had been anyone else, Danzo Shimura's scheme would never have succeeded. Most leaders only cared about expanding their own authority. They would never willingly cooperate with Hanzo. But Yahiko was different. His greatest strength was also his greatest flaw. He trusted people too easily. That kind of trust was difficult to define as either good or bad. Naruto himself possessed that same trait. His faith in others inspired countless people to stand beside him, even allowing him to befriend the Nine Tails itself. Yahiko's trust had accomplished something similar. Under his leadership, the Akatsuki expanded rapidly across the Land of Rain. Shinobi who once served other factions willingly followed him, even abandoning old loyalties. But that same trust had now pushed Akatsuki into a deadly trap. At Iron Mirror Mountain, Yahiko and nearly 200 Akatsuki members found themselves completely surrounded by Amagakure shinobi. Originally, Yahiko had only planned to attend the negotiations with Conan and Nagato. To him, arriving with a massive force would have shown distrust. However, Akatsuki's members strongly opposed the idea. In the end, Yahiko reluctantly agreed to bring nearly one-third of the organization's manpower. Before they even reached the summit, the scouts discovered something was wrong. The number of shinobi gathered atop Iron Mirror Mountain far exceeded expectations. There were not merely a few guards waiting for negotiations. More than 400 Amigakure ninja were hidden throughout the mountain terrain. Another 200 waited below to cut off any escape route. And beneath the earth itself, root shinobi hid silently using earth release techniques, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. By the time Akatsuki realized the truth, it was already too late. The trap had fully closed around them. At that moment, escaping alive had become a luxury. High above the battlefield, Hanzo appeared on a jagged cliffside overlooking the mountain path. His mask concealed most of his expression as he stared coldly at Yahiko. "Give up resisting," Hanzo said indifferently. "The base of the mountain has already been sealed off." His voice echoed across the rain-soaked cliffs. At this very moment, Amigakure forces are also attacking the Akatsuki headquarters. You no longer have any chance of turning this around. Yahiko clenched his fists tightly. "Hanzo, what is the meaning of this?" Hanzo's gaze remained icy. "The meaning should be obvious. The Akatsuki will cease to exist today." Yahiko stared at him in disbelief. "Why? We've avoided conflict with Amigakure this entire time. I've personally restrained our members from provoking your forces." Hanzo interrupted him immediately. "You're still naive, Yahiko." His tone became harsher. "Your existence alone threatens the stability of Amigakure. This was never about direct conflict." Beside Yahiko, Nagato quietly asked, "What should we do?" Yahiko answered without hesitation. "I'll hold Hanzo back with a small group. You and Konan lead everyone else down the mountain and break through the encirclement." For the first time, Nagato openly rejected Yahiko's decision. "No. You're the leader. You and Konan should leave instead." His Rinnegan stared forward intensely. "I'll stay behind." Everyone understood what that meant. Breaking through at least offered a slim chance of survival. Remaining behind to cover the retreat was practically suicide. "I order you to leave with Konan immediately," Yahiko shouted. Nagato stayed silent. The atmosphere grew heavy. Finally, Yahiko let out a bitter sigh. From the 200 Akatsuki members present, 50 volunteered to remain behind and protect the retreat route. Not a single one stepped back. Every one of them already understood they would likely die here. Yahiko himself had no intention of surrendering quietly. With a roar, he rushed toward Hanzo atop the cliffs. Nagato immediately followed behind him. Seeing the two approaching, Hanzo gave a low chuckle before signaling for the encirclement to tighten further. If he could not defeat Hayashi, then defeating these two should still be manageable. The moment Hanzo moved, a gigantic purple salamander burst violently from beneath the ground. Mud and shattered stone exploded outward as the massive summon lunged directly toward the Akatsuki members attempting to escape. This was Hanzo's newly contracted summon. His combat style relied heavily on his summon and mastery of the Kozurigama. Without it, his overall strength dropped significantly. Compared to his previous salamander, this one was far more savage. It devoured everything in its path indiscriminately, including both Akatsuki and Amigakure shinobi alike. Blood sprayed across the mountain trail. Paper wings unfolded from Konan's back as she soared forward to intercept the creature. Sheets of paper swirled around her like a storm. "Break through immediately," she shouted toward the remaining Akatsuki members. Since Yahiko and Nagato entrusted the organization to her, she had no choice but to lead everyone out alive. From the very beginning, Konan never doubted that the two of them could withstand Hanzo temporarily. Once everyone escaped, she intended to return immediately and rescue them. And if rescue proved impossible, then the three of them would simply die together. Farther away, Yahiko and Nagato had already begun clashing with Hanzo directly. The 50 Akatsuki members assigned to cover the retreat watched the battle with burning determination. One of them, Amano Kyusuke, raised his weapon and roared, "Fight to the death!" 50 shinobi charged directly toward 200 Amage-Kure ninja without hesitation. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Danzo silently observed everything from the shadows. He still had not ordered Root to fully engage. For now, allowing Hanzo to exhaust both sides suited him perfectly. All he needed to do was clean up whatever remained afterward. At the center of the battlefield, Hanzo fought against Yahiko and Nagato simultaneously. The iron chain attached to his kozarigama whistled sharply through the rain. With one violent swing, the blade tore through the chest of a nearby Akatsuki shinobi instantly. Yahiko and Nagato coordinated their attacks repeatedly, but Hanzo's speed and experience were overwhelming. Within only a few exchanges, the two were already being suppressed. Even while defending against them, Hanzo still found opportunities to slaughter nearby Akatsuki members effortlessly. Yahiko's eyes reddened with frustration. How had someone this powerful been captured by Hayashi? Hanzo let out a cold snort. If Danzo had not specifically ordered him to preserve the bodies intact, he would have already unleashed large-scale ninjutsu and ended the battle quickly. Thinking about Danzo only irritated him further. Where had that bastard gone? Hanzo's eyes swept across the battlefield. There were still no signs of Konoha's forces moving. While blocking Yahiko's kick, he cursed internally. That old man really is shameless. They had agreed to cooperate, yet Danzo still refused to commit his forces directly. Hanzo quickly leaped backward several meters before giving new signals to his troops. Rather than wasting time fighting the 50 Akatsuki members head-on, he ordered his forces to bypass them entirely and massacre the escaping members below the mountain. From the very beginning, Hanzo and Danzo never truly shared the same objective. Hanzo wanted Akatsuki completely eradicated. None of its members could be allowed to survive and seek revenge later. But Danzo's goals were entirely different. He only cared about Yahiko, Konan, and especially Nagato. More specifically, he wanted Nagato's corpse and those legendary eyes. As for the remaining Akatsuki members, Danzo actually hoped some of them escaped. A damaged and chaotic Amage-Kure benefited Konoha far more than a stable one. Their alliance had already begun collapsing before the battle even reached its climax. Chapter 590, Yahiko's Last Stand. 1,330 words. Iron Mirror Mountain was completely surrounded by Amage-Kure shinobi, turning the battlefield into a sealed death trap with no path of escape. 200 shinobi against 600, the outcome should have been obvious from the beginning. The Amage-Kure forces were not especially powerful, but the Akatsuki members were not elite warriors either. Their clash lacked the overwhelming scale and terrifying pressure of the wars fought between the 5 great nations. Instead, it resembled a brutal struggle between desperate survivors. Yet the number of deaths was no less horrifying than a real shinobi world war. Because the Akatsuki refused to surrender. At some point, Konan had already escaped the salamander's pursuit. White paper wings spread from her back as she soared into the enemy formation alone, trying to tear open a path for the remaining Akatsuki members. Holding a massive paper spear, she deflected an incoming blade with a sharp twist of her wrist. Before the opposing jonin could react, the spear pierced straight through his chest. Without slowing down, Konan swept her arm outward. Her paper wings suddenly scattered apart, transforming into countless razor-sharp paper shuriken that stormed across the battlefield like a white hurricane. Blood splattered through the rain. More than a dozen Amage-Kure shinobi collapsed almost instantly. Konan carved through the enemy line like a blade through flesh. Every second she advanced, the gap in the encirclement widened further. But the offensive did not last long. A black tongue suddenly burst from beneath the ground and wrapped tightly around her ankle. With a violent tug, Konan was dragged downward. The enormous salamander exploded from underground with a furious roar. Its massive body crashed through the earth as it lunged to devour her whole. Yet the moment its jaws snapped shut, space twisted strangely. Conan's body dissolved into paper. Her real body appeared high above the salamander. She landed lightly on top of its head, and immediately leaped backward into the air. Paper person of God technique. The fake body swallowed by the salamander instantly transformed into layers upon layers of explosive tags. Conan formed a hand seal. A deafening explosion erupted from inside the salamander's mouth. Flesh and blood burst outward in every direction. The summoned beast that Hanzo had just called forth was destroyed once again. The Akatsuki members nearby let out desperate cheers as their morale rose slightly. But the effect was limited. Both Hanzo and Danzo had prepared carefully for this ambush. As soon as the Akatsuki forces were fully trapped, Danzo finally ordered Root to enter the battlefield. The difference in strength became obvious immediately. The Akatsuki's rear line was shattered almost instantly. Their formation collapsed under Root's coordinated assault, splitting the battlefield apart into isolated pockets. Nagato and Yahiko were separated. Hanzo and Danzo did not share the same objective. Hanzo wanted Yahiko dead. Danzo wanted Nagato and the power of the Rinnegan. Dozens of Root shinobi surrounded Nagato, cutting off every possible route toward Yahiko. At the same time, Yahiko found himself completely unable to reach Nagato. Covered in blood, Yahiko gripped a damaged tachi he had picked up from a fallen shinobi. With a furious slash, he pierced the chest of an Amegakure Jonin beside him. Without stopping, he drove the corpse forward and rammed the blood-soaked blade into another enemy waiting ahead. His advance was unstoppable. Although Yahiko lacked experience in large-scale warfare, he still understood the importance of conserving chakra in a battle like this. He was not Nagato. He could not afford to waste chakra recklessly. Hanzo silently watched the young man cutting through the battlefield. After casually slitting the throat of an Akatsuki member nearby, the leader of Amegakure let out a quiet sigh. Their earlier exchange had already proven Yahiko's talent. If Yahiko had been raised in Amegakure as his disciple, he might have eventually become a worthy successor. But today, one of them had to die. And it could only be Yahiko. Meanwhile, Nagato struggled desperately against the Root shinobi surrounding him. Heavy breathing escaped his mouth as rainwater mixed with the blood running down his face. He quickly realized something was wrong. These masked shinobi were far stronger than ordinary Amegakure forces. They were disciplined, precise, and completely emotionless. They were not Hanzo's men. Nagato's heart sank. Had one of the great nations interfered as well? As more Akatsuki members fell around him, despair slowly consumed his chest. Then suddenly, Nagato's eyes widened. In the distance, one shinobi broke through the Amegakure encirclement and charged directly toward Hanzo. Yahiko! Nagato shouted desperately. But Yahiko either did not hear him, or simply chose to ignore him. He continued forward without hesitation. Yahiko understood clearly. Only by killing Hanzo could they escape this hopeless situation. But after enduring wave after wave of attacks, his body was already reaching its limit. The hand gripping the tachi trembled violently. Blood poured from countless wounds across his body. Against the man known as the demigod of the shinobi world, Yahiko had almost no chance of victory. Even so, he kept moving. Rain mixed with sweat and blood as determination filled his exhausted face. The result was inevitable. Hanzo stepped forward and drove a brutal kick into Yahiko's chest. Yahiko's body flew backward across the muddy ground for over 10 meters. His clothes tore apart from the impact, exposing deep wounds beneath. Blood continuously spilled from his mouth. Hanzo slowly descended beside him, and picked up the shattered remains of Yahiko's tachi. Only 1/3 of the blade remained intact. Yahiko, Hanzo said quietly, before you die, I will tell you one thing. This operation was approved by Konoha. Yahiko's breathing became increasingly unstable. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as his chest rose and fell violently. He could no longer speak. Still, his fingers dug into the mud as he struggled to force himself back onto his feet. Hanzo raised the broken tachi. Then he drove it down mercilessly into Yahiko's chest. Yahiko! Nagato's scream echoed across the battlefield. His entire body trembled violently. Rain soaked his red hair as strands fell over his face, partially hiding the Rinnegan beneath. Flames from nearby explosions reflected within those ripple-patterned eyes. Pure killing intent spread outward. For a brief moment, even the root shinobi hesitated under that terrifying gaze. But hesitation lasted only an instant. The root operatives charged again without fear. Shinra Tensei. A powerful invisible force exploded outward from Nagato's body. The surrounding shinobi were blasted away instantly. Nagato ignored everyone around him and rushed straight toward Yahiko. "Stop him," Danzo ordered coldly. But nobody could stop him anymore. Not the root shinobi. Not the Amigakure forces. Anyone standing in his path was violently thrown aside. Nagato tore across the battlefield alone like a monster driven beyond reason. In the distance, greed flashed through Danzo's eyes. So this is the power of the Rinnegan. Moments later, Nagato finally reached Yahiko's side. Yahiko's vision had already begun fading. His lips moved weakly, but no sound came out. More blood spilled from his mouth instead. Nagato dropped beside him. His trembling hands pressed desperately against the ruined wound in Yahiko's chest. The blood soaking Yahiko's clothes was still warm. With the last strength remaining in his body, Yahiko suddenly grabbed Nagato's arm tightly. Nagato. Conan. Live. Nagato barely understood the words through Yahiko's fading lips. Live. But Yahiko was dying. A world without Yahiko was never the future Nagato wanted. Slowly, Nagato lifted his head toward the dark sky above. The endless rain crashed down against his face. The rain felt painfully cold. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on Patreon to get started. 591, The Demonic Statue. 16 chapters 20,531 words stopwatch 82-minute read. Chapter 591, The Demonic Statue. 1,205 words. Nagato knelt in the rain, holding Yahiko's lifeless body tightly in his arms. Tears mixed with blood slowly streamed from his eyes. The battlefield soon witnessed a terrifying phenomenon. The torrential rain above Nagato suddenly froze in midair. Countless raindrops hung motionless around him like suspended crystals, while the rain several meters away continued falling violently toward the earth. The unnatural scene lasted only a moment. A dark figure burst out from beneath the ground without warning, a short blade flashing toward Nagato's neck. Yahiko was dead. But Nagato was still alive. Danzo had never cared about Yahiko. From the beginning, his true target had always been the Rinnegan. A killing blow delivered when the enemy's emotions were at their weakest was one of the methods Danzo inherited from the second Hokage, and Root Shinobi executed such orders flawlessly. Yet Nagato did not move. Only when the blade was inches away from his skull did his hands suddenly shoot upward. He grabbed the attacker by both arms. The Root Shinobi froze. Then his muscular arms rapidly shriveled like dying branches. His chakra was forcibly drained from his body in an instant. Skin clung tightly to bone as life disappeared from his eyes. Nagato casually flung the corpse aside into the rain. The dead shinobi crashed heavily against the muddy ground. Without another glance, Nagato gently lowered Yahiko's body onto the earth. Then he stood. His blood-soaked cloak clung tightly to his body as he began walking forward step by step. Dozens of shinobi moved to surround him again, but Nagato's eyes never left Hanzo in the distance. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Fire release, great fire flames technique. Earth release, earth spear. Lightning release, lightning wave. More than a dozen ninjutsu attacks roared across the battlefield simultaneously. Flames, lightning, wind blades, and shattered earth surged toward Nagato from every direction. Nagato merely raised one arm. Transparent ripples spread around his body. The incoming ninjutsu vanished the moment they touched the barrier, absorbed completely as if swallowed by an endless abyss. Danzo's expression darkened immediately. He can absorb chakra, he barked sharply. Do not use ninjutsu. The root shinobi instantly changed tactics. Since ninjutsu was ineffective, they would kill him through close combat. A massive taijutsu specialist rushed forward carrying a giant blade nearly twice his height. The moment he entered striking range, he swung downward with monstrous force. Nagato tilted his head slightly. He stepped onto the giant blade itself, using it as footing before leaping upward. Then he gently placed his palm against the attacker's face. The man's soul was ripped directly from his body. The translucent figure struggled violently in Nagato's grasp. Nagato clenched his fingers. The soul shattered like torn paper. A wave of fear spread through the battlefield. Even root shinobi hesitated after witnessing such a horrifying technique. Danzo's face became increasingly grim. He raised one hand sharply. The root operatives instantly reorganized into layered formations, spreading outward in a fan-shaped assault pattern. Fire. Thousands of kunai shot toward Nagato like a black storm. Nagato slowly raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. A violent repulsive force exploded outward. The incoming kunai instantly reversed direction at even greater speed. Screams echoed across the battlefield as dozens of shinobi were pierced by their own weapons. Watching from the rear, Danzo clenched his teeth. Do not give him time to recover. He refused to believe such terrifying abilities could be used endlessly without limitation. The root forces charged again. Nagato remained expressionless. The power of the Rinnegan flowed naturally through his body. For the first time, he wielded its abilities without hesitation or instability. In the past, his control had always faltered. But now, grief and rage had shattered every restraint inside him. Even Danzo gradually felt numb watching the slaughter unfold before his eyes. Surround him, Danzo ordered coldly. Wear him down until he dies. The Rinnegan's power was beyond imagination. No matter the cost, he had to obtain it. But Nagato no longer cared about the shinobi surrounding him. His figure suddenly swept backward, dodging an incoming strike from behind before violently kicking another shinobi aside. With a light step, he burst free from the encirclement. Then he charged directly toward Hanzo. Hanzo had remained silent for most of the battle, carefully observing everything from afar. Even after surviving countless wars, he had never witnessed such bizarre and terrifying abilities. At this moment, he finally understood how badly he had underestimated the Akatsuki. It seems, Hanzo muttered quietly, you were the true leader all along. From what he had seen, Nagato's strength far surpassed Yahiko's. Anyone would naturally assume someone like him stood at the center of Akatsuki. A distorted laugh escaped Nagato's throat. It barely sounded human. Blood covered his body completely, and his pale face twisted with unbearable hatred. Then Nagato slammed both hands onto the ground. The earth behind him instantly collapsed inward. A monstrous presence emerged from beneath the battlefield. The demonic statue of the outer path. An enormous creature rose slowly into the rain-filled sky. Its terrifying body resembled a decayed giant. 9 shut eyes stretched across its face while jagged protrusions extended from its back like dead branches. Fear spread instantly through the battlefield. What is that thing? Shock filled Danzo's face. Even experienced shinobi stared at the massive creature in horror. "Do not panic," Hanzo shouted immediately. But before he could finish speaking, the demonic statue released a deafening roar. Its massive arm swung downward. Boom! The cracked battlefield shattered completely beneath the strike. More than a dozen root shinobi were crushed into bloody paste before they could escape. Black chakra receivers suddenly extended from the statue's body and pierced directly into Nagato's back. Nagato's body trembled violently. The demonic statue greedily drained his chakra. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. The pain was unbearable. Since becoming a shinobi, Nagato had suffered through countless battles and injuries. But none of that pain came close to the agony tearing through his chest now. Because Yahiko was gone. Roar! A transparent dragon suddenly burst from the demonic statue's mouth. The instant Danzo sensed its chakra, his expression changed completely. Retreat! Without hesitation, he turned and fled under the protection of two root guards. At that moment, survival mattered more than pride. The soul dragon swept across the battlefield. Terrified shinobi scattered desperately in every direction. But escape was impossible. Anyone touched by the dragon immediately had their soul ripped from their body. White light burst across the battlefield as countless souls were dragged screaming into the dragon's jaws. Hundreds died within moments. The dragon soared high into the clouds before locking onto Hanzo below. Then it descended. Hanzo's eyes narrowed instantly. Body flicker technique. The dragon crashed violently into the battlefield. The entire ground exploded apart, forming an enormous crater. But Hanzo had already vanished from sight. Moments later, the demonic statue released the black receivers connected to Nagato's body. Then the enormous summon disappeared into smoke. Nagato staggered weakly. Blood poured from between his fingers as he covered his mouth. Finally, his exhausted body collapsed heavily onto the ruined battlefield. Silence returned to Iron Mirror Mountain. Only the sound of endless rain remained. Chapter 592, The Birth of a New Akatsuki. 1,365 words. East of the Akatsuki hideout stretched a vast canyon rarely touched by human presence due to its harsh and jagged terrain. Night gradually swallowed the horizon. Konan, dressed in black robes, slowly pushed Nagato's wooden wheelchair through the rain-soaked canyon. In her right hand, she held a simple bamboo-handled oil paper umbrella, shielding both herself and Nagato from the endless downpour. The wheels creaked softly against the wet ground. As they entered deeper into the canyon, two figures came into view. One wore a spiral-patterned mask. Beside him stood a strange black and white humanoid creature. The creature casually sat atop a rocky ledge, holding a large lotus leaf over its head to block the rain. Water continuously slid down the leaf and splashed into its mouth, giving it an absurd appearance. Konan stopped pushing the wheelchair once they were roughly 100 meters away. "You came, Nagato," Fugaku said, his voice intentionally aged and heavy. Nagato quietly stared through the rain curtain at the masked men ahead of him. "So you already expected what happened today?" Nagato asked. "Naturally," Fugaku replied in a low voice. "The shinobi world never truly changes. History simply repeats itself over and over again." Nagato's gaze sharpened. "Then answer me this. Did you know beforehand that Hanzo planned to ambush the Akatsuki?" Fugaku narrowed his eyes slightly. "And if I did?" The Sharingan beneath his mask slowly spun, the three tomo revolving in silence. An overwhelming killing intent suddenly erupted from Nagato's body. Without warning, a black chakra receiver shot forward like a senbon, piercing through the rain straight toward Fugaku's head. Clang! A kunai abruptly rose into the air and intercepted it mid-flight. Fugaku calmly caught the black receiver between his fingers and let out a faint chuckle. "So you're going to kill me simply because I didn't warn you?" He shook his head lightly, almost mocking the idea. Someone once told me something interesting. The joys and suffering of people are never truly shared. Most people only see the pain of others as noise. When I first heard those words, I didn't fully understand them. But after living long enough, I realized there was truth to them. Fugaku slowly raised his hand, allowing cold rainwater to fall across his palm. Yet after thinking about it even more, I realized those words were incomplete. If someone experiences the same pain you have endured, then no matter what, they will understand at least a fraction of it. His gaze fixed directly onto Nagato. I have watched countless shinobi die throughout my life. The pain you felt today is the same pain I experienced long ago, and the same pain others will experience tomorrow. I understand the hatred in your heart better than anyone. The canyon fell silent except for the rain. Fugaku's voice remained steady. It doesn't matter whether I knew about Hanzo's attack. It also doesn't matter who I truly am. Small nations survive beneath the shadows of greater ones. Conflict between people never ends. Aren't you and Yahiko trying to change that reality? Nagato remained silent. But if you truly wish to change this world, Fugaku continued, then you must learn how to properly use the power of the Rinnegan. With those eyes, you can create the world you desire. And I can teach you how to guide that power. That is what truly matters. Nagato lowered his gaze slightly. The temptation in those words was impossible to ignore. If he wanted to force the world to understand pain, then he needed overwhelming power. Only through pain could true peace be born. Konan quietly bit her lip. She could tell Nagato was beginning to waver. Nagato finally spoke again. Why are you helping me? Fugaku looked directly into the ripple-patterned eyes of the Rinnegan. Because those eyes possess power beyond your imagination. The demonic statue of the outer path is only a fragment of what the Rinnegan can truly do. You carry the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths himself. And I wish to become the one who guides that power. Nagato stared coldly at him. You keep calling yourself Madara. If you truly are Uchiha Madara, then why don't you create peace yourself? A low laugh escaped from beneath Fugaku's mask. I already tried. And I failed. My battle at the Valley of the End cost me nearly everything. What remains now is nothing more than a decaying shell barely clinging to life. But even so, my knowledge and experience still have value. You don't need to believe me right now. Time will prove whether my words are true. Nagato remained expressionless. Then tell me this. How exactly will you help me? Fugaku's lips curved slightly beneath the mask. Simple. I can give you manpower. The power of the demonic statue is not something your body can easily withstand. Your current injuries have already left you unable to move properly. But I can provide capable shinobi. Not useless idealists like the original Akatsuki. Real fighters. His gaze sharpened. And since your body cannot move freely, I can also provide excellent corpses for your six paths technique. For the first time, Nagato's eyes visibly shifted. Fugaku slowly spoke the next words. What do you think about using the corpses of the third and fourth Mizukage? The rain continued to pour endlessly across the canyon. A shinobi who fears death survives longer. But on the battlefield, fear itself becomes a weakness. Everyone understood that truth. Yet not everyone could accept reality as it was. When reality became unbearable, people changed. Nagato changed completely that night. He no longer sought simple peace. He chose to become a god. A god capable of forcing the world into peace through suffering. And because of that, he chose to cooperate with Fugaku. As for the fleeing Hanzo, he eventually died at Nagato's hands. Soon after, Nagato abandoned the Akatsuki's former hideout and seized control of Amigakure. Fugaku and Zetsu officially joined the organization. From that moment onward, the hunt for the tailed beasts began. Nagato wished to gather the tailed beasts to create an ultimate weapon, one capable of forcing every nation to experience true pain, so that peace could finally emerge. Fugaku, however, had a different objective. He sought to revive the Ten Tails and cast the infinite Tsukuyomi upon the world, creating an eternal illusion where everyone could live within their ideal reality. Different methods. The same destination. Inside the dim cave hideout, Fugaku relaxed on a rattan chair handmade by Pakura, gently rocking back and forth. Pakura herself had already left alongside Konan to recruit new Akatsuki members. White Zetsu dragged over another chair and sat nearby. Fugaku, why didn't you tell Nagato that Danzo was involved in the attack against the Akatsuki? The timing wasn't right, Fugaku replied calmly. We still need Danzo for now. If Nagato learned the truth this early, with his personality, he would immediately attack Konoha. The existence of the Rinnegan cannot be exposed to Konoha yet. And Danzo has no reason to reveal it himself. White Zetsu nodded slowly. I see. Then where are we heading next? Konoha. Fugaku answered without hesitation. White Zetsu immediately became interested. Konoha's Chunin exams are about to begin. Things inside the Uchiha clan have also become much more interesting lately. Fugaku quietly looked toward the dark night sky outside the cave. His expression turned distant. Weren't you always unwilling to return there? White Zetsu asked curiously. Fugaku closed his eyes briefly. No matter how unwilling I am. Some places must eventually be revisited. Back in his old courtyard, several bottles of sake still remained buried beneath the ground exactly where he had hidden them years ago before leaving Konoha. And there was also the loquat tree planted by his father, Uchiha Yama. He wondered whether it was still alive. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on P at Trian to get started. Chapter 593, 593, Tsunade empties Hayashi's wallet. 1,280 words. The Chunin exams during the winter of Konoha's 40th year arrived later than usual. As the first large-scale Chunin exams held after the end of the Third Shinobi World War, preparations naturally took much longer than previous years. There was another important reason as well. The delegation from Kumogakure, which had supposedly agreed to participate in peace negotiations, never arrived in Konoha. Hayashi had effectively been ignored by the Fourth Reikage. The other side clearly had no interest in negotiations. Since Kumogakure had no intention of cooperating, they naturally refused to participate in the Chunin exams as well. Their stance was obvious. They no longer wanted to involve themselves with Konoha's influence, and instead intended to strengthen the Hidden Cloud independently. For a while, newspapers across several nations began stirring up discussions, especially those within the Land of Lightning. Shocking news. The Konoha Prosperity Alliance loses Kumogakure participation, Chunin exams expected to become a national joke. Although the reports were exaggerated, Konoha had indeed suffered losses. At the very least, they had lost a massive amount of tourism income. Still, even without Kumogakure, the remaining major villages would all attend. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure had already confirmed participation. Several smaller villages such as Amigakure, Kizugakure, and Takigakure also planned to send teams. The most outrageous rumor circulating claimed that the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Raza, would arrive together with the fourth Mizukage, Yugura, while the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, would personally attend as well. Most people with common sense understood this was simply propaganda released by Konoha to attract visitors. Inoki coming to Konoha personally. Impossible. The old man would rather avoid the village entirely than revisit memories tied to the war. However, the fourth Kazekage and fourth Mizukage truly would attend. 3 Kage gathering in Konoha during the Chunin exams was unprecedented. Because of this, Konoha's security measures intensified as the exam period approached. Beginning in December, most active Jonin returned to the village. The entire village appeared relaxed on the surface, but beneath that appearance, the security network was operating at full force. Years ago, Hayashi still needed to patrol the streets personally. Now, with his current status and reputation, no one would ask him to handle basic security work anymore. Those duties had gradually been handed over to the younger generation. More specifically, shinobi like Minato and Nawaki. Likewise, the participants of the Chunin exams had shifted from Minato's generation to Kakashi's generation. The will of fire continued passing from one generation to the next like an endless relay. As Uchiha clan head, Hayashi had entered a rare period of relaxation. He had already arranged everything necessary for his 3 students, so additional training was unnecessary for now. That naturally left him with far more free time. At the same time, the Uchiha commercial district had entered a crucial stage of expansion. The Chunin exams presented the perfect opportunity to raise its reputation throughout the shinobi world. To capitalize on this, the district launched limited edition commemorative merchandise themed around the Chunin exams under Konoha's official banner. The old ninja cards had officially evolved into collectible figurines. Beyond that, Hayashi personally developed a new card game. 5 Nations Kill. The game incorporated battle tactics between shinobi while using the Shinobi World War as its setting. Identity roles, strategy, ninjutsu cards, and historical references were all blended together into one competitive system. It was educational, entertaining, and surprisingly addictive. Can't win the Shinobi World War in reality. Then come rewrite history in 5 Nations Kill. The commercial district rapidly expanded its product variety. Different products targeted different groups of customers, but Hayashi strictly limited quantities to create scarcity and increase demand. For the sake of profit, he had already abandoned all shame. Inside a bustling izakaya within the Uchiha clan compound, customers continuously entered and exited. However, many shinobi nearby had their attention fixed on a certain table. 3 legendary figures were currently playing cards there. Tsunade casually tossed down a pair of 3s. Not bad, Hayashi. You've turned this entire district into something impressive. Hayashi immediately responded with a pair of 5s, before adjusting imaginary glasses with a smug grin. Of course. Sensei Tsunade, you should know who taught them how to make money. Pair of 10s. Jiraiya calmly threw down his cards. Tsunade's expression darkened. Pass. Jiraiya looked completely innocent. They're the smallest cards I had. Tsunade ignored him and suddenly waved toward the waiter. Since everyone's enjoying themselves today, let's make the food and drinks free. Hayashi nearly choked. Before he could refuse, Tsunade had already shouted again. Bring 2 bottles of Konoha Year 2 plum wine. And Shizun, if you see anything interesting outside, just take it. Your big brother Hayashi is paying anyway. Understood. Shizun immediately adjusted the oversized backpack she had prepared beforehand and happily walked outside. Hayashi stared at the scene speechlessly. Sensei Tsunade, this is robbery. Robbery? Tsunade snorted. You and Jiraiya have been winning money from me all day. I'm just recovering my losses. Besides, I'm leaving Konoha soon. You should at least give me a proper farewell gift. Hayashi rubbed his forehead helplessly. Tsunade had originally come to say goodbye. But after drinking together, the group somehow ended up playing cards from morning until evening. And Tsunade had lost the entire day. Naturally, she refused to accept defeat quietly. If she couldn't win back money at the table, she would simply recover it through food, drinks, and shopping. Sensei Tsunade, are you really leaving before the Chunin exams begin? Hayashi asked. Tsunade nodded lazily. There's nothing worth watching. It's always the same thing anyway. Hayashi glanced toward the door. What about Shizun? I'm taking her with me. Tsunade leaned back comfortably. I'll accept an S-rank mission while traveling. By the time we return, she'll probably qualify as a chunin already. Hayashi fell silent. Tsunade had practically developed her own unique method for raising talented girls. Take them across the shinobi world on dangerous missions for several years, force them to gain experience, and sharpen their skills through real combat. Kana and Nono had both grown through that same process. More importantly, with Tsunade personally teaching her, Shizen's medical ninjutsu would improve at an astonishing speed. After years of traveling and mission experience, becoming a jonin would not be difficult for her. Of course, Tsunade also clearly intended to train someone capable of taking care of her daily life. Laziness remained one of her most consistent traits. Hayashi then turned toward Jiraiya. Uncle Jiraiya, you're staying in Konoha. Not leaving for now. Jiraiya grinned proudly. Recently, he had been in an unusually good mood. His earlier novel, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, had received emotional praise from almost nobody. Very few people actually bought it. Publishers refused to invest in something with terrible sales potential. So Hayashi personally had the Uchiha publishing house purchase the rights to Jiraiya's newest manuscript. Ica Paradise. Jiraiya was so happy he nearly cried on the spot. As for whether the deal made money or lost money, time would decide. Either way, the publishing rights would remain in Uchiha hands for decades after Jiraiya's death. On business matters, Tsunade's instincts were surprisingly sharp as well. Originally, she had planned to donate the Senju clan compound and turn it into a public park. But after witnessing the explosive success of the Uchiha commercial district, she immediately changed her mind. The Senju compound sat in an excellent location. Prime real estate. Giving it away now would be idiotic. The third Hokage felt genuine regret over this development. Nawaki felt even worse. From beginning to end, nobody had bothered asking for his opinion at all. Chapter 594, Danzo's Desperate Gamble. 1,292 words. For this farewell, the three of them drank heavily. Hayashi and Jiraiya ended up completely drunk, but Tsunade, despite drinking even more than both of them combined, remained perfectly fine from beginning to end. When Hayashi woke up the next morning, he finally realized what had happened. They had been completely set up. Tsunade, along with Shizen, had gone on a massive shopping spree throughout the Uchiha clan's commercial district before quietly leaving Konoha during the night. Every single expense had been charged to Hayashi and Jiraiya. Faced with such shameless behavior, Hayashi naturally protested with all his strength. Unfortunately, the protest accomplished nothing. As Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki immediately pretended not to know anything, refusing to acknowledge the debt no matter how much Hayashi argued. Among the Sannin, Orochimaru was the only one who did not come to see Tsunade off. His experiments had already reached a crucial stage. Recently, Orochimaru had been moving constantly between Root and his private laboratory. The research conducted in both locations was entirely different. One laboratory belonged to him personally, while the other operated using Root's funding and resources. Naturally, Orochimaru had no intention of separating the two completely. He quietly diverted Root's resources toward his own projects, using Danzo's support to advance his private research. In Hayashi's words, Orochimaru was draining Danzo dry. He, who acted as both assistant researcher and supervisor, also pretended not to notice anything. Or rather, this researcher who was gradually being drawn over to Orochimaru's side had his own agenda as well. He secretly maintained a private laboratory where he conducted experiments unrelated to Root. The two researchers each had their own schemes. Meanwhile, Danzo remained completely unaware, continuing to fund everything like a fool. Deep within an underground laboratory, Orochimaru handed a test tube to Hayashi. This is the 4th generation result we developed. Hayashi accepted the tube and lightly flicked it with his finger. The green liquid inside swayed gently. Contained within it was an extract refined from Hashirama Senju's cells, jointly developed by Orochimaru and he. Hashirama's cells possess terrifying regenerative properties and overwhelming vitality. Ordinary people simply could not withstand them. Direct transplantation would lead to death almost immediately, which was why Orochimaru had spent years weakening the cells through repeated cultivation and refinement. Each generation reduced the violent rejection response, while also lowering the strength of the yang release contained within the cells. Of course, even after 4 generations of adjustments, the risk remained extremely high. An ordinary ninja still could not survive a transplant. The Uchiha clan, however, was a different matter. After the battle at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara had transplanted Hashirama's cells into himself without any refinement process at all. Not only did he survive, but he eventually awakened the Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito had also fused with Hashirama's cells and similarly avoided being consumed. For those who possessed the power of the Sharingan, the balance between yin release and yang release allowed the two forces to stabilize one another. This was the meaning hidden within the stone tablet left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. The union of yin and yang gives rise to all things. It was also the true reason Madara awakened the Rinnegan. If Orochimaru continued researching long enough, he would probably uncover part of that truth eventually. Unfortunately, understanding the principle alone was meaningless. The Rinnegan required the chakra of Indra and Azura to recreate the Sage of Six Paths power. Without Madara's chakra, even someone possessing both Mangekyo Sharingan and Hashirama's cells could never naturally awaken the Rinnegan. Is Danzo preparing to transplant Hashirama's cells? Hayashi asked. Now that the 4th generation had completed human testing, the risks were still severe, but power always came with danger. Danzo understood that better than anyone. Yet Orochimaru shook his head. For someone as cautious as Danzo, directly risking his own body would be his last choice. He found another method. Hayashi narrowed his eyes slightly. What method? There is a root ninja named Shin, Orochimaru explained. His body possesses an abnormal trait. No matter what tissue is transplanted into him, he shows no rejection whatsoever. Hayashi's expression shifted slightly. A body completely free of rejection reactions was an absurdly valuable ability in Orochimaru's eyes. Danzo intends to have Shin receive Hashirama's cells first, Orochimaru continued. After that, he will transplant the Sharingan he has secretly collected over the years into Shin's body. Once the process stabilizes, Danzo plans to replace his own arm with Shin's. There's actually someone with that kind of body. Hayashi muttered. The ninja world truly contained all kinds of terrifying abnormalities. Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Shin's physique is extremely useful. I've already extracted samples from him. If the cloning experiments succeed, future research will become far easier. The technological development of the ninja world had always been strange. Some areas were incredibly advanced, while others remained primitive. Medical ninjutsu and biological research were undoubtedly among the most developed fields. Tsunade specialized in medical treatment and chakra control. Orochimaru focused more heavily on biological modification and forbidden experimentation. Cloning, artificial enhancement, genetic manipulation, Orochimaru had already touched upon all of them. Hayashi had once suggested using cloned bodies instead of living people for experiments. Unfortunately, the process still contained too many limitations. But if Shin's cells could truly be replicated successfully, many problems would disappear entirely. After a moment of silence, Hayashi suddenly asked. Teacher, why is Danzo becoming so impatient lately? In the past, Danzo had always remained patient regarding research. But recently, he had been pressuring Orochimaru constantly, eager to complete the transplant as quickly as possible. That did not match Danzo's usual personality at all. Orochimaru spoke calmly. I'm not completely certain either. But after returning from Amigakure, he immediately pushed the research forward. I suspect something happened there. Amigakure. Hayashi frowned slightly. Why did he go there? The third Hokage ordered him to assist Hanzo in removing a curse mark, Orochimaru explained. Hayashi's eyes narrowed. If Orochimaru's information was accurate, then Danzo and Hanzo had likely already moved against the Akatsuki. Nagato had probably already begun to change. To Hayashi, the fate of the Akatsuki was irrelevant. Back during their first meeting, he had deliberately avoided becoming involved with Nagato and the others. If not for Madara's plans, Hayashi might have killed Nagato back then. But without Madara manipulating everything from the shadows, Nagato would likely have grown up with his family still alive instead of becoming another sacrifice of the ninja world. From beginning to end, Nagato had simply been used by others. His tragedy had been inevitable from the start. Danzo's current anxiety was most likely connected to Nagato's awakening. He had provoked someone he could no longer control. Naturally, he would desperately seek more power. When are you planning to act? Orochimaru asked quietly. The meaning behind his words was obvious. Act against Danzo. Despite benefiting greatly from Root's funding, Orochimaru and Hayashi had already begun planning Danzo's downfall in secret. Scheming against one of Konoha's elders could easily be considered treason. Yet the two discussed it as casually as ordinary business. Hayashi looked down at the reflection on the test tube in his hand. After he completes the transplant, he said calmly. Danzo's position makes it difficult to move against him openly inside Konoha. But once he finishes implanting Hashirama's cells and those Sharingan, there will finally be an opportunity. Orochimaru nodded silently. The underground laboratory returned to silence. Hayashi stared quietly at the faint reflection staring back at him through the glass. But the person occupying his thoughts was not Danzo. It was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If you want to read more, check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/Zeph. Chapter 595, 595, Maitarumi's Missing Wallet. 1,484 words. There were countless obstacles standing in the way of killing Danzo, but the greatest obstacle had always been the third Hokage himself. To put it simply, even if Danzo openly sent assassins after Hiruzen Sarutobi, as long as Hiruzen survived, Danzo would remain completely safe. And if Hiruzen actually died, Danzo's position would become even more secure. He might even ascend directly to the Hokage seat. The cost of Danzo's actions had always been absurdly low, which was precisely why he acted without restraint. The relationship between Hiruzen and Danzo had long surpassed ordinary friendship or comradeship. To Hiruzen, Danzo was someone irreplaceable. No matter what Danzo did, Hiruzen would always protect him in the end. Of course, that was merely Hiruzen's own belief. Danzo himself had long since buried whatever friendship remained beneath resentment and ambition. Still, Hiruzen refused to acknowledge it. As long as Danzo remained within Konoha, Hiruzen would continue shielding him from consequences. Under such circumstances, killing Danzo was far from simple. Anyone who moved against Danzo would inevitably stand against the third Hokage as well. On top of that, Danzo valued his own life immensely. Most of the time, he hid within Root headquarters without showing himself. Even when he did appear outside, he traveled under heavy protection. By the time someone forced their way into Root to kill him, Hiruzen would already arrive to suppress the matter. Danzo's individual combat strength might not be overwhelming, but the difficulty of killing him was practically equal to confronting the Hokage himself. Even so, Hayashi had already decided that Danzo had to die. Objectively speaking, the two barely had any personal conflict. Hayashi had never been dragged into Root as a child, nor had he suffered repeated assassination attempts from Danzo. On the surface, the two even maintained a peaceful relationship. But for Hayashi, the fact that Danzo possessed one of Kagami Uchiha's eyes was already enough reason. That alone justified his death. As for Orochimaru, his motivation was even more direct. He wanted Root itself. Over the past year, Orochimaru had spent enormous amounts of time inside Root's facilities. Only then did he truly understand what absolute authority looked like. Danzo merely needed to issue an order, and countless subordinates would immediately prepare everything he required, including rare experimental subjects like Shin. Orochimaru had once worked under the third Hokage, and had also operated within the Umbu, but neither compared to Root's efficiency. For someone obsessed with experimentation, Root was the perfect organization. What Orochimaru lacked most was not intelligence or talent. It was manpower. He refused to use Konoha ninja for dangerous experiments, and cloned bodies still suffered from various flaws. As a result, he constantly needed test subjects, materials, and disposable labor from outside the village. Root fulfilled all those needs perfectly. To put it bluntly, both Hayashi and Orochimaru had already set their sights on Danzo's assets. They intended to take everything. But before doing that, they needed justification. Since neither of them wanted to become missing Nin, the solution was obvious. Danzo himself would become the traitor first. Danzo planned to transplant Hashirama's cells and implant numerous Sharingan into his body. Fine. Hayashi would simply expose everything to the entire village afterward. Human experimentation, illegal transplantation, forbidden research. Every accusation would be pinned directly onto Danzo. Public opinion itself held little value, but whoever acted first controlled the narrative. At that point, Hayashi and Orochimaru would become the righteous side while Danzo absorbed all the blame. Meanwhile, had already become Orochimaru's inside man within Root. A genuine double agent. The reason was simple. Orochimaru offered him far more than Danzo ever could. When two researchers worked together, they naturally understood one another far better than they understood a politician exploiting them for results. In the end, he gradually drifted toward Orochimaru's side. By mid-December, the long-awaited Chunin exams were finally about to begin. Among the 5 great nations, Sunagakure arrived first. The Hidden Sand Village had not been doing well recently. Raza was still young, forcing Chiyo to personally handle many major affairs behind the scenes. The reason Chiyo supported Raza so strongly was fairly straightforward. As long as Raza remained Kazekage, Sunagakure could continue delaying the official announcement of Sasori becoming a missing Nin. Both sides benefited from maintaining the arrangement. Unfortunately, the Wind Daimyo was not easy to satisfy. Sunagakure had already begun following a strict elite-focused policy, drastically reducing the overall number of ninja within the village. Even the number of genin participating in this year's Chunin exams was noticeably smaller than before. And the number would likely continue declining in future years. Outsiders believed Raza lived comfortably as the Kazekage. In reality, he spent most of his time searching for gold dust to support the village financially. Life was not easy for him at all. The reason Sunagakure arrived in Konoha so early was because Ebizo hoped to negotiate deeper cooperation with the third Hokage. To put it bluntly, Sunagakure was preparing to align itself completely with Konoha. Not long after Sunagakure arrived, Kirigakure's delegation finally reached the village as well. Technically, they had departed earlier than everyone else. Unfortunately, Kirigakure was located overseas, and their journey had been miserable. Halfway through the trip, they were caught in a violent storm and delayed significantly. The timing could not have been worse. Even so, Kirigakure still rushed to arrive as quickly as possible. After all, they had suffered catastrophic losses during the Third Shinobi World War. The fear Konoha inspired still lingered deeply within the village. Hatred existed too, naturally. But no one dared display it openly. As long as Konoha's lightning flash remained alive, few people had the courage to provoke Konoha directly. Most Kirigakure ninja had witnessed Hayashi during the war, or during the destruction he caused afterward. This new generation, however, was different. Most of them had still been academy students back then. They had heard stories about Hayashi, but they had never personally experienced the terror he represented. Except for one person. Mei Terumi. The small girl from years ago had now grown slightly older, though she still looked youthful for her age. This time, she would personally participate in the Chunin exams. Konoha really isn't that impressive, Mei Terumi muttered while wandering through the streets after leaving their accommodations. Despite the disdain in her voice, her eyes remained fixed on the surrounding stores. The shopping district was dazzling. Everywhere she looked there were clothes, accessories, snacks, decorations, and ninja merchandise. Especially one red dress decorated with tailed beast patterns. She wanted it badly. Very badly. Still, Mei Terumi forced herself to look away before muttering bitterly. Konoha is still worse than Kirigakure. Beside her, Zabuza looked confused. How exactly is it worse? From his perspective, Konoha was superior in almost every aspect. Kirigakure was isolated, dangerous, and filled with internal bloodshed. Konoha, meanwhile, stood at the center of the continent and dominated the ninja world. Even their everyday civilian life was far more prosperous. Mei Terumi thought seriously for several seconds before finally answering. There isn't any mist here. Silence followed. Zabuza gave up trying to argue. Forget it, he said. I just saw a life-sized Kobikiribocho replica. I'm going to buy it. Kisame nodded in agreement. I saw a Samahata model too. If it isn't too expensive, I'll probably buy it. Mei Terumi looked at both of them with complete disdain. Men truly were simple creatures. Still, if she had brought more money today, maybe she would have bought that dress after all. Wait. Her expression suddenly froze. Where's my wallet? Mei Terumi quickly searched through her ninja pouch several times. Nothing. Her pink wallet had completely vanished. It was even a birthday gift. Did either of you see it? She asked anxiously. At that moment, she finally found another reason to criticize Konoha. The village's public security was terrible. Zabuza thought back carefully before speaking. Wasn't there a Sunagakure ninja who bumped into you earlier? Maybe he took it. Mei Terumi stared blankly. Had Sunagakure become so poor that their ninja resorted to pickpocketing? And why steal from her of all people? She was not exactly wealthy herself. Should we report it to the military police force? Kisame suggested. Earlier he had noticed several patrols wearing armbands marked with the military police insignia. Mei Terumi crossed her arms unhappily. They probably won't bother helping outsiders like us. Then she clenched her fists angrily. I'm still furious. I've already thought of a way to vent my frustration. Zabuza and Kisame both suddenly felt uneasy. Mei Terumi narrowed her eyes. Let's go burn down that person's house. The two boys instantly understood who she meant. And that made the situation infinitely worse. A Kirigakure ninja loses her wallet to a possible Sunagakure thief, then decides to retaliate by targeting Konoha's lightning flash. What kind of insane logic was that? Chapter 596, Uchiha Plaza. 1172 words. As the saying goes, if you burn down someone's house, you'll end up rotting in prison. Zabuza and Kisame had to use every bit of persuasion. They had to stop Mei Terumi from actually setting Hayashi's house on fire. With her personality, she genuinely looked ready to melt the place down with a blast of lava release. In exchange, the two of them agreed to pay for all of Mei Terumi's shopping today. Fortunately, she was still young, and hadn't reached Tsunade's terrifying spending habits yet. Otherwise, even if the two of them sold everything they owned, it probably still wouldn't have been enough. The three had only just arrived at the center of Uchiha Plaza when they noticed something unusual ahead. A large crowd had gathered in one corner of the street, completely blocking the road. Mei Terumi's eyes immediately lit up. What's happening over there? A fight. Not far away, two groups of ninja were facing each other in open confrontation. On one side stood a team from Sunagakure led by Yashimaru and Baki. On the other side was Team 1 under Kakashi. The cause of the conflict was surprisingly simple. Earlier, Yoshimaru had lost a considerable amount of money at an old Nara man's shogi stall. Kakashi's group happened to pass by and mocked the Sunagakure ninja for getting tricked by such an obvious scam. The money itself wasn't the real issue. Their pride was. Well, the money still mattered too. The argument escalated almost instantly, and the old Nara man wisely slipped away before things got worse. Normally, Yoshimaru wasn't the type to pick fights. His personality was gentle by nature. But the moment he recognized who Kakashi and the others were, his expression changed. The disciples of Konoha's lightning flash. His anger flared immediately. During the Third Shinobi World War, his older sister Karura had been captured by Hayashi. Although she was eventually returned to Sunagakure after the war ended, her years as a prisoner in Konoha had not been pleasant. As her younger brother, Yoshimaru naturally carried resentment toward Konoha. He couldn't challenge Hayashi himself, so his hostility shifted toward Hayashi's students instead. It was simply another example of the previous generation's grudges spilling onto the next. Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma were fully aware of the history between their teacher and Sunagakure, so none of them backed down. With the surrounding crowd cheering and provoking both sides, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Kisame originally had no interest in getting involved, but after noticing the excitement in Mei Terumi's eyes, he sighed helplessly. So, who are we helping? Mei Terumi answered without hesitation. Obviously Sunagakure. Anyone opposing Konoha was automatically a friend in her eyes. Kisame rubbed his forehead. Fine, but don't go overboard. This is still Uchiha territory. He then turned toward Zabuza, only to find him already gripping a kunai with visible excitement. The reason was simple. Zabuza had spotted Kakashi. Even with half his face hidden beneath a mask, Kakashi somehow managed to attract Zabuza's full attention immediately. It was almost absurd. One glance and Zabuza completely locked onto him. Let's go, Zabuza said eagerly. No matter who started it, if Konoha ninja are involved, we from Kirigakure should lend a hand. Kisame stared at him silently. Baki was nearly a full head taller than Guy and built like a fortress. Yoshimaru was also older than Kakashi's group by several years. No matter how he looked at it, Kisame couldn't figure out where Zabuza saw Konoha bullying anyone. If you aren't using your eyes properly, you might as well donate them. At that moment, Baki was using his imposing size to pressure Guy directly. Unfortunately for him, Guy wasn't intimidated at all. His talent in taijutsu far surpassed his father Dewey's. Meanwhile, Yoshimaru had already begun confronting Kakashi head-on. But Kakashi had long possessed the ability to become a chunin. Under Hayashi's strict training, his combat ability had been sharpened far beyond ordinary genin. Yoshimaru couldn't gain any real advantage. Just as the confrontation seemed ready to explode into a fight, three new figures entered the scene. Both groups instinctively paused and stepped back slightly. Everyone's attention shifted toward the Kirigakure trio. Kisame, Zabuza, Mei Terumi. Kakashi calmly identified all three of them. The intelligence network of Team 1 had already gathered information on the participants of the upcoming Chunin exams. Among all the competitors, the Kirigakure trio ranked among the most dangerous. The most famous among them was undoubtedly Zabuza. After graduating from the Ninja Academy early, he slaughtered every participant during the Academy's bloody graduation examination. The incident was so extreme that Kirigakure was forced to change its brutal traditions afterward. Very few ninja were unfamiliar with the name Zabuza. Kisame was known for his overwhelming chakra reserves and monstrous strength, though most people remembered him for his shark-like appearance. Anyone who saw him once would remember him forever. Except for Guy. As for Mei Terumi, she was the least publicly known of the three. However, Kakashi understood very well how dangerous she truly was because Hayashi had personally mentioned her abilities before. She possessed 2 Kekii Genkai. Even 1 Kekii Genkai was exceptionally rare. Having 2 was almost unheard of. And both of hers were incredibly powerful. Compared to Yashimaru's group, Kakashi's attention was clearly more focused on the Kirigakure ninja. A battle before the Chunin exams. Honestly, Kakashi wasn't particularly interested in meaningless conflicts. But facing opponents of this level was a different matter. Mei Terumi and Zabuza shared the same thoughts. Especially Zabuza. Leaving aside Kakashi's identity as the son of the White Fan and Hayashi's disciple, the sword on Kakashi's back alone was enough to ignite Zabuza's fighting spirit. The blade forged from Kiba drew his attention immediately. And Zabuza never believed he would lose to anyone. Why aren't they fighting yet? High above the street, three figures crouched silently on a massive tree branch while watching the scene unfold below. Minato glanced toward Hayashi. Are we really not stopping them? Technically, he and Nawaki were responsible for patrol duty in this area. Public order here was under their supervision. Hayashi waved his hand casually. No need to rush. Aren't you curious about the strength of the other village's ninja? Those three from Kirigakure are all exceptional. He wasn't worried in the slightest about Kakashi and the others. Hayashi had complete confidence in his students. Besides, young ninja being competitive wasn't exactly unusual. As long as they were watching nearby, nothing truly serious would happen. Nawaki also seemed interested in observing the competitors for intelligence purposes. Hayashi immediately noticed his thoughts. How's Team 5 doing lately? Nawaki sighed deeply. Don't even ask. Ebisu is decent enough, but Ryusei and Hyuga Kagami are pretty average. If those two don't encounter some kind of breakthrough eventually, they'll probably stay genin forever. Did he not realize that Konoha's strongest people somehow always ended up being genin? If you want to read more, check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/Zeph. Chapter 597, Mei Terumi's Failed Ambush. 1232 words. Senju Nawaki was not particularly satisfied with the talent of the genin under his command. Every year, Konoha graduated a large number of genin, and naturally, not everyone could be a prodigy. Talents on Kakashi's level were rare even across the entire shinobi world. Still, since they were his students, Nawaki intended to guide them properly. At the very least, they needed enough ability to become Tokubetsu Jonin in the future. Hayashi glanced toward Minato. What about your team? Minato smiled warmly. Aside from Obito being a little troublesome at times, Genma and Rado are both doing well. That description was putting it lightly. Shiranui, Genma and Rado were practically inseparable. Obito often looked like an outsider whenever the two of them started talking. Minato continued calmly. The three of them are all interested in the Flying Thunder God technique. I am considering teaching it to them. He was already preparing to create a Flying Thunder God support squad. And honestly, the odds of success were fairly high. Obito possessed the Sharingan, and had excellent talent in space-time ninjutsu due to his future Mangekyo ability, Kamui. Learning the Flying Thunder God technique would suit him naturally. As for Genma and Rado, both of them had the coordination and chakra control required for the technique. If everything worked out, Minato could practically open a shinobi delivery service with himself as the founder. At that moment, the situation below changed once again. The old Nara clan elder who had slipped away earlier had returned, this time bringing reinforcements. More specifically, he dragged Team 4 into the mess. The famous Ino-Shika Cho trio had officially entered the fight. Since they were students under Kushina, they jumped into the conflict almost immediately after hearing what happened. Unfortunately, their fighting style looked completely bizarre. Nara and Sui used shadow possession jutsu to control Yamanaka Sancho directly, while Sancho charged forward swinging her fists. The moment her punch struck the ground, cracks spread across the stone tiles. Hayashi stared blankly. Something about this felt extremely wrong. Sancho was from the Yamanaka clan. So why was she fighting like a miniature Tsunade? No, worse, this looked suspiciously similar to Kushina's style. And more importantly, who was going to pay for the broken pavement? Still not planning to stop them, Hayashi asked while glancing at Minato and Nawaki. Nawaki folded his arms with a grin. It's finally getting interesting. Let's wait a little longer. Minato nodded in agreement. After watching for a while, Nawaki suddenly smirked. Hayashi, are you sure the Yamanaka clan won't complain to Kushina? Sancho's fighting style is becoming stranger by the day. The Yamanaka clan naturally possessed excellent chakra control, which allowed Sancho to learn monstrous strength techniques far more easily than normal shinobi. In terms of combat development, she was moving toward the same path Sakura would eventually take. It wasn't exactly wrong. Just heavily distorted. Hayashi immediately shifted responsibility elsewhere. That definitely wasn't Kushina's idea. He paused briefly before continuing with complete seriousness. It was probably the Nine Tails influencing her. Yes. The Nine Tails was clearly responsible. As time passed, the confrontation in the plaza escalated further. This time, Hayashi, Minato, and Nawaki finally stepped in personally. The moment they appeared, the atmosphere changed completely. Hayashi's reputation alone was enough to pressure the surrounding shinobi. Meanwhile, both Minato and Nawaki had become famous during the Third Shinobi World War. The ninja from the other villages immediately became cautious. Some even retreated instinctively after recognizing them. However, neither the Sunagakure nor Kirigakure ninja chose to leave. Yashimaru glared at Hayashi with obvious hostility. The resentment regarding Karura still remained deeply rooted within him. Zabuza, on the other hand, looked at Hayashi with intense interest instead of hatred. His gaze resembled admiration more than hostility. Kisame remained unreadable as always. Nobody could tell what he was thinking. As for Meitarumi, if Kisame and Zabuza had not stopped her earlier, she probably would have already attacked Hayashi directly. Hayashi merely shrugged. To him, these children posed no real threat yet. Perhaps after another decade, things would be different. But not now. With Minato and Nawaki handling the situation, the confrontation quickly dispersed. The various teams eventually left one after another. Just as the Inoshika Cho trio attempted to quietly escape, Hayashi suddenly grabbed Sancho by her ponytail. You destroyed the pavement and still want to run away without paying. Sancho stuck out her tongue playfully. We were helping avenge the sixth elder. You should ask the Nara clan for compensation. The so-called sixth elder referred to the old Nara man running the gambling stall. Unfortunately, the old man had vanished again the moment the fight intensified. Hayashi remained expressionless. I don't care. You're the one standing here. Nara and Sui laughed awkwardly. We're broke. You should ask Kushina-sensei instead. Hayashi smacked the back of Ensui's pineapple-shaped hairstyle. You little brat. Then he pointed toward the nearby streets. If you don't have money, then work it off. Patrol this area. The three of them instantly wore bitter expressions. In the end, Hayashi successfully acquired 3 free laborers to guard the district while he, Minato, and Nawaki went off to eat. With Team 4 and Kakashi's team watching the area, ordinary genin would not dare cause trouble anyway. Later that afternoon, Hayashi finally headed home. However, just before reaching his house, he suddenly stopped walking. His eyes shifted toward a nearby rooftop. I'll kill you. The voice rang out before the figure appeared. Meitarumi leaped across the rooftops in blue clothing, charging directly toward Hayashi at full speed. A kunai pierced toward his throat. Hayashi tilted his head slightly and avoided the strike effortlessly before grabbing her wrist. Meitarumi's body was instantly pulled off balance. The moment she attempted to retreat, Hayashi's backhand slammed into her chest, knocking the air from her lungs. Before she could recover, his leg swept low and struck her shin, disrupting her footing completely. Her body pitched forward involuntarily. Hayashi immediately followed with a knee strike to her abdomen. Mei Terumi gasped painfully and nearly collapsed. Then Hayashi grabbed her by the neck and pinned her firmly against the wall. "Your ambush skills are terrible," Hayashi said with amusement. "Who warns their target before attacking?" Mei Terumi couldn't answer. His grip prevented her from speaking. Her face turned red as she glared furiously at him. Still, Hayashi understood something immediately. She never intended to kill him. Otherwise, she would not have shouted a warning beforehand. Clearly, she had been waiting here for quite some time, probably since he left with Minato and Nawaki earlier. Hayashi considered his options briefly. He could provoke her. He could humiliate her. Or he could simply end this quietly. In the end, he chose the simplest solution. A genjutsu. Mei Terumi's eyes lost focus almost instantly before her body went limp. Hayashi caught her casually before she hit the ground. After all, this was Konoha. There was no reason to kill a Kirigakure genin over something this minor. Then Hayashi glanced toward a nearby corner. "She's unconscious now. You can stop hiding." A few moments later, a figure emerged from the bushes. Kisame Hoshigaki stepped forward slowly, revealing a grin filled with sharp teeth. "Mei Terumi came here looking for trouble," Hayashi said casually. "So what exactly are you doing here, Kisame?" Chapter 598, Kisame's Bargain. 1098 words. Being discovered so easily by Hayashi did not surprise Kisame. If anything, it would have been strange if he had remained unnoticed. What caught him off guard was something else entirely. As a low-profile genin from Kirigakure, his identity had been recognized instantly. Could it be because of his appearance? He dismissed that thought almost immediately. Kisame considered himself average-looking, maybe a bit sharper than most, but nothing that would draw such attention. Letting the thought go, he gave a small grin. "I didn't expect someone like you to know my name." His gaze shifted briefly to the unconscious girl nearby. Mei Terumi had some connection to this man, so being identified as her teammate was not completely unexpected. But Hayashi shook his head lightly, as if reading his thoughts. "I know you, and it has nothing to do with Mei Terumi or anyone else. It is simply because of who you are." He continued without pause. "You excel in water release, your chakra reserves surpass others your age, and just like Mei Terumi, you deliberately hide your true strength." Kisame's pupils shrank. He had always believed he concealed himself well. Yet it seemed this man had seen through everything long ago. Hayashi smiled faintly. "Relax. In a place like Kirigakure, keeping a low profile is the smartest choice." His eyes shifted toward Kisame with quiet clarity. "Your temperament is far more cautious than hers. You avoid unnecessary risks. Yet today, you followed her here to find me. Let me think. You did not come out of concern for Mei Terumi. I understand how your village operates. Even if you are allies, you would help with minor matters, but when real danger appears, you would walk away without hesitation. Yet you still came. That means Mei Terumi told you I spared her before." Kisame remained silent. "Since I didn't kill her then, you assumed I wouldn't do so now. So you followed, hoping I would see you as being on the same side as her, increasing your chances of survival." Hayashi paused briefly before continuing. "But even then, it is still a risk. So what could make you take that risk? Revenge is unlikely, that is more her style. Coming just to observe me would be something Zabuza might do." His eyes sharpened slightly. "So your goal must be Samahata." The words struck like a wave crashing down. Kisame felt as though every hidden thought had been dragged into the open. He had buried that desire deeply, yet this man uncovered it effortlessly. No wonder Mei Terumi spoke of him with such caution. Hayashi adjusted Mei Terumi over his shoulder, making sure she did not slip, then spoke again. "Samahata once belonged to Kirigakure, but now it is my spoils of war. Even your village has acknowledged that. Of course, Kisame replied quickly. I have no intention of disputing that. I only want to make a deal. A deal? Hayashi's tone carried mild curiosity. What kind? 10 years, Kisame said firmly. Once I become a jonin, I will serve you for 10 years in exchange for Samahata. Hayashi studied him for a moment. 10 years. With your talent, you could reach jonin by 15. That means you would only be 25 when the deal ends. You have planned this carefully. He tilted his head slightly. But I am the head of the Uchiha clan. Anything I need can be handled by my clan members. Why would I need your 10 years? Kisame did not hesitate. Because I can offer something you do not have. And that is? Kirigakure, Kisame answered. You may control Konoha, but you cannot see everything in the mist. I can. He continued, voice steady. Mei Terumi comes from a powerful clan, she has access to information. Through her, I can gather intelligence. I can act as your eyes inside the village. Hayashi let out a quiet laugh. A spy. The proposal was tempting. Kisame was not just talented, he was reliable. A rare trait among shinobi. Unlike many others, he was someone who would remain loyal once he made a decision. Hayashi had seen enough people driven by their own agendas. Compared to them, Kisame's straightforward resolve stood out. A man like this was worth investing in. Kisame waited, tension building in his chest. Samahata was not something he could steal. Not now, not ever. This was the only thing he could offer in exchange. Even so, he knew it might not be enough. For a brief moment, a strange thought crossed his mind. If he had been born a woman, perhaps his chances would have been better. The idea annoyed him. After what felt like a long silence, Hayashi finally spoke. As you said, Samahata has little use to me. Kisame's breath hitched slightly. I accept your terms. Relief flashed across his face. Come find me once you become a jonin. Samahata will be yours. Hayashi's tone shifted slightly, becoming more serious. But from now on, you will monitor Kirigakure for me. Any unusual activity, you report it. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a specially marked kunai. Take this. Kisame's eyes widened the moment he saw it. The Flying Thunder God kunai. If you need me, channel your chakra into it, Hayashi said. I will come to you. Kisame's breathing quickened. He understood exactly what this meant. With enough of these markers, Hayashi could move freely within Kirigakure at any time. It was a dangerous tool. Even so, Kisame reached out and took the kunai without hesitation. This was his answer. By accepting it, he had chosen his path. And he did not regret it. Kirigakure offered him nothing but endless bloodshed and emptiness. If there was even a chance at something different, he was willing to take it. As long as the one he followed had strength, that was enough. And Hayashi clearly did. Hayashi nodded in satisfaction. As long as Kisame fulfilled his role, handing over Samahata in the future was a small price. After all, this was someone who would not betray easily. At that moment, Mei Terumi stirred slightly on his shoulder. Seeing that she was about to wake, Hayashi casually tossed her onto the grass nearby. Kisame watched, speechless. When she wakes up, come up with your own explanation, Hayashi said. The next instant, he vanished using the body flicker technique. Silence returned. Kisame stood there, staring at the unconscious Mei Terumi, a bitter smile forming on his face. What was he supposed to say? That he came to collect a body. Chapter 599, 599, Konoha's Leadership. 1,307 words. It was already late at night, yet the Hokage building remained brightly lit. Inside, the 4 individuals who truly held power in Konoha had gathered for a small but important meeting. Yutane Koharu stepped forward and placed a stack of documents in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Since the war ended, the number of missions Konoha has accepted has increased to roughly 4 times what it was during wartime. She adjusted her glasses and continued in a steady tone. As shown in these reports, under the current circumstances, the village's mission volume is entering a phase of rapid expansion. While the Chunin exams have contributed to this growth, the overall trend shows that Konoha's economy has shifted from steady growth to a much faster pace. She went through a series of figures and summaries, clearly outlining the village's current prosperity. Hiruzen listened quietly before speaking. That may be true, but that is your area of expertise. What concerns me is something else. He tapped his pipe lightly against the table. Aren't prices in the village rising too quickly lately? Koharu nodded. There has been a noticeable increase. Noticeable? Hiruzen frowned. That is putting it lightly. Pork alone costs several times more than it did last year, and fruit prices have followed the same trend. What exactly is going on? His gaze swept across the 3 people seated before him. The issue was not simply the rise itself but the extent of it. If things continued like this, even something as simple as enjoying braised pork ribs would become a luxury. Hamura Mitokado cleared his throat and spoke carefully. In the long term, price fluctuations remain within expected limits. The increase is still controllable, and overall conditions remain stable. The villagers have not shown significant dissatisfaction. Hiruzen did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to the last person at the table. What do you think, Danzo? Danzo's expression did not change. What does this have to do with me? I am not responsible for pricing. Do not push everything onto me. Hiruzen's eyes hardened slightly. Nothing to do with you. His voice grew colder. You have only been in charge of the military police force for a little over a year. Tell me, what exactly have you been doing during that time? Danzo remained silent. You used their authority to carry out frequent inspections on shops along the commercial street. In the past, inspections happened 3 times a year. Now they happen 3 times a month. How are businesses supposed to operate under that pressure? Hiruzen leaned forward slightly. And what about the ninja clans who control raw materials? When you impose restrictions on them, how can prices not rise? Danzo let out a quiet snort. This was not new to him. During the Second Great Ninja War, when he briefly managed the same department, he had used similar methods. The military police force held more influence than most realized. In theory, all civilian merchants in the village, including clan-operated businesses, fell under its jurisdiction. It was a position that naturally drew resentment. That had been the second Hokage's intention from the beginning. Danzo, however, had no intention of letting such an opportunity go to waste. By targeting businesses controlled by major clans, he pressured them into sending their talented members to root. If they refused, inspections would increase endlessly. Most clans relied on more than just ninja work. Many of their members depended on commerce to survive. Under constant harassment, they had little choice but to comply. Hiruzen understood all of this clearly. He continued, then explained the situation with the Nara clan's 6th elder. Danzo answered without hesitation. He was reported for suspected fraud. The Nara clan had refused his demands. Not long after, a report surfaced accusing the 6th elder of fraudulent activity at the Uchiha district. Danzo had immediately ordered his arrest. It served 2 purposes, applying pressure on the Nara clan and testing Hayashi's reaction. At the time, Hayashi had just returned from the battlefield and completed the Uchiha reforms in an incredibly short period. Now that the reforms were in place and the commercial district was thriving, Danzo could no longer act openly against the Uchiha. Instead, he applied indirect pressure. Fraud. Hiruzen's voice rose. He is an old man who spends his time playing shogi. Release him immediately. But he did take quite a bit of money, Danzo replied. Several ninja from other villages reported him. That only means they are not skilled enough, Hiruzen snapped. I have played against him myself many times, and I lost plenty. Release him at once. He struck the table with his hand. I entrusted you with the military police force to maintain order, not to create chaos. Danzo's expression darkened slightly. Then take it back and return it to the Uchiha clan. Do not forget, this department was originally assigned by the second Hokage. Enough. Hiruzen cut him off sharply. Since it has already been reassigned, there will be no talk of returning it. His voice carried firm authority. The Uchiha clan is now deeply integrated into the village. Separating them is no longer possible, and that aligns with what the second Hokage intended. Stop using underhanded tactics. Danzo said nothing, but his expression made his dissatisfaction clear. Hiruzen continued, once the Chunin exams are over, the military police force will be reorganized. New members will be recruited from across the village. Do as you wish, Danzo replied indifferently. He had already anticipated this outcome. The position allowed for short-term leverage, but in the long run, it was a burden. Otherwise, the second Hokage would not have handed it over so easily in the first place. Danzo had no intention of holding onto it permanently. Seeing that there were no objections, Hiruzen shifted the discussion. The Chunin exams will begin soon. What are the current security arrangements? Hamura answered, 4 squads are assigned to the first stage, and 16 squads are stationed in the Forest of Death. That should be sufficient to ensure. That is not enough, Hiruzen interrupted immediately. His tone left no room for argument. Anything can happen. Do not rely on should be sufficient. Hamura hesitated briefly. But those numbers are based on previous exams. This time is different, Hiruzen said firmly. One of the participants is a 7-tails Jinchuriki. Increase security by at least 4 additional squads. He added, this is not a suggestion. I understand, Hamura replied with a nod. Hiruzen's mood was clearly unstable, and pressing further would only make things worse. A stern tone from Danzo was expected, but when someone like Hiruzen lost patience, it carried far more weight. The meeting continued, moving through each agenda item. Eventually, the conversation reached its final topic. The position of the 4th Hokage. Rumors had spread that Hiruzen did not wish to step down, but those present knew the truth. He had already made his decision. What remained uncertain was his choice of successor. Danzo, who had been indifferent moments ago, suddenly grew serious. Hiruzen, you are still in your prime. There is no need to step down so soon. Continue for another 5 or even 10 years. He had already considered the possibilities. If he could not secure the position himself, then Hiruzen remaining in power was the most favorable outcome. I believe that. I do not need your opinion. Hiruzen cut him off without hesitation. His voice was firm and absolute. What matters here is my decision. Listen carefully, this matter is not open for discussion. Danzo tried to speak again, but Hiruzen gave him no opportunity. I will decide this alone. With that, Hiruzen stood up. Without another word, he left the room, leaving the others behind in silence. Only his retreating figure remained, carrying an authority none of them could challenge. Chapter 600, the 7. 1264 words. Heavy snow fell across Konoha, as the first stage of the Chunin exams officially began. For the academy's top students, exams were practically a holiday. It meant a few extra days without missions or training, a rare chance to relax. For weaker students, however, the exams were nothing short of torture. Still, both groups shared the same complaint: nobody could ever predict how ridiculous the test papers would be. The Chunin exams covered an absurd range of subjects. Just as a famous examiner once said, if you try to solve every question honestly, you might as well give up immediately. The questions were difficult, but the true intentions behind them were even harder to understand. Minato's generation had been tested on absolute obedience to a Jonin's command. This year's written exam focused on intelligence gathering. In simpler terms, the entire exam was about cheating without getting caught. Naturally, as time passed, cheating methods evolved as well. Every generation of shinobi found new, and increasingly bizarre ways to pass the test. Inside the classroom, the members of Team 1 were deliberately seated apart from each other, yet all three remained completely relaxed. Kakashi didn't even bother hiding his confidence. With his ability, he could solve most of the questions himself, though it would take time since several problems were clearly designed to torment Genin. One question in particular nearly made him laugh. How would you assassinate the Raikage? What kind of question was that? Asking Genin to discuss killing the leader of Kumogakure sounded completely insane. Then again, the Hidden Cloud had refused to participate in this year's exams, so Konoha clearly wasn't interested in being polite. It was both a mockery of Kumogakure and praise for Konoha's own war achievements. After all, someone really had accomplished something similar on the battlefield before. The message behind the question was obvious. Konoha was showing off its military strength. Several genin from the major villages looked visibly uncomfortable after reading it, painful memories from the war resurfacing in their minds. 5 minutes into the exam, Kakashi completely understood the real purpose of the test. A tiny red snake, barely 5 centimeters long, quietly emerged from his sleeve. The snake crawled down his arm, slipped along his leg, and headed toward a nearby shinobi who was obviously planted there by the examiners. Nobody finished a paper like this in 5 minutes, unless they already had the answers. At the same time, a tiny green snake rested inside Might Guy's palm. Red and green together made the pair look strangely coordinated. As for Asuma, a small purple lizard was sprawled across his head. Unfortunately, the lazy creature had fallen asleep in the middle of his messy hair. A team where every member possessed a contracted summon was extravagant even by shinobi world standards. That wasn't merely a reflection of the students' talent, but also proof of how capable their teacher was. Hayashi had no concerns about Kakashi and the others. Even so, he still personally came to observe the exam venue. He had another reason for being here. Takigakure. Among the many hidden villages, Takigakure was uniquely strange. Though small in the present era, it had once been unbelievably prosperous. Just looking at Kakuzu was enough to understand that. As an elite shinobi of Takigakure, Kakuzu had once accepted a mission directly from the village leadership. His target was the first Hokage. After failing the mission, he was punished harshly for incompetence. Just thinking about it sounded ridiculous. Either Takigakure had once been absurdly powerful, or their leadership had been completely insane. Hayashi leaned toward the second explanation. Trying to assassinate Hashirama Senju was not a mission any normal person could complete. Even Uchiha Madara himself would have struggled to guarantee success. Compared to Hashirama's era, Minato's reputation almost seemed more terrifying. Encountering the yellow flash on the battlefield meant abandoning the mission immediately. Nobody would blame you for retreating. Hayashi suspected Kakuzu had probably offended the village elders somehow, perhaps by uncovering corruption involving mission funds. Otherwise, why would they deliberately send him to die? Still, setting Kakuzu aside, Takigakure truly possessed frightening resources in the past. They had forbidden techniques capable of extending life, special substances that enhance chakra, and most importantly, a tailed beast. Ignoring the village's small size, their assets rivaled those of the 5 great nations. That was why Hayashi came personally today. He wanted to identify the current Jinchuriki of the 7 tails. By the time Hayashi and Himeji stood atop a massive tree outside the academy building, the exam was already halfway finished. The moment students noticed the 2 figures outside the window, the classroom immediately became noisy. They had just answered a question about assassinating the Raikage, and now Konoha's famous lightning flash suddenly appeared outside the classroom window. The proctors naturally noticed them as well, but nobody reacted. After all, everyone recognized Hayashi and Himeji. Everyone except Hisashi. The moment Hisashi saw his younger sister standing beside Hayashi, his expression darkened instantly. His teeth nearly cracked from grinding them together. Unable to confront Hayashi directly, he settled for glaring at him with enough intensity to terrify anyone nearby. It was a genuine Byakugan death stare. Since he couldn't vent his frustration at Hayashi, the unfortunate genin inside the classroom became the victims instead. Especially Ibiki. Under Hisashi's oppressive gaze, Ibiki barely dared to breathe. His hands trembled so badly he almost forgot how to copy answers. Watching from outside, Hayashi silently mourned for the boy. No wonder Ibiki eventually grew into such a ruthless interrogator. Childhood trauma really did shape people. Elsewhere in the room, Mei Terumi was also staring outside the window. More specifically, she was staring at Himeji. Konoha's lightning flash had invaded Kirigakura alone just to recover a pair of Byakugan. So this must be the girl everyone talked about. Mei carefully examined Himeji from top to bottom before unconsciously glancing at a certain noticeably developed part of her figure. Then she looked down at herself. "I'm still growing." The future Mizukage quietly comforted herself. Outside the classroom, Hayashi continued searching for Takigakura's team. The village had only sent one squad this year, and intelligence reports claimed one member was a Jinchuriki. "Why not let Shikaku find them?" Himeji asked softly. "Didn't you say tailed beasts can sense each other?" "They can," Hayashi replied helplessly, "but can Shikaku actually be trusted?" "I spoke with him this morning. He agreed way too quickly, which means he'd definitely point me toward the wrong person just to be annoying." The real Shikaku had already been returned to Sunagakure as part of an agreement, but Hayashi had retained a portion of the beast chakra. Enough to maintain a temporary chakra clone nearby. Himeji considered Shikaku's personality for a moment and nodded. That definitely sounded like something the One-Tail would do. Activating her Byakugan, she quickly scanned the classroom before locking onto a girl sitting near the back. "There is a seal around her chakra network," Himeji said quietly. "I can also sense traces of enormous chakra in her abdomen. It should be her." "Yui," Hayashi muttered while checking the participant list. At the exact moment they confirmed her identity, the girl suddenly opened her eyes. Yui had been half asleep moments earlier, but now her body tensed immediately. Inside her, the Seven Tails had sensed something. A familiar presence. More than one, actually. The chakra of the One Tail. The chakra of the Nine Tails. Three-tailed beasts connected by an unspoken secret. == If you want to read more, check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/Zeph. Chapter 601, The Forest of Death Scroll Hunt. 1,409 words. The moment Yui's chakra started fluctuating violently, Hayashi immediately grabbed Himeji's wrist and left the area. Takigakure might have succeeded in sealing the Seven Tails inside a host, but controlling a tailed beast properly was an entirely different matter. Even the 5 great nations still struggled with that problem. If they remained there any longer and accidentally triggered the Seven Tails chakra, the consequences would be disastrous. Foreign genin dying during the Chunin exams was unfortunate but acceptable. Konoha genin being wiped out by a rampaging tailed beast during the exams would become an international humiliation. That alone proved how reckless Takigakure truly was. Sending a Jinchuriki like Yui outside the village without proper protection was practically inviting danger. Organizations like the Akatsuki specialized in hunting isolated targets like her. After leaving the academy grounds, Hayashi and Himeji slowly made their way toward the Hyuga clan district. "When are we going to the moon?" Himeji suddenly asked. For someone with her quiet personality, showing excitement toward anything was rare. Yet from the way her eyes subtly brightened, she clearly viewed the trip as something special. Almost like an outing. Hayashi thought for a moment before replying. If everything goes smoothly, I should get the Seven Tails chakra today. After the Chunin exams end, I'll make a trip to Kumogakure. Once that's done, we'll head to the moon. At this point, the only tailed beast chakra he still lacked were the 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. He had already obtained a small amount of Matatabi's chakra during the war in the land of hot water with Minato and Jiraiya. Even though it had only been residual chakra scattered after battle, it still counted as 2 tails chakra. As for Kurama's chakra, that could be acquired whenever he wanted. Which meant the truly troublesome target was Gyuki. Originally, Hayashi had planned to collect the 8 tails chakra during the same period as the 2 tails. Unfortunately, after the 3rd Raikage died, AI became the 4th Raikage and immediately tightened security around Killer Bee. Unlike the elderly 2 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee was both young and extremely valuable as a military asset. Currently, he should still be training in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. Even Team Hawk had managed to locate him there in the future, so Hayashi doubted infiltrating the area would be particularly difficult. Sooner or later, he would gather chakra from all 9-tailed beasts. And once that happened, he would take Himeji to the moon and obtain the Tensigen. Thinking about it carefully, Hayashi realized his progress was becoming absurdly fast. Obito and Uchiha Fugaku spent years preparing their plans from the shadows. Hayashi had no intention of waiting that long. Once Himeji awakened the Tensigen, Kushina mastered the 9 tails chakra mode, and he himself gathered all 9-tailed beast chakras alongside his bloodline limit abilities. Why wait for anyone? At that point, they could simply crush every obstacle directly. And if Uchiha Madara somehow returned in the future, they would beat him back into the grave. The thought alone improved Hayashi's mood considerably. With only Himeji beside him, he casually hummed an odd tune while walking. The Great King told me to patrol the mountains, patrol the North Mountain, then the South Mountain. Himeji listened quietly for several seconds before tilting her head. What song is that? I don't understand the language. Hayashi grinned. It's from a country very far away from the land of fire. I told you before to study more foreign languages, but you never listened. Himeji blinked, her cheeks faintly reddening. Then, is it too late for you to teach me now? Of course not, Hayashi replied casually. I can teach you whenever you want. Himeji lowered her gaze slightly, the corners of her lips curling upward. For her, that answer alone was enough. After a brief silence, she spoke again. So what's on the moon? Hayashi immediately started making things up with a completely serious expression. An old woman who's lived for centuries while pretending she's still 18. Himeji nodded thoughtfully. Like Lady Tsunade? Exactly. What else? There's also a princess with Byakugan eyes just like yours. She stole the old woman's golden fruit, fell asleep afterward, and now she's waiting for a shinobi to wake her with a kiss. The moment he finished speaking, Himeji burst into laughter. It wasn't the restrained smile she usually showed. She genuinely laughed, bending forward slightly as soft laughter escaped her uncontrollably. The normally quiet girl rarely showed emotions so openly. Hayashi watched her silently for a moment before gently patting her back. His eyes softened slightly. Once we deal with that old woman, he said lightly, I'll give the moon to you. Himeji's laughter slowly faded, though the smile remained on her face for a long time afterward. Meanwhile, despite the earlier disturbance, the first stage of the Chunin exams concluded without major issues. Not long after, the second stage officially began. The exam location was Training Ground 44. Better known as the Forest of Death. The training ground was surrounded by 44 locked entrances, forming a massive circular wilderness filled with rivers, dense forests, poisonous creatures, and dangerous terrain. At the very center stood a tall tower. The 60 participating teams were randomly assigned either a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll. To qualify, they needed to obtain the opposite scroll from another team, and successfully reach the central tower. Just this rule alone guaranteed that at least half the teams would fail. But the second stage was far crueler than that. In addition to the heaven and earth scrolls, 5 supply drops would be scattered throughout the forest during the exam. Each supply drop contained 4 human scrolls. Their locations would be marked by massive smoke flares visible from extremely long distances. This meant the surviving teams would inevitably clash over them. Even after the initial eliminations, only a fraction of participants could continue. The Chunin exams were designed to encourage conflict. More specifically, organized conflict between villages. It wasn't just a test of strength but also leadership, teamwork, tactical awareness, and decision-making under pressure. The supply drops existed specifically to force temporary alliances and large-scale confrontations. Naturally, this system was incredibly unfair toward shinobi from smaller villages. But nobody in the 5 great nations particularly cared. The time limit for the exam was 120 hours. 5 full days. During that period, participants needed to survive entirely on their own. Food, water, shelter, injuries, enemy ambushes, venomous animals, exhaustion, everything had to be handled without outside help. Withdrawal midway through the exam was heavily restricted. Deaths were not uncommon. Because of this, every participant first had to sign a consent form acknowledging that their survival depended entirely on fate and ability. Before the scroll distribution began, the genin were given time to sign the forms. Some teams gathered together quietly to discuss strategy. Others wandered alone while secretly observing rival participants. Very few genin were actually intimidated by the waiver itself. Anyone who reached the second stage already possessed enough determination to risk their life. The real purpose of this waiting period was obvious. Everyone was studying everyone else. Strengths, weaknesses, personalities, potential threats. Nawaki, acting as the chief examiner for this stage, patiently allowed the atmosphere to build before finally announcing the start of the second phase. As the primary planner behind the Forest of Death exam, Hayashi was extremely satisfied with the final result. In his mind, the entire thing resembled a massive battlefield survival game. The Forest of Death Scroll Scramble. And naturally, Team 1 immediately became the most aggressive hunters inside the map. With their snake summons providing reconnaissance and their lizard summon specializing in genjutsu support, Kakashi's team moved through the forest at terrifying speed. They ambushed opponents repeatedly, stealing scrolls almost effortlessly. The trio practically looked like veteran assassins wearing full camouflage gear, while hunting inexperienced rookies. Meanwhile, Obito's Team 7 followed a completely different strategy. They rushed recklessly from place to place, attacked whoever they encountered, then immediately fled somewhere else before anyone could retaliate properly. Pure chaos. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on Patreon to get started. Chapter 602, 602, 7. 1265 words. Unlike Kakashi Hatake and Obito, the ninjas from Takigakure had already turned into cautious campers after entering the Forest of Death. They strictly followed a survival-first approach, avoiding unnecessary confrontation and managing to evade wave after wave of opposing teams. The Seven Tails' abilities were indeed well suited for concealment. Its scale-based techniques could distort vision and confuse enemies easily, and the girl named Fu also possessed a similar trait. Fu's 2 teammates were Shibu and Shishue. They were not related by blood, only coincidentally sharing similar-sounding names. Shibu was also the future leader of Takigakure, though he was still quite young at this stage. As for Shishue, Hayashi was not familiar with him, but at first glance, his appearance felt strangely familiar. If this guy were to change his long blue hair to orange, he would almost resemble the human path of the 6 paths of pain. This team was clearly not ordinary. Each member had unique abilities. Unfortunately, their luck was not on their side. After hiding for so long without encountering any prey, they ended up being discovered by Hayashi instead. Standing at the entrance of the cave where the three were hiding, Hayashi spoke calmly. "Come out, I've already found you." Fu and the others were shocked. They could not understand how a ninja could bypass all their traps and locate them so precisely. Even so, they remained inside the cave, refusing to come out. "If you don't come out, I'll set this place on fire," Hayashi said as he formed hand seals. A small fireball gathered and shot forward. Feeling the rising temperature outside, Fu quickly shouted in panic, Don't, we're coming out right now." However, the moment her voice fell, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind Hayashi. Shisue held a kunai and aimed directly at his back. Hayashi shifted his body slightly, dodging the attack with ease. At the same time, Shibu burst out from the ground, his short blade already half drawn. Hayashi did not move. Only his 3-tomo Sharingan appeared. It was just a glance, yet it made Shibu feel an overwhelming chill crawl up his spine, as if death itself was waiting the moment his blade fully left its sheath. Shibu's hand trembled slightly. Even when facing the village leader, he had never felt such pressure before. Fu crawled out from the cave entrance, looking at the Konoha Jonin in front of her with unease, not daring to move. She stammered softly, "Lord Konoha Jonin, is there something you want from us?" Hayashi smiled lightly and said, "Don't be nervous, I'll take you somewhere." After that, he knocked Shibu and Shisue unconscious using genjutsu. He left behind a shadow clone, then took Fu away using the Flying Thunder God technique. Everything happened silently, without anyone noticing. Obtaining the Seven Tails chakra could not be done in Konoha. If a tailed beast went out of control inside the village, the destruction would be unimaginable. Even though Hayashi was not afraid of the consequences, explaining it afterward would be troublesome. A member of the Uchiha clan targeting Takigakure's tailed beast would immediately draw suspicion. Danzo would certainly use it as leverage, and even the third Hokage would have difficulty ignoring it. For that reason, Hayashi chose a location far away from any villages. Amid rolling yellow sand, the two reappeared near Roran. This place was remote and uninhabited, with no ninjas nearby, making it ideal for what was about to happen. Although Fu was young, she was not overly timid. After realizing who Hayashi was, she recognized him as the famous Konoha Lightning Flash. Someone of that level should not have any ill intentions toward her, or so she thought. If Hayashi knew what she was thinking, he would only find it naive. Fame did not guarantee safety. The Sannin of Konoha all had reputations, yet none of them could be called harmless. Tsunade had a tendency to use child labor, Jiraiya often gathered questionable material, and Orochimaru was known for unethical human experimentation. Reputation alone meant nothing. Hayashi was not connected to any of them, but what he was about to do was not suitable for a child to witness. He placed Fu under a genjutsu, causing her to lose consciousness. He then began loosening the seal. He did not fully release it, only opening a small gap to allow the tailed beast chakra to leak out gradually. This ensured Fu would not die, while also preventing the tailed beast from going completely berserk. As Fu lay unconscious on the ground, Hayashi immediately deployed a barrier technique. The barrier continuously absorbed the leaking tailed beast chakra, and guided it into a sealing scroll. In a sense, the process resembled controlled extraction, like regulated transfer rather than full release. Of course, this was not something small. It was more like draining a massive reservoir at once. As the seal weakened, the Seven Tails chakra began to surge outward. A moment later, an enormous burst of chakra flooded the barrier space. A piercing sound filled the air, resembling insect wings vibrating at extreme frequency, magnified countless times. The Seven Tails, Komii, appeared in its true form, resembling a fusion of beetle and dragonfly rather than a traditional beast. It was more fitting to describe it as a tailed insect. The Sage of Six Paths truly had unusual imagination. If all tailed beasts had been designed differently, perhaps their fate would have been entirely different. Human. That was the first word Komiai spoke as its chakra stabilized. Hayashi originally expected hostility, similar to Shikaku's temper, but instead Komiai immediately asked about the other tailed beasts, Shikaku and Kurama. That reaction surprised him slightly. He leaned into the conversation casually. That's right, I know them. We are quite familiar. I even had breakfast with Shikaku earlier today. Komiai froze for a moment. You are acquainted with them? It was rare to encounter a tailed beast with such a composed temperament, so Hayashi continued speaking to draw out information. Our relationship is complicated, Komiai said cautiously, glancing at Fu lying on the ground. Human, why are you extracting my chakra? I am taking your chakra clone so you can meet Shikaku and Kurama, Hayashi replied without hesitation. The explanation was the same one he had used before, but Komiai did not accept it. Instead, its expression changed slightly, as if remembering something far more ancient and dangerous. A heavy sense of resistance rose within it. With a sudden roar, Komiai attacked. One of its tails swept forward like a storm, reinforced by chakra that distorted the air around it. Its scales also scattered, interfering with vision and perception. I thought we could talk this through peacefully, Hayashi said quietly, his Sharingan shifting into Mangekyo form. The atmosphere changed instantly. After that, the process became much smoother. Hayashi did not extract the full chakra amount he had claimed earlier. That would have taken too long. Once a sufficient portion was collected, he sealed the container marked with the character 7 and stored it inside Dabai. Fu was later returned to the Forest of Death, and her memory was sealed. To ensure Takigakir's stability, Hayashi also adjusted the seal on her body, reinforcing it further with several additional layers. In the end, he left 7 separate seals on her. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than credit. Hayashi considered the outcome satisfactory. However, this would later cause significant trouble. A certain organization in the ninja world would spend months attempting to undo those seals, nearly causing internal collapse due to the complexity involved. Chapter 603, 603, Obito vs. Might Guy's Unexpected Ending. 1056 words. Although an incident involving the extraction of tailed beast chakra had quietly taken place, no one was aware of it, and the second stage of the Chunin exams concluded without disruption. As part of the arrangement, Hayashi secretly assisted the Takigakir team in obtaining an Earth Scroll. The scroll originally belonged to Yashimaru's team. Hayashi stated with complete seriousness that it was not intentional, it was simply unfortunate timing that caused their paths to cross at the worst possible moment. However, Yashimaru's team had not been eliminated yet. They still had a chance to secure another scroll before the exam officially ended. As for who would ultimately be unlucky, Hayashi was not concerned. For the Takigakir team, acquiring a scroll without effort felt like unexpected fortune. Fu's excited expression clearly showed her satisfaction. As for the 7 tails inside Fu's body, it had already been fully suppressed by Hayashi using a sealing technique. Not a single trace of its chakra could leak out, and it was completely sealed away from influence. At the very least, this would spare Fu from the constant burden that troubled most Jinchuriki. Compared to others like Gaara, who suffered from severe dark circles due to Shikaku's influence, Fu would not have to endure such torment. Even though Gaara's condition remained even after Shikaku's removal, it showed how lasting such damage could be. Hayashi considered this a satisfactory outcome. 5 days passed quickly, and the genin who successfully cleared the second stage were gathered once again. The number had been greatly reduced compared to the beginning, but still too many remained for the final public matches. Since the final stage would be held in front of the village leaders, weaker participants, and those lacking skill needed to be filtered out first. Thus, a preliminary round was arranged. This type of elimination format, which focused on direct combat, was also called a one-on-one match selection. With nothing else to do, Hayashi returned to the exam venue to observe the matches. The Konoha genin who advanced included his own class, Mikoto's class, Kushina's class, and Minato's class. Most had managed to reach this stage, though their paths varied. Nawaki was in a rather awkward position, as all of his subordinates had already been eliminated from Chunin contention. Since genin battles did not require a large battlefield, the preliminaries were held inside a medium-sized indoor training facility. Jonin instructors stood on the circular second-floor walkway, allowing them to observe the battles below clearly. Standing there, Hayashi glanced at the match lineup that had been drawn earlier. If someone claimed there was no manipulation in the selection process, he would not believe it. Konoha genin were overwhelmingly matched against ninjas from other villages, and few of them were strong contenders. Clearly, the village had ensured favorable outcomes wherever possible. Of course, not everyone was lucky. For example, the current match, Guy versus Obito. Obito stood below with a confident expression, occasionally glancing toward the second floor where Rin was watching. For him, the Chunin exams were temporary, but showing off in front of Rin was a lifelong pursuit. Guy, you should give up. I do not want to hurt you, Obito said casually. Half a year ago, they were still on the same starting line, both inexperienced genin. But after learning several ninjutsu, Obito now believed he had surpassed Guy, who relied purely on taijutsu. He intended to advance, impress Rin, reach the finals, and eventually defeat Kakashi. Everything had already been planned in his mind. Guy only shook his head. He did not speak much, but his determination was clear. He had no intention of surrendering. Standing here meant something important to him. He wanted his father, Might Dewey, to see him on the final stage. Dewey had remained a genin for years, working hard at a weapon shop while still carrying the title. Guy did not want to disappoint him. His eyes briefly shifted toward Hayashi in the distance. He took a deep breath, and the trembling in his hands gradually stopped. Guy stepped forward, one hand extended, the other held behind his waist in a formal stance. Might Guy, I ask for your guidance. Obito's expression also turned serious. At the signal from Yamanaka Inoichi, the match began immediately. Guy moved first. He charged forward in a straight line, closing the distance almost instantly. After training under Hayashi for months, his movements were far more refined than before, with no wasted motion. However, Obito was not unprepared. As a classmate, he understood Guy's fighting style very well. Since speed was his strength, restricting movement was the key. Obito threw several kunai in curved trajectories. Guy twisted his body mid-advance, narrowly avoiding them, then accelerated again. In an instant, he closed in and unleashed a powerful whip kick. Bang! Obito's body was struck, but it immediately turned into a wooden log, shattered upon impact. Substitution technique. Obito reappeared at a distance without hesitation, and immediately followed up with more kunai. This time, wires attached to the kunai extended outward, spreading rapidly and forming a dense net that restricted movement in all directions. Obito tightened his grip. This was the only method he could think of to limit Guy's speed. He inhaled deeply, chakra gathering in his throat. The wires had also been coated with oil. A single fire release would turn the entire space into a trap. Victory was within reach. Fire style, great fireball technique. Just as he was about to release it, an unexpected problem occurred. Earlier that morning, Obito had helped an elderly woman cross the street. She had given him a piece of candy as thanks, and he had kept it in his mouth. At that exact moment, it became stuck in his throat. His face instantly turned red. He could not breathe. Guy, who had been trapped in midair, used the wires to reposition himself, closing in rapidly. Then he struck. Bang! A precise kick landed directly on Obito's mouth, dislodging the candy instantly. Obito finally gasped for air. That feels better. That was his first thought before collapsing to the ground. Might Guy wins, Yamanaka Inoichi announced. Minato quietly covered his face. He now felt even worse than Nawaki. Hayashi let out a faint laugh. This match had turned into something far more chaotic than expected. Chapter 604, 604, Fugaku returns. 1,487 words. Obito's long-awaited showdown with Kakashi never happened, and his chance to make a grand impression in front of the third Hokage disappeared with it. Still, he did not walk away empty-handed. At the very least, he managed to receive treatment from Rin Noara personally. The frustration on Obito's face vanished instantly. In fact, his only regret now was that Might Guy had not kicked him harder. If he had used a little more force, maybe Rin would have stayed by my side even longer. Might Guy stared at him speechlessly. In all his years, he had never met someone shameless enough to ask for a harder beating just to receive more medical attention from a girl. After that, the remaining preliminary matches lacked much excitement. This was only the elimination round after all. To preserve the spectacle of the finals, many of the truly powerful genin were intentionally matched against weaker opponents. The real battles were meant for the final stage, where the strongest participants could fight without holding back. Among the remaining matches, the most entertaining one was probably Kakashi versus Yashimaru. Unfortunately for Yashimaru, he ended up facing one of the favorites to win the Chunin exams. Still, no ninja who made it this far would willingly admit inferiority. Yashimaru displayed impressive skill from the very beginning, summoning 3 puppets at once. Unlike Karura, Yashimaru specialized entirely in puppet ninjutsu. His arsenal consisted of crow, black ant and salamander. Over the years, Sasori had left behind many puppets within Sunagakure. Although they were considered his earlier creations, each one was crafted with incredible precision and deadly efficiency. Even Sasori's discarded works were treated as treasures by the Hidden Sand Village, which only proved how terrifying his talent truly was. Unfortunately, Sasori had already abandoned the village and become a rogue ninja. Even so, Sunagakure still had not launched a large-scale pursuit against him. Yashimaru's strength was considerable, and with 3 puppets fighting alongside him, he posed a serious threat. However, his opponent was Kakashi. More importantly, Kakashi wielded the white light chakra saber in battle. Both Tsukumo and Hayashi were experts at dismantling puppets through direct force, and Kakashi had inherited the same brutal fighting style. As for Team 1's Asuma, his match ended even faster. His opponent came from Amigakure. After Orochimaru's warning, Hayashi had already suspected that Hanzo had encountered trouble. However, to maintain appearances and avoid drawing suspicion from Konoha, Nagato still sent genin from the Hidden Rain village to participate in the Chunin exams. Unfortunately for the AIM ninja, his strength simply could not compare to Asuma's. The battle ended swiftly and decisively. Overall, the results of the preliminary round aligned closely with Hayashi's expectations. Very few surprises occurred, and most of the genin who advanced to the finals were exactly who he anticipated. After the preliminaries concluded, the participants were given 1 week of rest before the finals began. During that time, the number of visitors entering and leaving Konoha increased dramatically. By the day before the finals, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, and the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, officially arrived in Konoha under the Hokage's invitation. For the first time in years, 3 Kage had gathered within the same village. As a result, Konoha's security forces were placed under enormous pressure. Standing atop a massive banyan tree near the village entrance, Hayashi looked toward Himeji beside him. "Did you notice anything unusual?" Himeji gently shook her head. "Nothing suspicious." Hayashi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Any signs of foreign chakra manipulation?" "None at all," Himeji answered confidently. Hayashi frowned. The mere fact that Yagura had agreed to attend the Chunin exams already felt abnormal. Hayashi had confirmed through several intelligence channels that Yagura was under Fugaku's control through genjutsu. Normally, someone being manipulated like that would avoid public appearances as much as possible, let alone travel all the way to another hidden village. Inside Kirigakure, Yagura rarely showed himself. Most commands were delivered through subordinates. Since the hidden mist village lacked the Byakugan, it was far easier to conceal signs of manipulation there. But Konoha was different. Even Danzo's use of Koto Amatsukami on Mifune had eventually been exposed through Ao's Byakugan. There was no reason Himeji would fail to notice something similar. Originally, Hayashi intended to remove the genjutsu from Yagura personally. Doing so would not only ruin Fugaku's plans, but also force him to abandon the hidden mist village and begin gathering tailed beasts sooner than expected. Yet after Himeji examined Yagura carefully, there was no trace of external chakra control whatsoever. That was the strangest part. Which meant only one possibility remained. The person currently acting as Yagura was most likely a white Zetsu in disguise. That way, even if someone investigated him closely, they would discover nothing unusual. But why would Fugaku go through the trouble of sending a fake Yagura to Konoha just to observe the Chunin exams? A dangerous thought immediately surfaced in Hayashi's mind. A large-scale assault on Konoha. Something similar to Orochimaru's invasion plan from the original timeline. It was entirely possible. Should we inform the third Hokage? Himeji asked quietly. Hayashi shook his head. No need. After Himeji was attacked previously, Hayashi had already hinted that Yagura was likely being manipulated. The third Hokage simply did not believe it. Or perhaps he refused to believe that the Mizukage of Kirigakure could fall under another person's control. Otherwise, he never would have invited Yagura here. Even if the Hokage believed him now, it would not change much. The Chunin exams could not be cancelled at this stage, which meant Konoha would remain crowded with outsiders. Security throughout the village had already reached its highest possible level. Even with advance warning, there was little more they could realistically do. The real problem was not Yagura. Nor was it Konoha itself. The true question was when and where Fugaku intended to strike. You and Uchiha Mikoto stay close to Uzumaki Kushina, Hayashi said quietly. Do not let her wander off. I'll speak with Minato Namikaze and Senju Nawaki. Himeji nodded immediately. I understand. As Hayashi left to discuss countermeasures with Minato and Nawaki, a tall figure wearing a black robe silently appeared within the Uchiha clan compound. For years, Fugaku had used a white Zetsu clone to impersonate him inside the clan. Today, the real Fugaku had finally returned to the village he once called home. Just as the white Zetsu previously reported, the clan compound had changed significantly over the years. So much so that even Fugaku found parts of it unfamiliar. He stepped into the house where he had lived for many years before silently sitting beneath the loquat tree planted long ago by Uchiha Yama. The white Zetsu reverted to its original appearance nearby. Fugaku said nothing. He simply waved his hand, signaling for it to stay away. He wanted to be alone. As dust settled over the compound, Fugaku formed a thin wooden rod from his hand and began digging beneath the tree. Soon, the tip struck something solid. A buried wine bottle. It was the wine he had hidden years ago before leaving Konoha. Back then, he intended to return after completing his mission and drink it in celebration. He never expected that opportunity would never come. Fugaku brushed away the dirt covering the bottle and quietly muttered to himself. When I was young, you wanted me to become clan head, become the fourth Hokage, and restore the Uchiha clan's glory. But as I grew older, you regretted everything. You thought my talent was lacking. You thought I could never compare to Hayashi. You believed I would never accomplish anything meaningful. He lowered his gaze toward the bottle in silence. And now, I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the future, I will become the next sage of 6 paths and bring the infinite Tsukuyomi into reality. You were killed by Hayashi before you could witness any of it. So now, I have to avenge you. Fugaku's voice became quieter. I probably cannot kill him yet. But I can destroy everything he values. The clan. The Hokage. Those were the things you cared about most. He stared blankly ahead. Father, why won't you answer me? Why won't you appear in my dreams and tell me what I should do? After a long silence, Fugaku finally let out a tired sigh. Forget it. Everything you wanted will exist inside the infinite Tsukuyomi eventually. So I might as well destroy this village now. As for the Uchiha clan, among all those clansmen, I will leave one or two alive. At least the bloodline won't disappear completely. The white Zetsu, which had waited quietly in the distance the entire time, finally approached after Fugaku raised his arm. Without even turning around, Fugaku gave his order. Transform into my appearance. Then invite Hayashi over. Tell him I'm asking him to share a drink. Chapter 605, Fugaku's Trap. 1360 words. When Hayashi received Fugaku's invitation, he was slightly surprised. Ever since Fugaku's disappearance and return to the village years ago, he had acted like a completely broken man, silent, withdrawn, and lifeless, as if he had suffered a devastating mental blow. But only Hayashi knew the truth. The Fugaku living inside the Uchiha compound all these years had merely been a white Zetsu imposter. Hayashi had tested him several times in the past, but to avoid alerting the enemy prematurely, he never exposed the deception. This invitation, however, was the first one in 5 years. At that moment, Hayashi could almost confirm it. Fugaku was finally preparing to act. Why invite him? It certainly was not to reminisce. If Fugaku was not planning to trap him, then he was planning to kill him. Had Hayashi been an ordinary person, or if he had never uncovered Fugaku's identity beforehand, he would probably have walked into this meeting completely unprepared. And once inside, he would either be sealed away or ambushed, much like how Danzo once targeted Shursui. From a strategic standpoint, the hidden pawn Fugaku left behind years ago had been extremely effective. Unfortunately for him, Hayashi had already been wary for a very long time. As for whether he should still attend the meeting, of course he would. Fugaku had hidden himself for years. Now that he finally revealed his hand, there was no reason for Hayashi to avoid him. After briefly informing Minato and the others about the situation, Hayashi headed toward Fugaku's residence. Years ago, this place stood at the center of the Uchiha clan compound. But after the commercial district was built, the clan's center gradually shifted elsewhere. Most of the prominent families moved closer to the new clan leadership area, leaving the former clan head's residence isolated and quiet. Snow drifted gently from the darkening sky as evening approached. When Uchiha Yama was still alive, Fugaku would personally stand outside the gate whenever Hayashi visited. This time, no one came to welcome him. Hayashi did not care. He stepped over the entrance and walked straight inside. Relying on memory, he passed through familiar corridors and old wooden walkways before finally reaching a small courtyard deep within the residence. The doors to the room ahead were already open. Several bottles of warm sake rested atop the table, while charcoal crackled softly inside the fireplace, filling the room with warmth despite the freezing weather outside. Snow had already covered most of the courtyard. The bare loquat tree standing at the center only made the atmosphere feel colder and more desolate. Fugaku stood silently beneath the doorway. His gaze toward Hayashi was filled with complicated emotions. Back then, his father was still alive. Back then, he had not encountered Madara. Back then, he and Hayashi were still friends. The two youths from years ago had now become entirely different people, carrying completely different identities. For a brief moment, Fugaku even imagined a different future. A future where he became the Uchiha clan head while Hayashi stood beside him as his trusted deputy. But that future no longer existed. Hayashi slowly approached through the falling snow before sniffing lightly. "The aroma is pretty good," he said casually. "Seems like expensive sake." The two men now stood less than 10 meters apart. This was the second time Fugaku had truly seen Hayashi since inheriting Madara's will. The first time was during the ambush on Himeji. Back then, he only watched from afar through exploding tags and smoke. This time, he finally saw him clearly. Fugaku spoke softly. Of course it's good sake. Do you remember? Back when you served as a guardian ninja for the daimyo, I told you I buried several bottles here. Hayashi shook his head lightly. That was too long ago. I barely remember it. He continued walking forward. 3 meters. That was all that remained between them. Fugaku stared directly at him. This bottle was prepared specifically for you, he said quietly. The temperature is perfect. Since I went through the trouble, why not stay the night? Hayashi answered without hesitation. That won't work. Mikoto is still waiting for me at home. For the first time in years, Fugaku smiled. A genuine smile. It seems I'll have to force you to stay. The moment the words left his mouth, Fugaku vanished. At a distance of only 3 meters, he instantly appeared before Hayashi and drove a heavy punch directly toward his heart. He had hidden his strength for years. Combined with a sudden attack at close range, he originally believed the strike would land without fail. Instead, Hayashi blocked it effortlessly. Almost simultaneously, Hayashi swung his right hand toward Fugaku. A Flying Thunder God formula immediately condensed in his palm. But Fugaku reacted just as quickly. A kunai appeared in his hand and slashed toward Hayashi's wrist. Hayashi immediately withdrew his arm, then drove his knee into Fugaku's abdomen before releasing a powerful kick that blasted him backward. Fugaku flipped through the air before stabilizing himself midair. Hayashi remained where he stood, but 2 Flying Thunder God kunai had already slipped from his sleeves. The blades shot toward Fugaku instantly. Yet just before reaching his forehead, both kunai suddenly stopped. They trembled violently in midair, unable to move any closer. Hayashi frowned slightly. Fugaku floating himself through the air was likely a technique learned from Inoki's lightweight rock technique. But stopping the kunai entirely was something else. That ability clearly was not Earth Release. A Mangekyo Sharingan technique. That made things troublesome. Every Mangekyo ability was unique. If the user understood the opponent's abilities beforehand, dealing with them became manageable. Without information, however, fighting against one was extremely dangerous. Especially when Fugaku possessed would release and seemingly limitless stamina. Fugaku did not continue attacking. Instead, he seemed more interested in the hovering kunai. He casually reached out with 2 fingers, caught one of the Falling Thunder God kunai, and examined it. So this is the Flying Thunder God technique, he murmured. Hayashi merely shook his head with obvious ridicule in his eyes. Grabbing a Flying Thunder God kunai so openly was clearly bait. Fugaku was trying to lure him into teleporting nearby. There were undoubtedly additional traps hidden around the area. Perhaps that strange Mangekyo ability could immobilize him the moment he appeared. Unfortunately, the trap itself was too obvious. People who preferred hiding behind schemes usually lacked real combat instincts. Seeing Hayashi refuse to take the bait, Fugaku lost interest. It seems killing you won't be easy, he admitted quietly. You already knew I planned to attack. Hayashi grinned. I know far more than you think. Then his expression turned mocking. But someone like you wants to kill me. Fugaku slowly bent the kunai in his fingers until the metal curved. I never expected it to be that simple either, he said calmly. But since you stepped into this courtyard, then you can stay here. The next instant, Fugaku leaped high into the air. 6 purple flame formation. 6 black rods hidden around the courtyard activated simultaneously. A massive purple barrier erupted upward, completely surrounding Hayashi. At the same time, 6 white zetsu emerged from the corners of the courtyard and rapidly formed hand seals. Barrier ninjutsu, Danku. Fugaku floated above the courtyard while staring down at Hayashi. You're a master of sealing techniques, so I don't need to explain the 6 purple flame formation. As for this barrier, it was specifically designed to interfere with space-time movement like the Flying Thunder God technique. Once Konoha is destroyed, I'll naturally release you. After speaking, Fugaku slowly ascended higher into the snowy sky. Meanwhile, standing inside the sealed courtyard, Hayashi smiled instead of panicking. Was this really the best plan Fugaku came up with after hiding for years? His eyes slowly shifted toward the 6 white Zetsu maintaining the barrier. A trace of excitement appeared in his gaze. These things were valuable. He had wanted to capture white Zetsu specimens long ago, but never found the right opportunity. With these bodies in hand, Orochimaru's research would likely progress several times faster than before. Chapter 606, 606, Fugaku's Diversion. 1255 words. Hey, you in the courtyard. With snow falling this heavily, aren't you cold? As Fugaku disappeared into the distance, the white Zetsu closest to Hayashi finally spoke. It had been holding itself back for a long time. Now that it was face to face with Konoha's lightning flash, its curiosity could no longer be contained. A white Zetsu standing nearby immediately warned it. And before Fugaku left, he specifically ordered us not to speak with Konoha's lightning flash. So what? Another white Zetsu replied before and could answer. We're not looking into his eyes. Nothing's going to happen just because we talk. Exactly. Boss isn't here. Neither is Ban. You're just San. Why do you talk more than anyone else? The remaining white Zetsu joined in one after another. They were all surprisingly talkative. Unable to argue against the group, Sen reluctantly fell silent. Wearing a smug expression, and turned back toward Hayashi. Hey, do you know what the urge to poop feels like? The moment the question was asked, every white Zetsu present focused their attention on Hayashi. Even San looked curious. Hayashi glanced at the 6 chatterboxes in front of him before nodding. Of course. Then he pointed behind them. If you turn around, you'll find out. Oh. The 6 white Zetsu obediently turned around. Including San. Standing directly behind each of them was a shadow clone of Hayashi. This? The 6 shadow clones raised their hands simultaneously. Is the urge. Konoha secret taijutsu technique. 1,000 years of death. The 6 white Zetsu shuddered violently. Before they could react, Hayashi's Sharingan began to spin. A powerful genjutsu instantly seized control of all 6. With their minds captured, the ceiling barrier maintaining the confinement automatically collapsed. Hayashi stepped forward. His figure blurred. Heavenly foot of pain. The ground trembled violently. Boom. With a single kick, the barrier surrounding the courtyard shattered. Hayashi briefly examined the black rods scattered across the area. Black receivers created through yin-yang release. Taking out a sealing scroll, he stored them away. Where's the original body? The Hayashi standing in the courtyard asked. Because he was not the original either. From the beginning, this had clearly been a trap. There was no reason for the real Hayashi to personally walk into it. A shadow clone was more than enough to test the enemy's preparations. The original should be chasing Fugaku, one of the clones answered. Then proceed according to plan. Hayashi nodded. Disperse. The 7 clones vanished in different directions. Since Fugaku had chosen to launch an attack, he naturally came prepared. He knew perfectly well that he was no match for Konoha as a whole. However, was Hayashi capable of protecting everything at once? Not necessarily. After all, Hayashi had once invaded Kirigakure alone and succeeded. But circumstances mattered. A battlefield inside a hidden village was completely different. Konoha was packed with civilians. The Chunin exams had attracted shinobi, merchants, and visitors from numerous villages. As long as enough destruction was caused, the damage alone would become a burden Konoha could not quickly recover from. Fugaku's objective had never been to kill Hayashi. Nor was it necessarily to assassinate the 3rd Hokage. Eliminating powerful shinobi such as the Sannin, or Minato would certainly be a bonus. But success did not depend on that. His true goal was to weaken Konoha's overall strength and prepare for the future Eye of the Moon plan. If enough shinobi died and the village suffered severe losses, the mission would already be a success. And if he could use his identity to create distrust between Hayashi, Konoha, and the Uchiha clan, the outcome would be even more favorable. The next moment, Fugaku completed a sequence of hand seals. Boom. 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 Explosive tags hidden throughout the village by white Zetsu detonated simultaneously. Smoke and dust erupted in every direction. The night sky shook with continuous explosions. What happened? Hearing the blasts, the third Hokage stepped onto the balcony of the Hokage building. An ANBU operative appeared instantly before him. Hokage-sama, hostile forces have launched an attack inside the village. An attack? Hiruzen frowned. Why didn't the barrier team detect the intruders beforehand? Konoha's barrier system had originally been established by Mito Uzumaki. Later, Hayashi, Kushina, and Minato further improved it. Under normal circumstances, infiltrating Konoha without triggering the barrier should have been nearly impossible. The ANBU operative shook his head. The attackers didn't enter from outside. What do you mean? Hayashi-sama reported that the person leading the attack is Fugaku. What? Hiruzen's eyes widened. He naturally knew Fugaku. After the death of Uchiha Yama, the former Uchiha prodigy had remained unusually quiet. Hiruzen had even ordered secret observation for a period of time, and found nothing suspicious. Could Fugaku have somehow discovered the truth behind Uchiha Yama's death? The thought crossed his mind briefly. Only a handful of people in Konoha knew the full story. How had Fugaku learned it? Besides Fugaku, are there other Uchiha involved? Hiruzen asked. The scale of the operation was too large for a single person. The ANBU operative answered immediately. Currently unknown. However, Hayashi-sama stated that he can confirm Fugaku is the only Uchiha involved. I see. Hiruzen nodded. Regardless of how many enemies there were, protecting civilians came first. Pass down my orders. All shinobi are to prioritize civilian evacuation and protection. Also, gather every shinobi under the age of 15. They are forbidden from participating in combat. Understood. The ANBU vanished immediately. Hiruzen then summoned Enma. Removing his ceremonial robes, he equipped black battle armor and prepared to head toward the conflict. Just as he reached the doorway, another figure entered the office. Danzo. Danzo. Hiruzen looked at him. You arrived at the right time. Deploy route immediately. Fugaku has been confirmed as one of the attackers, but there are likely more enemies. Danzo's expression darkened. Of course there are. He was once the Uchiha clan's heir. If you expect me to believe no other Uchiha are involved, I won't. Hiruzen frowned. Hayashi said Fugaku is the only one. And I trust Hayashi. Danzo responded immediately. I trust Kagami's son as well. I don't believe he would ever betray the village. His eyes narrowed. But the rest of the Uchiha are another matter. Have you forgotten the second Hokage's warnings? Hiruzen interrupted him. This is not Tobirama-sama's era. But vigilance is still necessary. Danzo's voice turned colder. What if the Uchiha clan is secretly cooperating with Fugaku? Hiruzen remained silent. Danzo continued. I propose that every Uchiha shinobi, excluding Hayashi, be isolated from this battle. That isn't appropriate. Hiruzen shook his head. We still don't know the enemy's numbers. We may need every available shinobi. Which is exactly why they shouldn't be allowed near the battlefield. Danzo folded his arms. Before coming here, I already ordered Root to carry out the operation. You. Surprisingly, Hiruzen felt a measure of relief after hearing that Root had already mobilized. At the very least, manpower had been dispatched. Fine. We'll leave it as it is for now. Without wasting another second, Hiruzen grabbed his staff and leaped from the Hokage building alongside several ANBU. Danzo remained behind. Standing atop the building, he silently observed the village below. His gaze lingered on the smoke rising from multiple directions. No one could tell what he was thinking. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. One bonus chapter will be released for every 100 Power Stones. Read 100 plus chapters ahead on patreon.com/_Zeph. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.